System notification. After comprehensive evaluation of Lee Nyanfin's overall status, host has achieved peak perfection. This system has nothing further to impart and will now disband. Farewell, Nyanfin, utterly crestfallen, reached out to grasp at it. No, don't go. After the system vanished, Nyanfin felt a deep sense of loss, reflecting on his 5 years of study since transmigrating. The Saint system is gone. Thank you for your sacrifice and guidance these past 5 years. You taught me so much during this time. Nyanfin's mind drifted, recalling memories from his admission notice. Oh, for goodness sake, I accidentally got into a prestigious university. He remembered shining on stage. I am Lee Nyanfin, national top scholar. What can I do for you? He thought of grand award ceremonies where he'd accumulated multiple titles. Honoring the poetry saint, the painting saint, the chess saint, and the divine farmer. The recipient of these accolades is none other than our unique and most brilliant student, Lee Nyanfin. Snapping back to reality, Nyanfin was utterly perplexed. But what good are any of these things? Am I supposed to debate philosophy with a demon? This world I've transmigrated to has people who can fly, demons who can laugh, and monsters who could swallow me whole in an instant. Swallow me whole. This is a cultivation world. His frustration with the system was palpable. He even built a grave for it, the inscription reading, "Here lies the damn system." Nyanfin, utterly alone, continued his indignant monologue. I endured 5 years of relearning the entire high school curriculum, simply to wait for the system to teach me cultivation so I could quickly ascend and become an immortal. But no, the system just up and left. I'm truly fated to remain a mere mortal now. Driven by a primal fear of death, he'd deliberately chosen a secluded mountain near a town, embracing a self-sufficient life. He dreaded being dragged into immortal wars and dying an obscure, meaningless death. All I've got for a fresh start is this courtyard the system left me, a somewhat useful and cute robot, and I even managed to rescue a purebred dog from the roadside. It's fine. If I can just live a peaceful life as a normal person, that wouldn't be so bad. Tears welled in Nyanfin's eyes as he spoke, desperately searching for reasons to stay optimistic and continue his monotonous daily routine. Meanwhile, in the forest, "Wait for me, princess." Princess Luo Shiyu and her maid were on the run, fleeing an arranged marriage imposed by her emperor father. The princess fumed. That damned emperor father. He insists on marrying me off to Duanmu Li. He's pushed me so far I'd rather run away from home than deal with it. Her maid, struggling to keep up, worried. Princess, please, slow down. Wait for me. I think I hear wild beasts. Luo Shiyu, still simmering with rage, didn't care. What's there to be afraid of? I'm almost at foundation establishment. Wild beasts are no match for me anymore. Rather run away from home than deal with it. The maid, panting to keep up, worried. Princess, please slow down. Wait for me. I think I hear wild beasts. But the princess, still furious, paid little heed. What's there to be afraid of? I'm almost at foundation establishment. Wild beasts are no match for me anymore. The maid let out a long-suffering sigh. Princess, you've been almost foundation establishment for 3 years now, haven't you? Foundation establishment is a common Taoist cultivation term, referring to the first stage after a practitioner begins their journey. Hearing this, the princess scoffed. What do you know? My emperor father is incredibly powerful. If I didn't hide in a desolate, God-forsaken place like this, I'd be found in an instant. As she bickered with her maid, Princess Luo Shiyu suddenly noticed something amiss. Is that a house? She and her maid stood before Lee Nyanfin's home, a hint of surprise on their faces. It seems the place Princess found isn't quite so desolate after all, the maid mused, subtly hinting as she eyed the house. The princess, too, found it baffling to see a house in the middle of such a remote, wild forest. No way. Who on earth would live in such a godforsaken place? They must be a reclusive master. Perfect. We're tired from walking. Let's go in, sit down, and make friends. Once we're inside, just call me young miss. If they knew I was an imperial princess, they'd surely be on edge. They'd surely be on edge. The maid nodded obediently, adjusting her address. Yes, young miss, with her instructions given, Princess Luo Shiyu knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, Lee Nyanfin cautiously opened the door, peeking his head out. Excuse me, ladies. May I help you? Princess Luo Shiyu offered a polite introduction. Hello, my name is Luo Shiyu. We're just travelers passing through. I'm certainly not some pampered young lady of noble birth. The maid beside her looked utterly dumbfounded by the princess's deliberately understated, almost contradictory introduction. The young miss speaks so truthfully. Nyanfin was momentarily stunned. She was the first person he'd met in this cultivation world, and so breathtakingly beautiful. She exudes such charm, a true beauty of the cultivation world. Could the heavenly system have manifested to send me a girlfriend? In Nyanfin's eyes, Luo Shiyu was an absolute goddess. Oh, please go on. You must be tired from such a long journey. May I offer you a seat inside? Nyanfin pressed on. Of course you may. Why not stay for a few days? Luo Shiyu demurred. Oh no, we won't stay. Just a short rest, and then we'll be on our way. Nyanfin continued his attempts at hospitality. Then would you like something to eat or drink? Or perhaps just some water? Oh dear, it's been 5 years since I've had any guests here. I don't even know how to properly host you. She still refused. No need. Still, Nyanfin insisted, calling out to Zayarabai. Zayarabai, cut some watermelon and bring it out for our guests. The princess politely found an excuse to decline. Oh no, thank you, we are cultivators. We might not be accustomed to ordinary watermelon. As she spoke, Princess Luo Shiyu meticulously observed her surroundings. This courtyard, its layout, is truly extraordinary. It feels comparable to the imperial palace. No, it even surpasses it. Just then, Zayarabai scurried out from the house, carrying a plate of watermelon. Welcome, esteemed guests, to our humble home. Princess Luo Shiyu and her maid stared at Zayarabai, utterly stunned. The princess let out a frightened shriek. Is that a living being? Nyanfin chided Zayarabai. Zayarabai, you've scared our guests. Quick, apologize to the 2 young ladies. The maid, stammering and pale-faced, whispered to the princess, Princess, young miss, what is that thing? The princess, also terrified, gazed at the strange entity and speculated spiritual energy. But it possesses such profound vitality. Immortal energy? Could it be an immortal artifact? Nyanfin quickly reassured them. Ladies, please don't be alarmed. This is just my housekeeper. Her name is Zayarabai, and she's a mechanical person. Zayarabai stood shyly, hands clasped, and softly offered, I apologize for startling the 2 elder sisters. The princess and her maid remained frozen in disbelief as, what did Nyanfin say? Explaining it. That would be a bit complicated. Honestly, it's just using some principles to create a humanoid tool. It's not a big deal, really. You can just think of it as a slightly intelligent toy. Luo Zai, seeing such a high-grade weapon for the first time, decided to take Nyanfin at his word for now. So that's it, I understand. To have an intelligent humanoid weapon like that, and for him to call it a toy, what a master. Nyanfin mistook her comprehension as quick wit, feeling rather pleased with his explanation skills. HMPH, no wonder they're cultivators. They grasp such abstract concepts in a flash. Turning to the watermelon, oh, young ladies, please try this watermelon. I grew it myself. Zayarabai just picked it straight from the ground. Here you can eat completely natural watermelon, no growth hormones, nothing like that. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Zai accepted. Then I respectfully comply. Even though I accepted, I'm still worried. It's just a normal watermelon, but I can't disrespect a senior master. Holding the seemingly ordinary watermelon for the first time, Princess Luo Zai felt a strange fascination and marveled. The watermelon flesh is so beautiful, like the red of crystal glowing with a dazzling light. Luo Zai slowly brought the watermelon to her mouth, taking a delicate bite. Suddenly, currents of water swirled around her, completely baffling her. Is this water? What's going on? My own shadow? It's become a celestial venerable. Strange phenomena continued to unfold around Luo Zai, but she was the only one who could perceive them. The climax of these phenomena was a swirling vortex of water that lifted Luo Zai skyward. Joyfully, she continued to eat slice after slice, understanding the profound changes within her. Her spiritual energy surged, her eyes closed, sensing the immense power. Only Luo Zai could perceive the true nature of these events, which left everyone else around her bewildered and worried. The maid stammered, Miss, are you all right? Only then did Princess Luo Zai finally speak. I can't believe it. I actually succeeded in breaking through to Foundation establishment. I was missing just a tiny bit of Dao charm, so I've been stuck for 3 agonizing years, unable to advance. But after eating this watermelon, I succeeded. Standing nearby, Nyanfin wasn't paying much attention to their conversation. He turned to Zayarabai. Zayarabai, what kind of chicken is a pig chicken anyway? Meanwhile, the maid was utterly bewildered after hearing the princess's words. Wah! Having said that, the princess rushed over and took Nyanfin's hand. Senior, I am eternally grateful. Senior, for bestowing this fruit upon me, which helped me successfully break through to Foundation establishment. Nyanfin looked blankly. If you're gonna spout such wild nonsense, I'm not gonna be happy. It's just a regular watermelon. Even if you love it, there's no need to be so dramatic. Luozai heard this and immediately thought she had angered Nyan Fan. Did I just offend the senior master? I get it. The senior master is using the guise of a mortal to hide his identity, precisely because he doesn't want to get entangled in the mundane world. That's why he's so humble. I just exposed his true identity. Of course, the senior is furious. Thinking she had angered the senior, Princess Luozai spoke softly. I was out of line, young master. I got carried away in my excitement and behaved rather rudely, offending you. Nyan Fan didn't take it to heart at all, just laughed it off. Don't dwell on it, haha. I'm just really happy to see everyone enjoying this watermelon. Oh, right, Dahe? Mid-sentence, he suddenly remembered he hadn't fed Dahe yet. Dahe, eat up. He then turned back to the two young ladies. My place doesn't have much else, but I grow plenty of fresh fruits and vegetables. Dahe absolutely loves my food. Luozai was dumbfounded. That's watermelon imbued with Dao charm. Its value even surpasses the price of spiritual fruits, and he just feeds it to his dog like that. Is this the principle that all things in the world exist only to nourish dogs? The senior master not only helped me break through to foundation establishment, but also didn't hesitate to use such a precious treasure to teach me this profound lesson. Could he have known my identity, and that's why he wanted to get acquainted with me? Nyan Fan was confused by Luozai's muttered words. Young lady, what are you talking about? I don't understand a single word. With that, Luozai took a jade pendant from her person. Young master, please accept this. Consider it a return gift for the watermelon you invited me to enjoy. Nyan Fan looked at the jade in surprise. The maid quickly intervened. Miss, you can't. That was a gift from the master when you came of age, Luozai explained. But that's just an external object. The young master has treated me with such warmth and hospitality. How could I not show my appreciation? I just wonder if I might be able to come often to enjoy the young master's watermelon in the future. Hearing this, Nyan Fan continued. So, you just want to eat watermelon? You're always welcome to come by. Goodness gracious, you should have just said so. What's with all this jade pendant business? It's way too exaggerated. You really gave me a fright there for a second. Luozai was embarrassed. I've been rude again. The maid was still heartbroken over the precious jade. Oh no, that was so valuable. It was time to leave. Nyan Fan saw the two young ladies to the door to bid them farewell. Young master, seeing us off this far is quite enough. We bid you farewell and hope to meet again someday. After they had walked a short distance, the maid asked the princess, Miss, why did you want to give such a precious jade pendant to that man? Luozai chuckled to herself. Heh, what do you know? Many senior masters with transcendent cultivation love to disguise themselves as mortals and wander the human realm. He is an unparalleled senior master. As a princess, it's my duty to befriend someone so exceptional. While he may have extraordinary ambitions and power, upon seeing the jade pendant, no one could fail to recognize my identity. The maid chimed in. So he must have sensed your identity and the princess's sincerity, right? If he accepted it, then it means he intends to get acquainted, haha. My princess's good fortune truly makes everyone envious. The princess beamed with self-satisfaction. The maid, less confused now, continued to ask. So that's how it is. Well, should we continue on our way now, or return to the palace and marry Duanmu Li? The princess suddenly remembered and panicked. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten about that? Meanwhile, Nyan Fan was examining the piece of. Hey Dahai Zaiabai, check out this jade pendant. It's pretty ordinary and the carving is just acceptable, I guess. But still, it's the first gift I've ever gotten from a girl, isn't it? I'm so happy. Dahai suddenly leaped up, snatched the jade from Li Nyanfan's hand, and bolted. Dahai, you dog, don't eat that, you'll get a stomach ache. Near Dahai, on a rocky outcrop, three figures turned towards the sound of Li Nyanfan's voice. A demon appeared earlier, right around here. The lake's surface lay serene, only a few small ripples disturbed by the fishing line, not quite enough to stir the lotus leaves. Li Nyanfan cast his rod, settling beside Zairabai on the grassy bank. It felt like an eternity was slowly drifting by. He'd been sitting there from morning till night, not even shifting. Anyone would think he'd dozed off. But no, he wasn't asleep. He was stiffly waiting for a bite. Today must be a real shocker for him. Why aren't there any fish, seriously? He glanced around, asking Dahai. I stock so many fish in here every month, so how come I can't catch a single one, huh? Did you secretly eat them all? I even put a golden carp in there initially, and now it's gone, Dahai. Scared, Dahai frantically shook its head, denying everything. Li Nyanfan looked suspiciously at the poor dog, who had to wag its tail continuously, feigning cheerfulness, hoping he'd stop looking at it with such an accusatory glare. Fortunately, this young man wasn't one to hold a grudge against a dog. He quickly recovered his cheerful spirits, scratching his head. "Ah, forget it. I'll just go down the mountain tomorrow and buy some." The next morning, before leaving, he carefully instructed his family. "Zayaba, you watch the house, okay?" The robot-like creature obediently waved its hand. "Yes, my beloved master." One man and one dog descended to the town at the foot of the mountain. From afar, people were already warmly welcoming them. "Oh, Master Li is here. Master Li, long time no see. Master Li, come sit over here." It seemed this gentleman was very much beloved by the people. Even after hiding away for so long, everyone still remembered and missed him. "Master Li, come try my steamed buns. I won't charge you a dime." Along the way, he continuously waved and responded to their greetings. "You're too kind." This time, someone came to express gratitude. "Master Li, last time you cured my daughter's illness, I haven't had a chance to thank you properly." Li Nianfen smiled happily, thinking to himself, though I still can't cultivate to immortality, at least the system taught me some pretty useful stuff. I can actually help people. These people here think I'm amazing, but I've only learned some basic science. In reality, I can't even keep fish alive. He arrived at the fish stall. The vendor, seeing a regular customer, quickly greeted him. "Oh, Master Li. Buying fish again?" Li Nianfen sighed. "Don't even mention it. I clearly stocked so many fish in the lake, but I spent all morning fishing and couldn't catch a single one." The man rested his chin in his hand, thinking, then asked, "Have you checked the water, environment, and food supply?" Li Nianfen replied, "No need to think, absolutely no problem." So the man leaned closer and whispered, "Could it be a demon?" This news startled Li Nianfen, frightening him. A demon?" The man didn't answer, instead bringing out something else. "Master Li, I just happen to have this turtle here." Li Nianfen was confused. "A turtle?" The vendor held out a hand for him to see. "This turtle usually just stays put. Plus, every day at noon it swims ashore to sunbathe. You can put it in your lake. If it's safe and sound, it means the lake is safe. It's like having it scout ahead for you, Master Li." Li Nianfen asked blankly, "So if it doesn't come ashore by noon, it's definitely been eaten by a beast demon?" The vendor replied, "That's right." That Li Nianfen, without a second thought, decided. "I'll buy this turtle." The other man waved his hand joyfully. "Master Li, if it weren't for you, my stall would have closed down long ago. This turtle is still young, and it's not some treasure. Consider it a gift for you, Master Li." Li Nianfen stopped being polite and happily accepted. "Well, thank you, boss." On the way home, he came across a woman wailing, "Nan Nan. A demon took Nan Nan into the mountains. What do I do?" Li Nianfen frowned, stopping to ask. "Nan Nan was taken by a beast demon." Nan Nan was Zhang Danning's daughter, who would always call him brother whenever she saw him like an angel. At this moment, Zhang Danning was still weeping. Passers-by, feeling pity, stopped to comfort her. "Old woman Zhang, aren't there 3 immortal cultivators who went up the mountain to investigate? They'll surely find Nan Nan." Zhang Danning shook her head. "Immortal cultivators are great, but they're from elsewhere and don't know this vast mountain. By the time they find Nan Nan, it might already be too late." The other woman frowned, lamenting, "There are demons in this mountain, and we wouldn't dare go in. After all, we're just mortals, helpless. Just when we were in despair, Master Li. If it's the mountains, I know them best. I can go and lead the way for them." His words were like a lifeline. Everyone was overjoyed. "Master Li, really?" "Master Li," Li Nianfen assured them, "I can follow their tracks up the mountain. I'm sure I'll catch up to them." A young man said anxiously, "Master Li, demons might have demon magic. It's really too dangerous for you to go there." Li Nianfen, though a little scared by this, still bravely said, "I'm just guiding the way for those senior immortal cultivators. I'll be fine. I'll try to be careful. If I run into danger, I'll just run away." Dusk settled as Li Nianfen ascended the mountain alone. As he walked, he reassured himself, "Don't be afraid, Li Nianfen. You can do this." He was doing this for Nan Nan. He'd heard tales that once demons appear, the forest becomes a treacherous maze where people disappear without a trace. He didn't dare think about it anymore, only wanting to moan, "It's too scary." His hand, clutching the jade pendant, trembled. The young lady said this jade pendant would earn her respect from all corners of the world. I wonder if it'll work against these demons. Dahai, walking ahead and leading the way, suddenly stopped and barked 3 times, "Woof, woof, woof." Li Nianfen asked in surprise, "What is it, Dahai?" The dog barked again, "Woof, woof, woof," at the same time. Li Nianfen also spotted a light there, watching as the dog wagged its tail and headed towards a tree root. "Are the cultivators heading towards a demonic beast?" His eyes shone brightly with admiration. As expected of immortal cultivators, they always find them. I was worrying too much. He yelled after the galloping dog. Dahai, saving Nanan is up to the cultivators, all right. Let's go home. But before he could finish, the dog shot off. Lee Nyanfin freaked out, shouting, "You stupid dog, what are you charging over there for?" At the same time, a spot on the mountain shone bright as day. Several cultivators stood at ease, surrounding a leopard. I thought it was some arrogant demon. Turns out it's just a leopard spirit. A cultivator named Luo Hao formed a hand seal. My first day out of the sect and I've already caught a demonic creature. Master will surely reward me handsomely. Bai Luoshuang also drew her sword. Senior brother, slaying demons is our righteous duty. How can we do it for a mere reward? Qinzhu spoke coldly. Leopard spirit, we are disciples of the myriad swords immortal venerable, here to save lives. The leopard twitched its ears, letting out a roar. It splayed its sharp-clawed paws, its massive, ferocious body utterly fearless. It sneered, "Heh heh heh, three snot-nosed brats. You'll barely make a snack." The previously silent Taoist suddenly roared, arrogant. A ring of light appeared around him. Luoshuang Luo Hao, activate the sword formation. To his surprise, the leopard already knew how to respond. It cried out too slow, and lunged rapidly towards the Taoist. The Taoist calmly shouted, "Swords, converge." Then he pointed forward and yelled, "Go, too slow, too slow." Too slow? Indeed, a fully formed leopard spirit possessed formidable power. It simply ran past them, yet all the sword formations shattered. The so-called heroes only managed a brief as the leopard chided. Only a few years of cultivation and you're already trying to be heroes. This leopard with over 2 centuries of cultivation can crush you all with one paw. Bai Luoshuang watched her 2 senior brothers collapse, utterly terrified. Luo Hao struggled to his feet, warning, "Junior sister Luoshuang, quickly set up a defensive formation." Bai Luoshuang obeyed, summoning a formation banner, but she still murmured, "How can this be? It defeated both senior brothers with just one move." No sooner had she finished speaking than her eyes met death. The leopard spirit, now colossal, stood before her. It grinned savagely. "Heh heh heh, a human woman. Truly beautiful. You look like you'd be quite delicious." Bai Luoshuang shrieked in terror, "Senior brothers, save me." Seeing this, the other 2 struggled to their feet. "Fiend, touch our junior sister and you'll die without a burial place. We are disciples of the myriad swords immortal venerable. The myriad swords immortal venerable will never forgive you." The leopard, on its home ground, turned back and declared, "What is there in this god-forsaken place that I wouldn't dare?" Then it eyed the little girl with a lecherous gaze. "Heh heh heh, I'll now slowly devour your beautiful junior sister right in front of you all." The little girl trembled. Please, please spare us." Just then, leaves rustled. The leopard crouched, looking back warily. "Who's there?" To approach without a sound. Incredible. Hearing this, the 3 cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. Could someone be coming to save us? Perhaps Master sensed our danger. A shadow flashed like lightning through the treetops. The leopard watched the approaching figure warily, muttering, "The master of these 3 little brats. Could it be the myriad swords' venerable master?" But it turned out that what confused everyone was Dahai. Even the leopard lost its enthusiasm and sighed. "It's just a dog passing by." "You scared the hell out of me. Where did this dog come from? This old one isn't in the mood to eat you today. Get lost." Who would have thought Dahai would actually speak? "Leopard spirit, don't get ahead of yourself. Don't force my hand." This shocked them even more than being defeated. All 3 clutched their heads, yelling, "That dog can talk, and why does it sound so cool? Dog, run. That demon is super strong." Although their reactions amused the leopard spirit, it quickly regained its intimidating aura. "What a day for meeting idiots. Black dog, do you even know who you're talking to?" Dahai smirked. "Huh. I don't usually go out much, so no, not really." The leopard pointed. "Then I'll just blow some sense into your head and you'll find out." A powerful purple light struck towards Dahai. It was the leopard spirit's leopard dance star storm attack. Dahai stood still as the leopard scoffed. "Next life, reincarnate as a cat, you dumb dog." Luo Hao used his spiritual energy to steady himself, squinting. "The wind is too strong." Dahai, on the other side, neither spoke nor moved. It simply opened its mouth and sucked in all the leopard's power. A moment later, it sat down on the ground, belly bulging. So full, the space fell silent like a blank page. No creature could react to this turn of events. The leopard stared blankly. What? How could this be my ultimate move? Eaten." Dahai shook itself. "All right." Its eyes flashed like stars in the night. "My master is coming soon. I don't have time to waste on you." Fog suddenly rolled in, the sky turned pitch black, and lightning began to strike. The leopard's spirit was terrified. Why is the sky suddenly so dark? Dahai was enveloped in a powerful light. If you've managed to offend me, then you must be punished. The leopard's spirit panicked at the rapidly intensifying light. What's happening? It recoiled in fear. Those dog claws are huge. Dahai transformed into a giant dog. It pounced, its claws infused with spiritual enlightenment. Enlightenment, kitten! The leopard's spirit lost all its ferocity and shrieked. I'm just a pretty little cub. Please, great sir, spare my life. Dahai didn't stop. Too late. It slammed its paw down, squashing the leopard like a mosquito. After it lifted its paw, the ground below was a large, sunken mess. The arrogant leopard's spirit was flattened into a bloody pulp. Just a second later, the sky cleared and light returned. The cultivators kowtowed behind Dahai. Many thanks for saving our lives, immortal dog. Dahai glanced at him from the corner of its eye, saying nothing. It waited for the immortal aura to completely dissipate before turning its head. Dahai slowly says, "Get up. My master enjoys experiencing life as a mortal. Remember, you killed this leopard demon. It has nothing to do with me. When my master arrives, don't mention a single thing about me." Luo Shuang whispers in surprise, "Master." Dahai continues, "Just treat my master as a normal mortal. And me, I'm just an ordinary dog, got it?" It then lifts its leg and relieves itself on the spot, utterly unashamed. The three cultivators exchanged glances, awkward and amazed. Whispering to each other, such a powerful demon dog. What kind of terrifying figure must its master be? Despite their swirling questions, they clasped their hands obediently. Yes, we remember, immortal dog, rest assured. Dahai turns away, good. Just then, Li Nianfen rushes over, panting. Dahai. The three excitedly turn to look. This is the great mortal wanderer. They see only a young man huffing and puffing, his face beet red. Haha, I called you, but you wouldn't listen. Why'd you run off like that? I'm exhausted chasing you. The surrounding villagers gaze at Li Nianfen with immense admiration, thinking, this truly is a master wandering the human world. At this moment, Nianfen, annoyed, slaps Dahai across the face, scolding, I told you to stop. Are you deaf? After the slap, Dahai obediently licks his leg, listening intently to Nianfen. Nianfen adds, humph, now you decide to lick my leg, huh? Luo Hao, taken aback by the unfolding scene, wonders to himself, what kind of master is this, to treat an immortal dog like an ordinary beast? The girl beside him exclaims in alarm, Senior brother, that's a divine dog, a heaven-shaking dog. Even master might not be able to withstand its paw attack. The young man next to her corrects her, Junior sister Luo Shuang, you underestimate master. Master is the venerable of 10,000 swords. He can certainly withstand that paw attack. At worst, he'll need a few months to recover. Luo Hao looks towards Li Nianfen, deep in thought. No, that's not right. This person has no spiritual energy on him. He looks like a mortal no matter how I look at him. After doting on Dahai for a bit, Nianfen suddenly remembers and turns to Luo Hao, shaking his hand warmly. I'm so sorry. Did my dumb dog bother you? My name is Li Nianfen. Thank you, three young heroes, for slaying the demon and protecting not only Nan, but also the peace of the town today. Upon hearing this, Luo Hao analyzes the name Li Nianfen. Nianfen. Doesn't that mean recalling the mortal realm? I understand now. No wonder this reclusive master lives in the mundane world. Even his name has such a profound meaning. A master indeed. Luo Hao immediately bows respectfully in greetings, young Master Li. The only girl among the three steps forward and introduces herself, greetings, young Master Li. My two senior brothers are a bit boisterous, I hope they haven't offended you. My name is Bai Liuxuang, daughter of the venerable of 10,000 swords, Wan Jian Xianzun. It is truly fate to meet you today, young master. Li Nianfen walks directly towards the beast lying on the ground, not forgetting to turn back and say, so sorry, may I take a look over there? Wow, a golden coin leopard. So this is what a demon looks like. Bai Liuxuang is surprised. He's completely ignoring me. Nianfen adds, if this were my previous life, I'd protect animals like this. As he finishes speaking, a golden orb catches his eye, making him exclaim, whoa, what's that? Luo Hao, hearing this, steps forward to answer, reporting to young Master Li, that's a demon core. For a powerful beast like the leopard demon, its demon core is extremely precious. If you use it to advance your cultivation, you could at least break through to the third realm. Nianfen's eyes widen in awe. Whoa, I've only ever seen these on TV before, so they're really that precious. Nianfen places the demon core into Bai Liuxuang's hand and continues, well, you should take good care of it. How can you just leave it lying around? Bai Luoshuang stares blankly at the demon core in her palm. The demon core, young master, are you giving it to me? Luo Hao, standing nearby, also speaks up. Young Master Li, we only managed to slay this leopard demon by sheer luck. We wouldn't dare claim its demon core. Nianfen replies earnestly, if you were the ones who killed the leopard demon, then the demon core should rightfully be yours. Upon hearing this, Bai Luoshuang falls into an internal monologue. So that's how it is, I understand. Senior is testing whether I'm being honest or not. If I accept this demon core, I'll be seen as untrustworthy and will surely be banished to the cold palace. So, even though I don't want to, I have to return to reality. She proactively says, young Master Li, this leopard demon was clearly. At this point, Dahei's repeated barking attracts Nianfen's attention. Li Nianfen turns to look at Dahei, then speaks as if voicing its thoughts. You mean, Dahei's idea is to give you the demon core. If you don't take it, then give us the leopard demon's corpse. We'll enjoy seeing what a golden coin leopard tastes like together. The three freeze in bewilderment for a moment, then Luo Hao replies on their behalf. Young Master Li, if you have such an inclination, then we respectfully obey. Nianfen hears this and happily commands, excellent. Dahei, this corpse is heavy. Why don't you carry it back? Dahei is startled, then quickly glances at Luo Hao's group, flashing a sinister smile. A moment later, Qinzhu, though struggling to carry the leopard's corpse, still manages to chatter on young Master Li. Don't worry. My physique is excellent. I'll help you carry the corpse back. Just make sure it doesn't crush your beloved dog. Nianfen happily replies, haha, thank you. Bai Luoshuang also proactively says, young Master Li, have you heard of the venerable of 10,000 swords, Wan Jian Xianzun? Next time I'll take you there to visit. The venerable is my father. Hearing this, Nianfen thinks to himself, oh my God, cultivators are all so friendly now. Perhaps I transmigrated into a harmonious cultivation world. After the group enters the village, people simultaneously cheer, creating a long string of announcements, they're back. Nan is back, cultivation. Back with Li Nianfen. Nanan raced straight to her mother and the two embraced tightly. Li Nianfen chimed in, joining the joyous atmosphere. That's wonderful. Nanan is safe now. Amidst Nanan's family's endless gratitude, Li Nianfen added, goodness gracious, the demon was killed by those three cultivators. I didn't do anything to help. Luo Hao thought to himself, bewildered. A true master refuses to take credit, even gives away a demon core. He's genuinely benevolent. Li Nianfen then offered, you three demon slayers must be exhausted. Why not come to my place and try some of the leopard demon's meat? Luo Hao, speaking for the group, replied, all right, I mean we'd be imposing. Xiao Bai opened the door, greeting them, welcome home, master. The three cultivators exclaimed in unison, startled, spirit energy. Li Nianfen quickly explained, it's not spirit energy, just a few little special tricks. Come in and sit, don't be shy. Bai Luoshuang looked at Luo Hao worriedly, senior brother, just like that? Luo Hao seemed to understand her unspoken meaning. He replied, I know what you mean. To have such intelligent spirit energy. And he calls this just a small trick. This truly must be the world of a grand master. Before they could fully recover, the three sat on the sofa, their eyes darting around, unable to hide their awe. Not only that, but all the other furnishings, whether straight-edged or circular, were incredibly exquisite. The floor shone brighter than a polished bronze mirror, and this chair. It felt as soft as if it were gently hugging their bottoms. This truly was the world of a grand master. As dusk settled, Qinzhu, Luo Hao, and Bai Luoshuang sat stiffly on Li Nianfen's sofa, not daring to move an inch. Each of them listened intently as Li Nianfen said, I'm usually very lonely here with very few visitors. You three don't need to stand on ceremony, just treat this as your own home. Luo Hao, face rigid, stammered, thank you, Li Nianfen. The decor is certainly quite unique. Hearing this, Li Nianfen's cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment, but secretly he was pleased. This is the interior design style from my previous life. Even if you're cultivators, you'd never understand how chic it is. While Li Nianfen was still lost in his thoughts, Qinzhu suddenly spoke up, grabbing his attention. Li Nianfen, I have something I want to say. He stammered slightly, his hand trembling as he pointed in one direction. Excuse me, what is that? Luo Hao and Bai Luoshuang's eyes widened when they heard him voice their own unspoken question. Qinzhu asked it, I wanted to ask that too, so what exactly is it? Li Nianfen tilted his head slightly, raising a hand. That's an air purifier, its function is to make the air fresher. Qinzhu, having his question answered, gasped, mouth agape. Fresher, he thought, this isn't just fresher. Luo Hao, meanwhile, overreacted even more dramatically. He deliberately threw himself down, falling right onto Qinzhu. Whoa. Oops, I accidentally fell. Qinzhu, hit unexpectedly, cried out, Ow, what's with falling out of nowhere? Then, seeing his senior brother's profound expression, he blurted out, Senior brother. Luo Hao clambered up from Qinzhu's lap, his face grim. Are you out of your mind? Grandmaster Dog once said this senior expert wants to experience mortal life, so we must treat him as a mortal. If the senior expert says it makes the air fresher, then it can only mean... He paused slightly, then continued to emphasize, it makes the air fresher. Qinzhu, having been reprimanded by his senior brother, stammered, I was too careless, everything. All happened too quickly. Li Nianfen, not understanding, asked again, Qinzhu, what were you saying just now? Qinzhu awkwardly scratched his head. Well, it's true, the fresh air does make one's spirit feel invigorated. Hearing this, Li Nianfen smiled triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Right, and that's not all. The water here in my home is also purified by a water filter. As he spoke, he took a teacup and placed it under the hot water spout of the filter, continuing to explain, just press here. Following Li Nianfen's action, a stream of clear, hot water flowed out. The group of three leaned forward simultaneously, sensing the profound allure of the water Li Nianfen had just poured, and took a long, deep breath. This is... The three men's faces showed an exaggerated bliss. Spirit water. Spirit energy, a divine artifact. Seeing how much they liked it, Li Nianfen was also pleased. He opened the door and started to step out. Before leaving, he said to them, I'm glad you all like it. I'm going to the back to cook now. If you want more to drink, feel free to pour yourselves some. All three blushed and gave awkward smiles. Luo Hao cupped his hands politely. We've troubled Li Nianfen then. Clack. Li Nianfen closed the door and left. The moment the door shut, the bright, smiling expressions on their faces all turned utterly pale. Qinzhu spoke first. That was dangerous. Just now I was too careless, Luo Hao continued. He seems like an incredibly powerful individual. Bai Luoshuang warned Qinzhu, Senior brother, you must be more careful. If you offend the senior expert, I won't be able to protect you. Luo Hao, with a serious expression, raised a finger to the sky. Listen carefully, Qinzhu. If we befriend this person, we'll have long-lasting good fortune. No matter what, we absolutely cannot offend him. Just as Luo Hao started rambling on with his lecture, Qinzhu got up and walked to another corner of the room. He picked up a scroll tied with a red string and held it in his hand, asking them, What is this? Seeing him casually touch something in Li Nianfen's house, Luo Hao flinched. Didn't you hear me? Don't touch the senior expert's things. Qinzhu turned to face him calmly. Senior brother, calm down. If senior brother advises me, I certainly won't act recklessly. These scrolls were just discarded here. Following Qinzhu's gaze, Luo Hao and Bai Luoshuang then saw where the scrolls had come from. Li Nianfen's already overflowing trash can. Qinzhu added, It's probably discarded stuff. Luo Hao's imposing aura diminished, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Even so, you still need to be a little careful. Qinzhu held out the scroll, suggesting, Why don't we open it and take a look? Luo Hao bristled again. Qinzhu, how can you even think like that? Is that something a cultivator should do? He said that, but in the end, Luo Hao gave in. His hands trembling, he carefully unfurled the scroll onto the table. As it opened, Luo Hao's eyes widened so much they looked like they might pop out. This is... Inside the unfurled scroll was a landscape of lush green mountains and clear waters. A white-robed man, wearing a straw hat, held a pole to steer a boat, his gaze cold. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the white-robed man turned, drew the sword from his hip, leaped across the water to the shore, and slashed at Luo Hao with one strike. It was so fast, Luo Hao couldn't even react, his eyes wide with terror. Sword intent? This painting has sword intent. Suddenly, Bai Luoshuang's urgent calls rang out, pulling him awake from his dreamlike state. Senior brother. Senior brother Luo Hao, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly spacing out like that? Standing by, Qinzhu worriedly warned, Be careful, don't damage the painting. Luo Hao didn't pay attention to him, answering Bai Luoshuang, I'm fine. It's just that when I looked at it, I was drawn into the painting. It felt so desolate, yet not a trace of fear, just utter courage. Bai Luoshuang felt a mix of awe and trepidation. The swordsman's intent, as if he were on his way to a duel, waiting for an opponent. I could feel myself at the edge of the blade, as if a single strike could see right through me. I felt it too, the sword intent in that painting. Qinzhu stood bewildered, understanding nothing as they spoke as if in another world. He scratched his head and directly asked, "What are you two talking about?" Seeing his clueless expression, Bai Luoswang couldn't help but exclaim, "Such powerful sword intent and you can't even sense it. And you call yourself a disciple of the myriad sword immortal venerable." Luo Hao seemed a bit calmer. He patted Qin Zhu's shoulder and explained, "The myriad sword immortal venerable cultivates sword arts and is highly sensitive to sword intent. Qin Zhu hasn't reached that level of cultivation yet, so it's perfectly normal for him not to sense it." Qin Zhu's face fell, and he pointed at himself. "Huh, haven't reached that level. My theoretical scores are excellent, you know." Ignoring him, Bai Luoswang turned to Luo Hao. "I wonder why young Master Li would discard such a treasure." Behind her, Li Nianfen pushed the door open and entered. Hearing their conversation, he said, "Are you all talking about me?" They hadn't expected him to walk in right at that moment and gasped, "Ah, young Master Li." Luo Hao quickly bowed, his hand still holding a scroll. "We took the liberty of touching your belongings, young master. It was highly presumptuous. Please don't blame us for our rudeness." Li Nianfen was a little taken aback. Well," he then flushed with embarrassment, almost irritation, and said, "That's just a draft I drew. I already threw it away. It was just a whim, not my real skill at all." The three of them saw Li Nianfen's irritated expression and were so horrified their jaws nearly dropped. "Did young master say this is a draft? Young Master Li is angry. Young Master Li is angry. What do we do? A mere draft, yet it contains such potent sword intent?" Luo Hao, trembling and almost tearful with anguish, asked, "If it truly is just a draft, then, would you consider bestowing this precious draft upon us?" Li Nianfen immediately brightened. You like it?" A pink heart arrow pierced straight into his chest. Li Nianfen happily scratched his face, feigning shyness. "Oh dear, if you like it, just take it. What's all this talk about giving or not giving? How embarrassing." He then muttered to himself, "The system taught me to draw, but no one ever liked my paintings before. So this is what it feels like for someone to appreciate your work." Hearing Li Nianfen agree to give them the painting, the three of them simultaneously bowed deeply. "Thank you, young Master Li." Li Nianfen flinched slightly at their profound display of respect. "Such a grand bow, is it really necessary?" After bowing, Luo Hao turned to Bai Luoswang. "There's no time to waste. We must immediately take this treasure back to our venerable master to prevent any unforeseen incidents." Li Nianfen saw his overreaction and was filled with question marks. "Unforeseen incidents? Are you afraid I'll regret it?" Luo Hao quickly changed his expression, laughing brightly. "Ha, young Master Li is just joking." Then he turned and glared at Bai Luoswang. "Luoswang, quickly take the painting." Li Nianfen didn't expose his ruse. Luo Hao once again returned to his solemn demeanor, cupped his hands, and bowed to Li Nianfen. "Young Master Li, we will never forget the immense grace and virtue you've shown us today. I believe Luo will surely make continuous progress in his cultivation, thanks to this encounter. Next time, it will be our honor to host young Master Li and invite you to our humble abode." Li Nianfen watched them ride away on their swords, muttering, "So these are immortal cultivators. They saved Nanan, yet they don't desire grand rewards. Just a single painting is enough. Compared to them, I'm truly pathetic, huh?" As he spoke, Li Nianfen rubbed Dahai's head. "No wonder the system keeps telling me I have no talent for immortal cultivation, right, Dahai?" Dahai gave Li Nianfen an unreadable look. At this moment, on some distant mountain, two female voices suddenly rang out. "I want to perform heroic deeds too and help the people." Another voice replied, "Shiyu, are you sure you're not dreaming?" It turned out to be Luo Shiyu and her mother, Zhang Ziu. Hearing her mother, Luo Shiyu said, "I'm definitely not dreaming. Why don't you believe me? If it wasn't for that senior's help, how could I have broken through to the foundation establishment stage? Can that be faked?" She looked at her mother and called out, "Mother, ever since father forced me to marry Duanmu Li, I haven't had a single peaceful night's sleep." Luo Shiyu felt a headache coming on as she spoke. Walking beside her, Zhang Ziu sighed. "With chaos both within and without, and rebels at our gates, your father and I also find it hard to control matters in the court." Zhang Ziu gently said, "If the senior you mentioned truly has a way to resolve this, it would be the best option right now. Otherwise," Zhang Ziu continued, "marrying Duanmu Li is a princess's duty." Shiyu remained silent, a cloud of sadness hanging over her, offering no reply. The scene shifts. A gigantic piece of glistening, reddish meat sizzles on a grill, its savory aroma wafting through the air. Li Nianfen lay on a lounge chair, sunbathing, while Xiao Bai fanned the grill. "Master," Xiao Bai announced, "the roasted meat is ready. Please make your selection." Nyan Fan stroked his chin, lost in thought as he stared at the system panel. A sudden knock at the door. Guests. He turned, a pleasant smile on his face, and opened it. Well, if it isn't Miss Luo. Welcome, welcome, Shiyu smiled back. Young Master Li, please forgive us for dropping by unannounced. May I introduce my mother? Nyan Fan's gaze flicked over. Ah, your mother. Zhang Ziyu thought, a reclusive master. This is it. Annoyed, Zhang Ziyu lifted her chin. Hello, I'm Zhang Ziyu. Nyan Fan flinched, a wry chuckle in his thoughts. Doesn't seem like the gentle type. His eyes twinkled, a delighted expression on his face. She is quite the beauty, though. A little trouble is fine. Nyan Fan spread his arms wide, warmly inviting the two women in. Come in, both of you. I've just finished making lunch. From a distance, Xiao Bao called out, Master. The roasted meat is done. Nyan Fan led Zhang Ziyu and Shiyu forward. We have guests, Xiao Bao. Guests, Xiao Bao asked. Are they eating with us? Nyan Fan hummed in confirmation. Then it looks like I'll have to prepare 2 more servings, Xiao Bao continued. Zhang Ziyu pointed at Xiao Bao, utterly shocked, about to turn and ask Shiyu, but no words came out. Shiyu waved her hand dismissively. Shiyu laughed, replying, Haha, it's just a common toy you'd find in a master's home, mother. Really, stop being so surprised, all right? Zhang Ziyu was speechless, watching Shiyu approach Xiao Bao. Seeing Shiyu, Xiao Bao said, Beautiful lady, it's truly an honor to see you again. Shiyu chuckled in response. Haha, Xiao Bao, you're quite amusing. Zhang Ziyu was terrified. What kind of spirit artifact is this? Not only can it cook, but it can also flirt. Compared to this, all the imperial treasures of the dynasty are just garbage. Zhang Ziyu gently smoothed her hair, adjusting her expression. It seems I should still treat him with genuine sincerity. Shiyu looked at the roasting meat on the stove. Young Master Li, can this truly be eaten? Zhang Ziyu sternly turned and scolded Shiyu. Shiyu, do not be disrespectful to young Master Li. Shiyu looked surprised. Mother, you're changing your tune faster than flipping a pancake. The two women glanced at each other as Xiao Bao held up a finger, annoyed. Lady, although you are very beautiful, that is no reason to question my culinary skills. Nyan Fan smiled, eyes closed, resting. Heh. Soon enough, everyone will know what the true law of flavor is. Nyan Fan raised a hand, a cool aura around him. Xiao Bao, serve these two ladies quickly, Xiao Bao asked. What's the best flavor? Xiao Bao began to expertly slice and prepare the meat. Understood. Coming right up, a hot, glistening piece of meat placed on the plate. Xiao Bao's blade flashed as he continued, adding vegetables and seasonings. 2 shimmering pieces of meat with spices were arranged on the plate, a drizzle of sauce and golden fish oil. The charcoal-roasted leopard was complete. The two women closed their eyes, inhaling the fragrant aroma. Zhang Ziyu breathed, this scent. Shiyu snatched a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. As she ate, she felt the flavor slowly unfold, gradually savoring it. The roasted meat, which should have lost its original flavor, became even more intensely savory due to the various seasonings. The meat was tender, crispy, fresh, and spicy. Zhang Ziyu held chopsticks in one hand, grabbing meat, while her other hand also held another piece. Everything harmonized, melting in their mouths in a blink. The two women devoured the food non-stop with both hands, as if bursting with enjoyment. The deliciousness was almost intoxicating. Nyan Fan watched the two women. I didn't expect you two to like it so much. You ate the whole plate of leopard. He held up the meat platter. There's one last piece. I originally planned to save it for dinner, but since you two eat so well, Nyan Fan held the plate and asked, so which of you two would like it? Shiyu and Zhang Ziyu's eyes darted over like lightning. The two women began to race towards it, a comical image of 2 figures lunging for the piece of meat. I want it. No, it's mine. In the end, the meat landed squarely in Zhang Ziyu's mouth, followed by a satisfied burp as she rubbed her belly. Shiyu looked on, exasperated. Damn it. I clearly saw it first. Nyan Fan, now in a cheerful mood, asked, Oh, right, what brings you two here today? Zhang Ziyu wiped her mouth. I was so engrossed in the food, I almost forgot the main reason. Shiyu's eyes sparkled sadly. My last piece of meat, Zhang Ziyu said. Shiyu, tell young Master Li our true identities. Shiyu suddenly remembered. Ah, that's right, Shiyu bowed. I understand, mother. Shiyu spoke seriously. Young Master Li, I truly won't hide anything. I am Princess Kyan Long of the Immortal Dynasty. My sudden visit today is indeed because I have something to ask of you. Luo Shiyu clasped her hands loosely in front of her chest, a troubled expression on her face. Young Master Li, I didn't mean to conceal it from you. Please don't be too surprised when you hear my identity. Li Nyan Fan interrupted. If it's truly frightening, then perhaps you shouldn't say it. Luo Shiyu paid no attention to Li Nianfan's words. Luo Shiyu, ignoring Li Nianfan's words, excitedly declared loudly, "Actually, I am the princess of the Qian Long Immortal Dynasty." Li Nianfan jumped, having absolutely no idea what she was talking about. Luo Shiyu continued, "My imperial father ascended the throne not long ago, and his imperial power isn't stable. Two powerful officials control the court, making us suffer unspeakably. My imperial father, seeking peace, wanted to marry me off to the son of one of those treacherous officials, hoping to buy temporary peace." After speaking, she subtly glanced at Li Nianfan's expression, gripping the hem of her clothes in disappointment. But he wasn't surprised at all. Right, young Master Li is a reclusive master. He must have seen through everything long ago. Nianfan's face was blank, as if he understood, yet didn't, as he scratched his cheek. "Although I don't fully understand your political system," he paused slightly, then confidently declared, "I at least gathered one thing. This is a plot from a TV show." Luo Shiyu and her mother, Zhang Ziu, looked utterly bewildered. Both of them were clearly confused. Li Nianfan's face flushed as he sat down, crossing his arms and pointing upwards vaguely. What I mean is, I've seen this kind of thing countless times in TV shows." Luo Shiyu and Zhang Ziu's mouths dropped open in astonishment. Li Nianfan, inner thought, another one of these. Just like in countless stories I've watched, I've seen endless dynasties rise and fall. Luo Shiyu, her head bowed, tears streaming down. "This is wonderful. It seems seeking young Master Li's help was the right choice. We're saved." Zhang Ziu, gently touching Luo Shiyu's shoulder, comforting her. Li Nianfan, looking at them, thinking a young girl forced into marriage by her father. She must feel so wronged. He then says aloud, "Luo Shiyu, don't worry, tell me all the details." His presence felt like a shining light cutting through the darkness for them. Li Nianfan, "I've already prepared countless ideas in my head to help you come up with a solution." Luo Shiyu, seeing his excessive enthusiasm, unable to stop herself from thinking, why does he seem so excited? Despite her inner thoughts, Luo Shiyu cooperates fully, explaining. Luo Shiyu, the major powers of the cultivation world are divided into Xianchao and Zongmen. A Xianchao is an imperial dynasty led by cultivators, controlling cultivation resources. Even its soldiers are cultivators. The cultivators of a Xianchao rule and protect mortals from demonic beasts. The Qianlong Xianchao is one of these. Luo Shiyu, Xianchao in this world. Cultivation is their most important task. Most cultivators are simple-minded and not good at schemes, which has led to two true powers. The Prime Minister's authority in court is immense, and the Imperial Advisor, though a step below, is equally ambitious. They're both incredibly insidious. The Holy Emperor has tried to rein them in multiple times, but failed. Now they openly disregard the law. Luo Shiyu finishes her long explanation, concluding, "Luo Shiyu, young Master Li, we humbly ask for your wisdom. What should we do?" Zhang Ziu, sitting next to Luo Shiyu, adds, "Young Master Li, do you have any ideas?" Li Nianfan, pondering him, sounds like an old trick. Suddenly he looks up, his eyes bright. Li Nianfan, "I've got it. Have you two ever heard of the 36 stratagems, specifically the chain stratagem?" Zhang Ziu, astonished, the 36 stratagems. Luo Shiyu quickly responds, "Young Master Li, I've never heard of it. Please enlighten us." A flicker of inspiration crosses Li Nianfan's mind. Li Nianfan, "Never heard of it. Well then, allow me to show off a little." A somewhat devious grin spreads across his face. Li Nianfan, "First, we'll use the stratagem of fabricating something from nothing." Li Nianfan explains in detail. Li Nianfan, "We spread rumors that the Imperial Advisor himself wants his son to marry the princess as a way to forge ties with the Holy Emperor and manipulate the imperial power." Li Nianfan, "Then use the stratagem of sowing discord between the princess and the Prime Minister's son, who are supposedly deeply in love." Luo Shiyu, "You will tell the Imperial Advisor's son that the Prime Minister's son clings to you day and night, and his father is even plotting to ruin our marriage." These words successfully infuriate the Imperial Advisor's son. Imperial Advisor's son, what? How could their family be so unscrupulous? Princess, don't worry. I'll go back and speak with my father immediately. I won't let anything ruin our love. Li Nianfan, smiling mysteriously, and just like that the victor is decided. All it takes is this one final stratagem, sitting back and watching them fight while the fisherman profits. Zhang Ziu, speechless. This is truly brilliant. Luo Shiyu, though a bit slow to grasp, she still praises profusely. "I don't quite understand it, but it sounds incredibly effective." Li Nianfen, extremely pleased with his plan resolving these kinds of issues. A few tricks from the romance of the Three Kingdoms are more than enough for this. Hey, this is the kind of plot a transmigrator should have. I love it, I love it. Zhang Ziu. Watching Li Nianfen's foolish grin from the side, a doubt creeps into her heart. Zhang Ziu, is this truly the demeanor of a supreme master? Li Nianfen, pondering with his chin in his hand, but would using that trick on this side be more interesting? Zhang Ziu, she couldn't believe her eyes. Not only were his schemes boundless, and his hidden strength unfathomable, but even a casually spoken plan could stir up a storm of blood and chaos. With a flick of his hand, he could bring clear skies and white clouds. Another flick and thunderous storms would rage. How terrifying, absolutely terrifying, they must never make an enemy of this man. Li Nianfen, facing them, clearly states, but this is ultimately your own matter. Whether you can successfully sow discord between them will depend on your own methods, Luo Shiyu. Luo Shiyu, addressed directly, asks me. The two women quickly stand up and bow slightly towards Li Nianfen. Luo Shiyu. Shiyu understands. Having received such great kindness from young Master Li, Shiyu will certainly give her utmost. Li Nianfen repeats his familiar action, rubbing his cheek, blushing. Oh, stop being so polite. It's good that I could help you too. The sun gradually set. Luo Shiyu and Zhang Ziu walked along a mountain path filled with soft light. Luo Shiyu, Mother, there's something I hope you won't be angry about once you hear it. Zhang Ziu. Zhang Ziu, without turning her head, what is it? Luo Shiyu, last time I gave young Master Li the sacred jade pendant that Father Emperor gifted me. Zhang Ziu turns to look at Luo Shiyu, gently scolding, you foolish child. Forget a family heirloom jade. Even something more precious wouldn't be too much to give young Master Li. The imperial family must humble itself to seek aid from such a talented person. This magnanimity and discernment are crucial. Having received young Master Li's help again this time, we must return to the national treasury and prepare an even grander gift. If we can foster a good relationship with this man, it would be an enormous stroke of luck. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Nianfen held a circular jade pendant between two fingers, examining it. Li Nianfen, to be honest, this is the jade pendant Luo Shiyu gave me last time. I thought it was just some street vendor trinket. I can't believe it was from a Xianchao princess. Though the item itself isn't worth much, it's the thought that counts. This could also be considered forming a good connection with the Qianlong Xianchao. Hopefully they'll look out for me in the future. Li Nianfen suddenly sits up, excited. Li Nianfen, that's right. I should just modify this jade pendant. It's perfect for practicing some other skills I'm developing. Dahai, who had been lying beside him, heard his words and stretched. Li Nianfen, his voice rings out again, done. This is much prettier now. Under the table. The simple jade pendant in his hand seemed to have completely transformed, taking on a new appearance. Its surface was exquisitely carved, bound with red string, then hung by the door against the backdrop of blue sky and white clouds. At this moment, on some tranquil lake, a small turtle lay on a rock protruding from the water. It quietly craned its neck, gazing towards the distant shore. There, someone was peeking out, looking in this direction. Turns out that lurking figure was Li Nianfen. Pale and trembling, he hid behind a bush. Dahai and Xiao Bao, one standing, one sitting, watched Li Nianfen in silence, at a loss for words. Li Nianfen gritted his teeth, tears streaming down. He turned his head and said, "Come on, I'm not some immortal cultivator. It's perfectly normal to get spooked by a monster, okay?" Xiao Bao, puzzled, turned to Dahai. "But we didn't say anything," Dahai replied. "Exactly." Li Nianfen didn't hear them, continuing his self-reasoning. "But that turtle's been there so long, which means one thing. There are no monsters in this lake." His grave expression instantly vanished, replaced by profound relief. "Phew, thank goodness." He stood up, clearly relieved, and started to walk away. Otherwise, I'd have no idea where to even move to. Without a second thought for Dahai and Xiao Bao, left in his wake. Meanwhile, at Twin Sword Peak, part of the Wan Jian immortal sect, towering mountains, gently veiled by clouds, gave an impression of unreachable grandeur. A voice suddenly broke the inherent tranquility. On this world, cultivators are divided into two types, immortal dynasties and sects. The Wan Jian immortal sect was once one of the most prominent. Legend has it, the sect's ancestor, Wan Jian Immortal, forged his legendary sword and with a single strike cleaved Mount Qiang in two. That mountain is now known as Twin Sword Peak, where our sect was founded. But with the passage of time, the strength of our disciples has steadily waned. So what fate awaits us? The voice stopped there. Suddenly, a young man with his hair in a half-bun appeared, clutching his face and wailing, "A grand catastrophe!" The young man, burdened by a haphazard pile of belongings, frantically fumbled with them. Still, he managed to turn his head and shout, "I'm still just a trial disciple. I haven't even been formally accepted yet. I'm not getting involved in something this big. Sect leader, I'll see you around." Bai Wuchen stood alone in the vast, desolate courtyard, catching a single leaf as it drifted by. "Leaf carried by the wind. Go, everyone should just go, it's better that way." He loosened his grip, letting the leaf be carried away by the wind. Sensing something, Bai Wuchen glanced back. "How could I not know this is the end? The absolute apocalypse for our Wan Giant immortal sect?" His gaze followed to a lightning-wreathed sword, deeply embedded in the dome. An eerie, sinister aura radiated from its entire form. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. "Senior brother." A woman approached, clad in blue robes embroidered with flowers on the left chest, her hair neatly styled in a bun, secured by 2 golden hairpins. Her brows were slightly furrowed with worry. "Senior brother, some disciples refuse to leave. They insist on fighting to the death. I truly can't bring myself to send them away." Bai Wuchen closed his eyes, then spoke, his voice heavy. "There's no point in a futile sacrifice. The demon sword's provocation embedding itself in our dome." He slowly opened his eyes. "Forget pulling it out. I can't even get close to it." Bai Wuchen sank into old memories. 3 years ago, he recounted, the demon sword manifested, soaring across the skies, wielding the demon-slaying sword. With the strength of a single man, he challenged every sword sect under heaven. To this day, he has never known defeat. And once he conquers a sect, every single soul within it. Not a single soul will be left alive. No one in this entire world has been able to pull out that sword. He glanced at his hand, now marred by age. "How could I possibly match him?" Bai Wuchen turned away. "Junior sister, you must leave as well. Let me face the demon sword alone. If you're willing to remain chaste for me for 10 years, then I'll find solace in that." She refused, her voice firm. "How could I possibly do such a thing, senior brother?" Just then, Qinzhu, Luo Hao, and Bai Liuishuang rushed back. Bai Liuishuang called out, "Father, we're back. On our way, we encountered fellow disciples fleeing for their lives. That's when we learned of this calamity." Before she could finish, Bai Wuchen waved his hand, unleashing a powerful blast toward them. Bai Liuishuang gasped, utterly shocked. "Father, what are you doing?" Bai Wuchen retrieved his sword, resting it behind his back. "You shouldn't have returned," he bellowed, "if you don't leave." His hand trembled as he began to cast a spell. "I will send you away myself." "Father!" Bai Liuishuang cried out in alarm. Seeing this, Luo Hao spoke firmly, "Master, please hear me out. Our sect must surely be blessed by heaven. On this expedition we have obtained a treasure, one that might just help us overcome this difficult hurdle." Standing beside him, Bai Liuishuang unrolled the painting Li Nianfen had given them. "A treasure?" Bai Wuchen questioned. Luo Hao clarified, "Yes, it's this very painting. On this journey, we met a truly extraordinary elder. He keeps a dog that can slay a great demon in the blink of an eye. And he possesses a square energy box that continuously generates spiritual energy. He even uses that spiritual water daily to brew his tea." Bai Liuishuang continued, reverently holding the scroll with both hands. "This painting, he bestowed it upon us." Bai Wuchen stared in utter disbelief, his finger trembling as he pointed at the scroll. You were swindled, weren't you?" He then furiously scolded. "Someone spouts such ridiculous nonsense and you actually believe it. You are all still far too young." Bai Liuishuang pushed the scroll closer. "Father, this truly is a treasure you'll know with just one glance." "Absurd," Bai Wuchen scoffed, snatching the scroll and flinging it aside. "Calamity is already upon us, and you're still fantasizing about using a mere sketch to change the heavens and earth. I, your master, will give you one last lesson to make you see clearly." Wu Chen draws his sword, taking a defensive stance, then lunges at the painting, intent on destroying it. Luo Hao and Bai Liuishuang cry out in alarm, "Master, no!" A sword strike of immense power slashes down, but instead of cleaving the painting as expected, it's gently parried by a single finger. That finger, it belongs to the white-robed man in the straw hat from the painting previously seen at Li Nianfen's home. Wu Chen freezes, his face a mask of confusion. He shouts, "You, who are you?" The white-robed man smirks faintly. A dazzling pillar of light shoots straight up from the mountain peak, piercing the sky. At the foot of the mountain, the disciples who were just leaving are stunned by the sudden tremors. An earthquake. "What's happening?" one disciple speculates. "Could it be the demon sword arriving a day early?" Another immediately refutes, "No, this isn't the demon sword." This is Sect Master's breakthrough, Luo Hao explains. Cultivation realms from lowest to highest are chi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, soul manifestation, soul splitting, body integration, tribulation transcendence, and grand ascension. Only at the nascent soul realm can one barely be considered a powerhouse. Master merely glanced at that painting, and he broke through from nascent soul to soul manifestation. Wu Chen, hands forming a seal, says nothing more, radiating an intense aura of pressure. Qinzhu, seeing this. Qinzhu exclaims, "Excellent. Master's strength has greatly increased. Now even against the demon sword we have a chance." Suddenly, a dark, ominous sword embeds itself in the rooftop, grabbing everyone's attention. The demon sword steps forward, pulling his weapon free. "A breakthrough on the battlefield, you say? It's my first time seeing such a thing. Interesting, truly interesting." Bai Luoshuang stands aside, her face etched with worry as she whispers his name, "The demon sword." The demon sword bellows, "Hey, Bai Wuchen. Your name is Bai Wuchen, isn't it? This venerable remembers now." Wu Chen's close disciples and his daughter Bai Luoshuang are all taken aback by this sudden appearance. The demon sword? Why are you here? Wasn't our duel set for tomorrow?" The demon sword feigns innocence. "Oh, because I saw someone breaking through, I just couldn't resist my curiosity. Children's curiosity is vast, you know. Since I'm already here, let's just settle this, shall we?" He looks down at Wu Chen. "Heh, Bai Wu Chen, I can see you've prepared well, prepared to die." Those around Wu Chen begin to show clear signs of panic. "Senior brother, do we even stand a chance?" Wu Chen, without turning his head, replies simply, "I'll hold him off, you all go." With that, he lunges straight towards the demon sword. The demon sword, seeing this, closes in, provoking Wu Chen. "After a breakthrough, old man Bai, is this your limit?" This speed, the demon sword then swings his sword horizontally, but nothing happens. Wu Chen, surprised, exclaims, "An illusion!" Suddenly, sensing something, he turns just in time to parry a treacherous blow from the demon sword. The demon sword at this moment offers both praise and mockery. "Ah, old man Bai, quite a strong arm you have. I wonder how long you can hold out." The two exchange blows for a while, until Wu Chen lies defeated on the ground. The demon sword continues to sneer. "So this is all a breakthrough amounts to? What a waste of anticipation." Bai Luoshuang cries out in alarm, "Father!" Luo Hao, standing nearby, offers his grim assessment. "The power gap is too great. Even after breaking through to soul manifestation, Master can't withstand 10 of the demon sword's moves." The demon sword, arrogant and smug, boasts, "Excellent. My sword Tao is indeed invincible under heaven. A name like the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect, yet the result is so pathetic. Ha ha ha, I truly am too good." Wu Chen, lying in his junior sister's arms, speaks words of regret. "Regret? It's a pity, junior sister. If I only had 2 more days to comprehend that painting, I truly believe I could have protected the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. But now I can only bring shame upon you, making you die with me. To be so close yet so far, it's truly a pity." The demon sword, looking puzzled, rushes over and shoves the junior sister aside. "A little bit of pity. Don't die yet, you damn old fool. You say you just needed a little bit more. How did I beat you just now? Didn't you even put up a fight?" Wu Chen, utterly exhausted, coughs. "HMPH. Your sword intent is powerful, but compared to the creator of this painting, it's nothing." The demon sword seizes the painting and examines it. Then he becomes incredibly agitated. "A painting? Let me see. HMPH?" He stabs the painting repeatedly with his demon sword, his words a desperate denial. "It must be fake. How could anyone in this world possibly paint such profound sword intent?" After a crushing wave of disappointment, he radiates a terrifying aura of killing intent. He commands the others, "Take me to him. I want to kill him." Qinzhu moves to offer directions, but Luo Hao immediately stops him. "No, this is the destiny of our 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. We cannot implicate young Master Li." Suddenly, Bai Luoshuang, who had been standing quietly in a corner, steps forward, drawing the demon sword's attention. "I'll lead you, but you must agree to my condition. Spare my sect disciples and my father and mother, too." The demon sword listens to her terms, then replies with nonchalant laughter. "Ha ha ha. No, that won't do. At most, I'll agree to kill the creator of that painting first, then come back to kill them all later." Bai Luoshuang can only tremble with rage, but she accepts. Luo Hao speaks up. "Luoshuang, if you provoke young Master Li, I'm afraid there will be even greater trouble." Bai Luoshuang retorts, "Even if that's true, elder brother, do you have a better plan? This is our only chance. You all stay here. I'll take him alone. Even if young Master Li blames someone, he'll only blame me. I'll bear the consequences myself. The 10,000 Swords Immortal sect won't be implicated. Wu Chen, still clinging to life, weakly forces out, Ju. Junior sister, these small injuries are nothing. We should go too. I want to meet that senior. Bai Luoshuang forms a hand seal and flies off. I'll go and return. Seeing Luoshuang fly away, the demon's sword immediately follows close behind, his mouth chattering away. Wait for me, little sister. Bai Luoshuang turns her head, delivering a warning. When you see the creator of that painting, then you'll understand what beyond the heavens, there are heavens truly means. The demon's sword simply replies, I'm very. Though anticipation filled him, so too did chaos and anxiety. Despite what he said, he had to take a moment to consider his chances against the painting's creator. The sword intent within the artwork, while powerful, surely had exhausted its author. If he seized the initiative, he could definitely kill him. A short while later, both arrived. Immediately, Bai Wuchen and his junior sister also descended. The three reunited, crying profusely, No matter the outcome, the three of us will bear this burden together. Gianda watched, a sneer twisting his lips. How nauseating! I'll send you all straight to hell in a moment. He glanced at the dilapidated house before them. HMMPH, he thought arrogantly, seeing this rundown shack actually puts me at ease. Not a single ripple of spiritual energy. Just some mortal, a blind cat catching a dead fish, nothing more. Then he roared, The great Gianda has graced your presence. Why aren't you out here kneeling in welcome? When there was no response, Bai Luoshuang's Shinyang spoke up, puzzled. Luoshuanger, why isn't anyone answering? Luoshuang speculated, Could it be? Li Gongzi isn't home. Hearing this, Bai Wuchen was utterly shocked to his core. Suffering, aren't we doomed? Only Gianda remained smug. HMPH, not home. He must have sensed my sword intent and gotten scared off. To be safe, I'll still eradicate the roots. I'll cripple your foundation first, then kill your true form. Just then, Bai Luoshuang rushed forward to stop him, but it was too late. Gianda swung his sword, a look of delight on his face. Anything this great Gianda wants to do is effortless. What's there to stop me? After the strike, the house didn't budge an inch, leaving Gianda stunned. A barrier? No way! Suddenly, something appeared behind him, making him flinch and cry out, Faux Phoenix! Gianda, now on the back foot, unexpectedly yelled, Why is there a phoenix here? Those three incompetent cultivators played a trick on me. The phoenix then lunged, attacking Gianda, who found himself in a tight spot. He immediately counterattacked. Enough! I am the peerless demonic sword. A man of honor may die, but he will not be disgraced. Even if it's a phoenix, I'll fight you to the death. Die! The two engaged in a bloody battle, and after a while the last image remaining was the phoenix spreading its wings. Victorious, the three others, huddled on the side, watched everything, utterly astonished. Bai Luoshuang then spoke up. Father, Gianda is gone. Bai Wuchen, his voice high-pitched with awe, recounted. A truly peerless master. Gianda, who arrogantly slaughtered thousands, was instantly killed by a mere hanging jade pendant without even seeing his opponent's face. There are always people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens. Such is the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Bai Luoshuang's Shinyang worried, Senior brother, Gianda's death is good, but we ruined the painting. What if the master gets angry? Hearing her question, Bai Wuchen returned to a somber reality. It's worse than having the painting lure Gianda here. But thankfully, Gianda was vanquished, protecting the 10,000 Swords Immortal sect. Even if I die for this, I'll have no regrets. Your father will bear this burden alone. Luoshuang shyly spoke up. Father, mother, I have a bold idea. While Li Gongzi hasn't returned yet, let's run away. Both heard this, stunned. Bai Wuchen instructed, Junior sister Luoshuang will go back first. After we've prepared a thank-you gift, we'll return to repay the master's life-saving grace. The Shinyang replied, Understood, senior brother. Before following them, Bai Luoshuang turned back to the demonic sword and said, Father, mother, wait, I'm taking the demonic sword. Seeing this, he immediately stopped his daughter. You can't touch this sword. The demonic sword is, after all, a demonic sword. While it can quickly boost the user's power, the price is that your mind will be corroded, turning you into a monster that only knows how to kill. If Gianda was killed by the master, then it's only right for the master to claim it. Luoshuang, you really need to curb your habit of picking up anything you find. Luoshuang obediently replied, and then all three of them flew off. A moment later, Li Nianfin returned with Da Hai. Seeing a sword stuck near his house, he called out, hoping to find its owner. Hello, whose sword is this? Nobody wants it, huh? When he received no reply, he picked up the sword and lightly brushed it against a branch, then exclaimed, Huh, this sword seems really sharp. I'll use it for chopping firewood later. Nyanfin carried the sword into the house despite Dahai's protesting barks. Seeing this, he explained, "Oh, it's fine, Dahai. It's just a sword nobody wants. If the owner comes looking for it, I'll just return it to them. Dahai, you really love to worry, don't you?" Suddenly, the sword sparked with electricity. The electricity, Li Nyanfin looked on with delight. "Huh, it's suddenly heating up. It can even warm itself. How miraculous!" An avatar, a skeleton, slowly crawled out from the sword, writhing and lunging at Nyanfin, seeking an opportunity to seize his mind. "Young man, do you crave power? To be unrivaled under heaven, to stand at the peak of the world? Do you crave endless wealth, to have all the most beautiful women in the world? Do you want to take revenge on those who once looked down on you and trampled you underfoot?" At this, Nyanfin simply turned around and said, "What's that noise?" This very reaction shocked the soul within the demonic sword. 3 such fatal attacks, yet nothing happened. Could it be natural immunity? After placing the demonic sword in the kitchen next to the dry firewood, Nyanfin turned away, a satisfied look on his face. Zio Bai said cancers would have good luck today. Didn't expect it to be true. The demonic sword, now desperate, cried out, "Young man, are you still there?" The sheer humiliation caused it to fully materialize as a skeleton, which then continued, "But I am the majestic, peerless demonic sword. How can I be defeated by such a trivial matter? These ignorant humans don't even respect me as they should. All right, let me give you a taste of a real beating. Both that guy and his dog came out of that door. Fine, for your blatant disrespect." With that, he lunged straight for the door, only to be instantly knocked back by an unseen force. He returned to his original spot, trying to make sense of it. What just hit me? A brush? No, that's no ordinary brush. That's a killer brush. How can a mere mortal's house hold a spirit artifact stronger than me? Forget it, must be a coincidence. I just need to get around this brush, and I can reach the door. The Azure Demon Sword's spirit tried to climb the cabinet, only to meet the same fate, leaving him stunned. That cabinet's a spirit artifact too. Then he crawled along the floor, muttering to himself, "I'm a professional demon sword, a high-grade treasure. I refuse to believe I can't reach that door." After that failure, he still wouldn't give up, continuing to head towards the door, but the result was no better. HMPH, how can I, a peerless demon sword, be defeated 3 times in the same damn spot? HMPH, what is it this time? After that, he completely broke down, collapsing in a corner, muttering to himself, HMPH, what is this place anyway? This place anyway? After continuous failures, the demon sword seemed to have learned fear, now moving stealthily. Just let me find a chance to escape, and this world will still be mine. Heh. After just a few steps, something surged up, seizing him tightly. The scene shifted, and he found himself in a different place where a small monk stood, speaking. "Benefactor, please stop." The demon sword stared blankly. "Monk, where did you come from?" The little monk merely redirected the question in response. "Amitabha, benefactor, your demonic nature is too strong. Why not cast aside your blade and take refuge in the Buddha's embrace?" The demon sword seemed unconcerned, focusing only on the little monk and asking, "Who are you?" The little monk happily replied, "I am Lanjia Jing." He snarled back, those 2 words. "I don't know them," the other side happily responded. "It's a Lanjia scripture." Even bound, the demon sword still radiated a terrifying aura of killing intent. "A brush, a cabinet, and now even a tattered book dares to provoke me. Fine then, I'll teach you, reading books is useless." With that, he lunged, attacking with his blood demon claw. The little monk effortlessly countered, without expending any strength, accompanied by a gentle warning. "Benefactor, there's no need to be so aggressive. Let's talk things through first. Your destructive power. Of that last strike," the demon sword could only exclaim, "What?" The little monk simply offered a benevolent smile and continued, "I have no ill intentions. Can you please calm down first?" The demon sword began, "You what in the woe?" But before he could finish, a strike landed directly on his face, cutting him off mid-sentence. Immediately after, a flurry of attacks made the demon sword cry out in indignant frustration. "This is utterly outrageous. You say you have no ill intentions, yet you keep hitting me." The little monk's gentle smile then shifted to a sly grin as he said, "This is all to help benefactor calm down. So benefactor, is your body slowly beginning to think things through now? If you take refuge now, there are still many blessings to gain. What do you think? Just give it a little thought." The demon sword's avatar, seeing this, clearly showed anxiety. This. What in the world is this strange place?" Meanwhile, Li Nyanfin was happily tending to his garden when a large shadow slowly approached him from behind. Nyanfin turned around, a little surprised. Is that my spirit turtle? Wow, it's gotten so big after just 2 holidays. What a comfort, old man. Seeing the little turtle grow so fast, Nyanfin mused. Wait, this is a bit too fast. Could it be that the fish shop owner gave me as a truly rare species? Oh, I really must go thank him. With that, he quickly made his way straight to the fish shop. Nyanfin arrived, greeted the owner, and while he was at it, bought some fish, then told him about the turtle from before. Good afternoon, boss. I came to buy some fish to eat. That spirit turtle you gave me last time is simply amazing. It's only been 2 holidays, and it's almost as big as me. The fish shop owner could only chuckle awkwardly. Haha, young Master Lee, you're exaggerating a bit too much. How could it grow that big? Seizing the opportunity, the owner immediately advertised his fish stall. But my fish are much better than that spirit turtle. The young princes of the immortal dynasty even start fights just to eat my fish. He recounted yesterday's story. The second princess of the immortal dynasty was out strolling yesterday. When she passed by my place, she said she loved my fish. Then the prime minister's son and the grand tutor's son started brawling over my fish right here on the street. A vivid image of the 2 men in a painful struggle instantly came to mind. Shop owner, I'll buy all this fish. Get out of my way, I'm paying. The shop owner continued proudly. They're all cultivators and they all love my fish. Nyanfin was speechless, thinking to himself. ... in my heart. So it was that young lady. She really pulled off her plan well, how clever. The 2 finished their purchases and bid each other farewell. A short while later, dark clouds began to roll in and the streets grew crowded with people. As Nyanfin walked, he grumbled, careful with my fish. Why are there so many people on the street today? Suddenly, something caught Nyanfin's eye, making him grow somber. Paper money? Is there a funeral in town today? Soon after, a line of people in white mourning clothes processed down the street. At this moment, someone announced the funeral of Lady Chen. In the mournful air, amidst the sorrowful sounds, was the hushed chatter of outsiders. Lady Chen was such a kind person. To lose her unborn child and then pass away herself. A joyous occasion turned into a tragedy, truly a cruel fate. Nyanfin strained to listen and couldn't help but feel a sudden shock as he mused. What? Lady Chen passed away? After that, Nyanfin began to ask those around him. She was fine when I came into town a few days ago, wasn't she? Why did she suddenly pass away after just a few days? Hearing Li Nyanfin's question, a woman standing nearby turned and replied, Oh, is that young Master Li? Young Master Li, you. Who knows, they say Madam Chen had a difficult labor. Even the best midwife couldn't save her, and a woman who dies in childbirth might just become a vengeful ghost. Hearing this, Li Nyanfin's face grew somber. Madam Chen was such a kind soul. It's truly pitiful that her body's not even cold and they're already sealing the coffin. Just then, the gates of the Chen manor swung open. People began calling out to each other. The madam is coming out, make way. Clear the path for madam and the young master to be taken from the manor. Everyone, including Li Nyanfin, bowed their heads in silent farewell to the benevolent woman. A wave of sorrow and regret washed over him. Madam Chen is gone, those street urchins she helped. They'll probably starve now, to have an entire town turn out to bid farewell. Only Madam Chen could command such respect. As the crowd paid their respects in silence, only Dahe barked incessantly. Li Nyanfin hastily shushed him. Quiet, Dahe. How can you bark like that at a time like this? Despite the scolding, Dahe barked even louder, making Li Nyanfin suspicious. What, you're saying, this woman? And then Li Nyanfin shouted, Stop, don't close the coffin. His words brought everyone to a halt. Everyone paused, startled. Young Master Li. Li Nyanfin stepped forward. First, don't close the coffin. Madam Chen isn't dead yet. The Chen family butler was stunned. What, my madam isn't dead? Young Master Li, how could you know such a thing? Li Nyanfin honestly lifted Dahe. My dog told me. That answer sent the butler's blood boiling. Damn it, are you making fun of me? He lowered his head and added, Young Master Li, the Chen Manor, and you have no grievances. Please don't joke about my madam's funeral at a time like this. Guards! After speaking for a moment, he looked up, but Li Nyanfin wasn't there. He spun around, only to find Li Nyanfin standing right behind him. Li Nyanfin spoke up. Let me check. Maybe she really is still alive. He placed his hand on Madam Chen's body, then concluded, This is a case of suspended animation. In medical terms, it's called apparent death. Normally, it's very difficult to detect a pulse or breathing in this state. Only by pressing on the eyeball and observing the reaction. I can't blame these people for wanting to seal the coffin. In short, Madam Chen isn't dead yet. He then announced, Madam Chen can be saved. Before he could finish, the crowd erupted in furious shouts. "Beat him! Don't touch the madam's body! Get away from her!" As things grew tenser, someone called out, "Wait!" The butler turned back, crying, "Master!" The Chen family head then said, "Young Master Li, this is no time for reckless jokes. Can my wife truly be saved?" Li Nianfen asserted confidently, "Yes, please let me try." The family head pondered for a moment, then agreed. "All right." As Li Nianfen prepared his things, the surrounding villagers began to murmur loudly. "What, he can save a dead person? I've never heard of such a thing. Young Master Li is being rash and disrespectful to Master Chen's beloved wife. How can he get away with this? Young Master Li is just trying to stir up trouble." Seeing Li Nianfen lay out his tools, everyone wondered, where did young Master Li pull all these things from? A little girl whispered to the midwife, "Midwife, have you ever seen anything like this?" The midwife could only stare blankly. "If I'm not mistaken, he just pulled it from inside his robe." At that moment, Li Nianfen pulled a large lamp from his robe. This completely shocked everyone. Such a huge object, and he can just pull it out of his sleeve. What in the world is this thing? Li Nianfen surveyed everything, then thought to himself, "Good thing that damn system ran off but still left me some space. I'll forgive you for now, you cursed system." Hope began to flicker among the Chen Manor's residents as they whispered to each other. "Young Master Li is truly miraculous. Maybe he really can save Madam and the young master. We must trust him." Li Nianfen picked up a scalpel, reassuring himself, "It's fine, don't be nervous. This time it's almost like helping a lion give birth in the forest, just like last time. You can do this." At this point he began the surgery, splattering blood and alarming those around him. The Chen family head's face turned ashen. "Oh, did I make the wrong decision?" he thought, panicking. Li Nianfen turned to the midwife. "Midwife, come help me. I'm about to open the mother's abdomen to take out the baby." The midwife gasped in fright. "Me? Pop open the mother's abdomen?" He lifted the baby, still attached by the umbilical cord, and continued to instruct her. "Help me cut the umbilical cord. You know how to cut it, right?" The midwife was trembling in a panic. I don't know if I know how," Li Nianfen calmly replied. "Just cut it like normal. Go on, cut it." Once she finished cutting, the midwife seemed to sense something different. This child is truly alive." She turned to Li Nianfen. "Young Master Li is truly miraculous. This child can really be saved." Li Nianfen happily replied, pulling out a needle. "Haha, yes. Hold the child carefully. You must stimulate it awake immediately." Li Nianfen pricked the baby's head, making it cry loudly. Immediately after, the Chen family head wept tears of joy. My son is alive. Thank you, young Master Li. Thank you, young Master Li." People rushed forward, cheering and congratulating. "He can live even after all that? Young Master Li is amazing. Young Master Li is truly extraordinary," he bashfully responded. "Oh, no." But then he turned and saw someone trying to close the coffin lid. Li Nianfen yelled, "What are you doing, trying to close it while I'm not looking?" The steward, looking dumbfounded, replied with an obvious tone, "The madam sacrificed herself to give birth to the young master. We truly can't bear to leave Madam Chen's body exposed like this." Li Nianfen shouted, asserting, "Madam Chen isn't dead yet." The two men asked again, "Even after having her stomach cut open, she's still not dead." Li Nianfen had to shout even louder now. After being sewn up and still clinging to life, Madam Chen finally showed signs of revival. The servants were all in tears. Madam, she's truly alive again." Li Nianfen looked pleased. "Good. Now quickly get your madam somewhere to rest. She almost died a needless death at your hands." The servants could only hang their heads and admit their mistake. "Young Master Li's teachings are so true. So very true." Li Nianfen, still looking dissatisfied, continued his lecture. "And what was all that talk about ill omens? Your superstitions almost got your madam killed, did you know that? HMPH. But it's good that it's resolved. Don't be so foolish again in the future." Immediately, everyone rushed to praise him. "Young Master Li, you're incredible." "Exactly, young Master Li, you're far too modest." Indeed. From somewhere in a pleasure house, Lin Qingyun, the saintess of Lingyun Immortal Pavilion, had witnessed the entire spectacle. Holding her teacup, she looked amused. "How interesting. When they first brought out the coffin, I thought he was just some common swindler, to think he actually brought a dead person back to life." She mused, puzzled. How is this even possible? 9 revolutions soul revival, bringing the dead back, while there have been precedents. Though it requires both immortal-grade medicine and cultivation at the tribulation transcendent stage, neither can be absent. Ultimately, it still comes down to the will of heaven. Lin Qingyun's eyes glinted. "How interesting. I see, this is why you refused the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion's assistance. The Qianlong Immortal Dynasty has been hiding a true treasure. Lin Qingyun looked towards Luo Shiyu. Luo Shiyu stammered, flustered, I don't know him. Lin Qingyun continued, all right, princess, stop pretending, your eyes brimming with affection for him say it all. Tell me honestly, who exactly is that man? A month ago, you said the Prime Minister and the Imperial Advisor were threatening you, demanding our help. Lin Qingyun calmly placed her empty teacup on the table, smiling at Luo Shiyu. But after I arrived here, I discovered it wasn't them who threatened you first. Luo Shiyu's face flushed, her shy expression unable to meet Lin Qingyun's gaze directly. Lin Qingyun pressed on. It's clear you're playing with the Prime Minister's and Imperial Advisor's two sons. You three, father and sons, are completely devoid of schemes. You can't hide anything. And just now, the way you looked at that young master. I boldly speculate that he's the expert who helped you out of that mess, am I right? Lin Qingyun's words instantly grabbed Luo Shiyu's attention. She quickly looked up and denied it. No, it's not. Hearing this, Lin Qingyun pressed. Not what exactly? He's not the master the Qianlong Immortal Dynasty wants to keep for themselves, is he? Don't pretend anymore, I've already seen it. Before Lin Qingyun could finish, Luo Shiyu, face beet red, practically shrieked. I don't like him. Lin Qingyun's intention didn't seem to be just that, because after Luo Shiyu's outburst, she fell into a rare silence. Like him, weren't we talking about the Transcendent Master? Then she quickly forced a smile. Oh, how interesting. I absolutely must know who this person is. Meanwhile, on the bustling street, Li Nianfen, the person they were just talking about, was carrying a basket overflowing with various fruits and vegetables when he suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Achoo, are they talking about me saving Madame Chen again? Elder Chen is being far too generous, insisting I take all this food. He said, awkwardly scratching his head, his expression growing more and more over the top. I didn't save Madame Chen just to be worshipped and thanked. Honestly, it's so embarrassing. Dahe, walking beside him, had a look of clear disdain. What, you're clearly loving every minute of this. Just as he was lost in the glow of it all, unable to snap out of his joy, someone called from behind. Young Master Li. Li Nianfen. The newcomers were Zhang Yuina and her daughter, Nai Nai. Li Nianfen quickly recognized them. Oh, it's Auntie Zhang and Nai Nai. Zhang Yuina clutched Nai Nai's hand tightly. Suddenly, she collapsed to her knees before Li Nianfen. I beg you, young Master Li, please save Nai Nai, save Nai Nai. It all happened so fast, Li Nianfen didn't even have time to react. He gasped, Auntie Zhang. Zhang Yuina said urgently. Last time, Nai Nai was taken by a monster. Her body returned, but her soul. It didn't. Young Master Li, you can bring the dead back to life. Please save Nai Nai. Li Nianfen looked more serious now. Her soul hasn't returned. He cautiously waved a hand in front of Nai Nai's blank face. This is a case of severe psychological trauma after the ordeal. Zhang Yuina's eyes widened. Trauma? What do you mean, trauma? Li Nianfen turned his head away, his expression unreadable. I'm sorry, Auntie Zhang, he stammered, scratching his head. Nai Nai, I can't save her. Zhang Yuina was anxious. Why? Tears welled in Li Nianfen's eyes, two thick trails streaming down his face. Because I haven't studied clinical psychology. Clinical psychology? Zhang Yuina was even more surprised. What is that? Li Nianfen didn't answer her. If I ever find a solution, I'll be sure to tell you. For now, Zhang Yuina was incredibly grateful. Thank you for your concern, young Master Li. She led Nai Nai away, speaking softly to the girl as they walked. Come, Nai Nai, let's go home now. Li Nianfen watched their retreating figures, a wave of sadness washing over his heart. I'm sorry, Auntie Zhang. I couldn't help you, he sighed. I'm just a powerless mortal after all. There's nothing I can do. If only I were an immortal cultivator like Miss Bai and her companions, that would be wonderful. Li Nianfen spoke, not quite to himself, but not exactly to Dahe either. Later, if I get a chance, I'll ask Miss Bai and them if they have any methods. They're immortal cultivators. They're bound to have more ideas than I do. A dark shadow lurked behind a nearby wall, observing Li Nianfen. This surveillance is going quite well. Let's see if I can't uncover your secrets. Heh. Every step Li Nianfen took, the shadow mirrored him until Li Nianfen reached his home. He stopped at his door, pulling out his keys. We're home, Dahe. It turned out that the person following Li Nianfen was Lin Qingyun, the saintess of Lingyun Immortal Pavilion. An immortal cultivator like Miss Bai. A gleeful expression spread across her face. Lin Qingyun cracked a triumphant smile. The Qianlong Immortal Dynasty hides deep secrets, even going so far as to create such a dense forest to conceal everything. If my eyes hadn't seen through it all, how could I have possibly discovered it? Excellent. Now I'll go scout this place out and see what formidable figures are truly hidden here. Oh, King Yun! Bai Wuchen's voice startled her. She looked up to see Bai Wuchen, Bai Liuishuang, and his wife descending opposite her. Sister Liuishuang, Sect Master Bai, Senior Su, what brings you all here? Bai Liuishuang also greeted. Sister Qingyun, long time no see. Lin Qingyun bowed to Bai Wuchen. Junior Lin Qingyun greets Sect Master Bai and Senior Su. Bai Wuchen motioned for her to stand straight. No need for such formalities, no need at all. Lin Qingyun's mind raced, her expression turning dark and thoughtful. Though the myriad sword sect is inferior to our Lingyun immortal pavilion, they are still masters of a sect, an old nascent soul stage monster. Why have they suddenly come to these deep mountains and remote valleys? Furthermore, my master said the myriad sword sect was utterly doomed when challenged by the sword demon. Why? Why are they still perfectly fine? Bai Wuchen stroked his long white beard. Ah, little Qingyun, the last time we met you were still just a child. It's been so long. Is your master, that old monster Yun, still well? Lin Qingyun's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Old monster Yun? He used to call my master Senior. Why has it suddenly changed to old monster Yun? Bai Wuchen chuckled, practically preening. Ha, this Bai was fortunate enough to receive help from an exalted one and broke through to the leaving aperture stage. Lin Qingyun heard his boast and couldn't believe it. How is that possible? Bai Wuchen continued to beam, his nose practically touching the sky. The exalted one even helped us survive the sword demon's onslaught. My myriad sword sect truly had incredible luck. Lin Qingyun seemed to guess something, her gaze drifting towards Li Nianfin's distant house. Could it be? Offering a strategy for the Qianlong immortal dynasty to escape, helping the myriad sword sect survive, helping this old Bai Wuchen break through to the leaving aperture stage, even bringing Madame Chen back from the brink of death, all done by this one person. Who exactly is this? Does such a godlike figure truly exist in this world? She quickly patted her face. Calm down, Lin Qingyun. Both the Qianlong immortal dynasty and the myriad sword sect have made acquaintance with this godlike figure. How can our Lingyun immortal pavilion fall behind them? Acquaintance with this godlike figure. How can our Lingyun immortal pavilion fall behind them? Lin Qingyun clutched her head, tearing at her hair in anguish, completely oblivious to the others. The trio gradually moved away. Bai Liuishuang glanced back at her, then turned to her father. Father, what's Sister Lin doing? Bai Wuchen replied. Just ignore her. She's as temperamental as her own master. Let's go pay our respects to the exalted one first. We mustn't miss this auspicious moment. As they stepped through Li Nianfin's gate, Bai Wuchen reminded his daughter, Liuishuang, you must not be disrespectful to our benefactor. I hope that demon sword from last time didn't cause him any trouble. If our benefactor is upset, we must properly apologize. Bai Liuishuang's face brightened, sparkling with enthusiasm. Of course, father. They quickly knocked on the door. Excuse me, is young Master Li home? Li Nianfin emerged from inside, opening the door. Oh, Miss Bai. Bai Liuishuang greeted him. Young Master Li, how are you? This is my father and this is my mother. Suddenly, Lin Qingyun darted out, squeezing in between them. And me too. Li Nianfin was surprised. Miss, this is... She introduced herself. My name is Lin Qingyun and I'm Liuishuang's good friend. The three members of the Bai family collectively flinched. Damn it, why did she follow us here? Please come in, everyone. Inside, Lin Qingyun gasped in surprise when she saw Xiao Bao. Holy cow, spiritual energy! Xiao Bao waved, greeting her. Lin Qingyun then spotted a vase and exclaimed, spiritual water. When she finally sat down on the sofa, she yelped again. Good heavens, which demon just grabbed my butt? Li Nianfin watched Lin Qingyun's dramatic gestures, scratching his cheek and chuckling. Ha, Miss Lin, you truly are amusing. He headed towards the kitchen, turning back at the door. Oh, that's right, I just finished making some porridge. It's ready now. I'll get some for everyone to taste. Lin Qingyun's eyes sparkled, unable to hide her delight. Ah, I just realized the air itself is filled with spiritual energy. Bai Liuishuang stared at Lin Qingyun for a moment, then took her arm, a cheerful yet firm smile on her face. Sister Lin, when you're at the Exalted One's home, nothing you see is rare or strange. Lin Qingyun was surprised by the grip on her arm. Bai Liuishuang's expression instantly turned menacing, and she ground her teeth, threatening. The Exalted One lives among mortals. Don't mention anything about the immortal realm and make him lose interest. Lin Qingyun broke out in a cold sweat. She quickly looked away, forcing a laugh. Sister Liuishuang, so you have this kind of personality. I get it now. A moment later, Li Nianfin came out carrying a pot. He was surprised to see Lin Qingyun meekly sitting on the sofa, clearly subdued by Liu Shuang's presence. Bai Wuchen, stroking his beard next to her, asked, "Miss Lin, why have you suddenly gone so quiet?" Lin Qingyun cheerfully replied, "I'm just a little tired. Sitting down to rest for a bit. I was too careless. My shock caused me to be disrespectful. This person is absolutely not mortal. I must make a good impression." Li Nianfin brought over a pot of white porridge. "Come, try this porridge." Bai Wuchen cupped his hands and bowed. "Our sudden visit was already presumptuous. There's no need for porridge. Thank you for your kind offer, young Master Li." "Oh, really?" Li Nianfin turned to Lin Qingyun. "What about you, Miss Lin?" Lin Qingyun bowed and closed her eyes. "I won't eat either. Thank you for your kind offer, young Master Li." Li Nianfin rubbed his head, chuckling. All right, everyone's being too polite, ha ha ha." Suddenly, a voice called from behind Bai Wuchen. "Father!" Bai Shuang joyfully pointed at the bowl of porridge in her hand. "Father, are you sure you don't want any?" Bai Wuchen turned back and saw a beam of light emanating from the bowl of porridge. He was horrified. This is... He froze in place, a chilling thought flashing through his mind. "The porridge contains the great Tao. I miscalculated." Immediately he blurted out, "Young Master Li, I actually still want to try this porridge." He looked again, but the pot of porridge Li Nianfin had set on the ground had already been consumed by Da Hai. The silly-faced, four-legged creature licked Wuchen clean. Wuchen, who felt like a crumbling stone, stammered, "It's nothing." Liu Shuang, happily eating porridge, said, "Young Master Li, I won't hold back any more." She felt as if she was flying, her entire body radiating light, eyes closed in pure bliss. Liu Shuang descended, having successfully entered the Foundation Establishment middle stage. Overjoyed by the radiant aura shimmering around her, she rushed to embrace her parents, tears streaming down her face. "Father, Mother, I've broken through to the Foundation Establishment middle stage." Her mother wept. "That's wonderful." Her father, Wuchen, also cried tears of joy. "After all these years, you've finally done it, my child." Meanwhile, Qingyun, hidden in a distant corner, was speechless, utterly unable to utter a sound. She actually broke through? Qingyun thought, a look of disbelief plastered on her face. "Good thing I found out today. Otherwise, at this breakthrough speed, the Myriad Sword Immortal sect could very well threaten the status of my Lingyun Immortal Pavilion." Biting her nails, Qingyun mused, "I have to snatch this senior. I can't let the Myriad Sword Immortal sect gain the upper hand." Wuchen, reaching into his sleeve, said, "Young Master Li, the painting my humble daughter brought back from you last time brought us great fortune. And today we've been blessed with this precious white porridge." He presented a wooden box with both hands, saying, "And to show our gratitude, we've brought a small token of our appreciation." Qingyun, seeing the box, gasped internally, "Could it be that?" Wuchen, with a sly look, said, "I hope you won't despise it." He opened the box. Inside was a crystal sphere containing a miniature sword. Qingyun gasped loudly, "The Myriad Sword Immortal sect's foundational treasure, the Sword River Immortal Jade." Naifan, looking innocently delighted, said, "A glowing rock." Qingyun broke into a cold sweat. "What, a glowing rock?" Bai Wuchen could reach the nascent soul cultivation stage solely by cultivating with the Sword River Immortal Jade. And not just him. All the high-ranking disciples of the Myriad Sword Immortal sect rely on revering the Sword River Immortal Jade once a year to advance their cultivation. Qingyun's eyes were wide as saucers, her mouth agape. In the senior's eyes, this is just a glowing rock. She covered her mouth, a wicked chuckle escaping. HMPH, ridiculous. Qingyun grinned, practically giddy. The Myriad Sword Immortal sect offered their supreme treasure to curry favor with the senior, only for it to be appraised like that. Naifan picked up the jade. "So I can use this as a lamp at night. I really like it. Thank you, both of you." Seeing Naifan accept it, Wuchen and Liu Shuang were overjoyed. Behind them, Qingyun let out a worried huh. Liu Shuang cheerfully said, "As long as young Master Li likes it." She turned, covering her mouth as she asked, "Senior Sister Lin, you came to visit. You didn't come empty-handed, did you?" Qingyun rolled her eyes, gritting her teeth, utterly speechless. This woman, she quickly adopted an awkward, bashful look. "Of course not. My Lingyun Immortal Pavilion has many treasures." Qingyun shivered nervously after saying that. "I rushed out too fast and forgot to bring my own treasure bag." Seeing this, Naifan waved his hand, laughing. "Ha ha ha, Miss Lin, no need to be so polite. I'm just happy you've come to visit my humble abode." Qingyun looked almost tearful, her expression so sorrowful as if she wanted to apologize. Her eyes sparkled as she thought, "He saw my awkwardness and helped me out. Such a kind heart, This senior. Naifan clapped his hands. Oh, right, I just happen to have something I'd like your help with. There's a little girl who was startled by something, and now her mind is unstable. Do any of you have a solution? Luoswang raised her hand. Could it be the little girl from last time? Before she could finish, King Yun eagerly shot her hand up, saying loudly, me. Let me, King Yun anxiously thought. I must try hard to make up for my earlier faux pas, she cheerfully said. Being startled like that means her spiritual soul was harmed. My Lingyun immortal pavilion has many medicines that can treat the spiritual soul. As she spoke, she thought of every type, pills, liquids, wild herbs, decoctions, and powders. Naifan excitedly exclaimed, really? Luoswang beside him shook her head. The little girl is still too young and her spiritual soul is too weak. Those won't work. King Yun thought of a green jade pendant. Crossing her arms, she suggested, how about wearing a soul-nourishing jade? Wearing it for a long time could heal her spiritual soul. Naifan again excitedly said, that doesn't sound bad. But Luoswang beside him added, for a soul-nourishing jade to be effective, it needs to be worn for at least 10, maybe even 20 years. Luoswang innocently asked, Senior Sister Lin, your Lingyun immortal pavilion is the most powerful. Don't you have any other methods? King Yun glowered, dark energy practically radiating towards Luoswang. Naifan then asked, Miss Lin, do you have any other ideas? King Yun nervously clasped her hands together, so anxious she was sweating. Her eyes darted away as she stammered, I. King Yun, still clasping her hands, recounted, when I was little, I was startled and fell into a coma. My master used to tell me stories by my bedside, but that's not exactly a method. Even master was dejected back then, completely out of ideas. Wuchen stroked his beard. Even your master had no solution. Away. Luoswang beside her covered her mouth, teasing. So the great Lingyun immortal pavilion only has that much to offer. King Yun could only fidget with her hands, her face full of frustration. Suddenly, a light bulb seemed to go off. Naifan raised a finger. No, Miss Lin, thanks to your reminder, I've thought of a way. King Yun was worried. Of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, the spiritual soul is the hardest to heal. Young Master Li, do you really have a way? Naifan sheepishly replied, I only know a few foolish mortal methods, but we can try them, can't we? Bai Luoswang, Lan Qingyun, Bai Wuchen, and a certain immortal maiden stood there. All 4 were deeply grateful for young Master Li's talent and kindness. As expected of a senior, to be able to restore a damaged spiritual soul using mortal methods. They huddled together, discussing the plan. What an immense fortune to have the chance to observe him this time. Naifan nearby was instructing Xiao Bai and Dahai. Things cannot be delayed. I'm going into the city now to save the child. Xiao Bai, you look after the house, okay? Interrupting their discussion, they heard young Master Li speak and turned to ask to go with him. The senior is about to go out. Young Master Li, wait, we'll go with you. If there's anything at all we can do to help, please just say the word. Arriving in the city at Zhang Yue's house, Naifan laughs, you could tell all that. I really am not very bright. I've always been so absorbed in books, feeling like I know so much, but in reality I know nothing at all. Li Nianfan stared, dumbfounded, at a loss for words. He could only sigh inwardly, this guy is truly hopeless. Li Nianfan sighed. Alas, throughout history, no one who sought eternal life ever came to a good end. A single year sees spring turn to autumn. 100 years witnesses birth, old age, sickness, and death. 1,000 years can watch dynasties rise and fall. 10,000 years can see the winds of change. If a mortal tries to gaze upon 100,000 years of heaven and earth with the vision of but a single day, they're no different from a frog in a well. He patted the young man's shoulder. My boy, focus on the present and make your own arrangements. This is all I can tell you. Meng Liangjun watched, bewildered, as Li Nianfan and Dahai departed. The sunset painted the street crimson. Young Master Meng stood stunned, mumbling, focus on the present. A second later he looked up, tears welling in his eyes, but his face was radiant with joy. He silently cheered in his heart such profound wisdom, utter brilliance. Meanwhile, Li Nianfan fled with his tail between his legs like a thief. He groaned fearfully, this guy. His idealism is beyond me. Run, run. A towering peak cleft into 2 opposing cliffs was wreathed in mist. As the sunset glowed, 2 figures, one old and one young, trudged silently up the mountain path. The young boy, carrying a basket on his back, asked, Master, are we nearly there? The old man replied, almost. The boy continued, Master, the Wan Giant immortal sect was challenged by the sword demon. I thought they'd been wiped out. Why are we going there? The one called Master closed his eyes and sighed. Bai Wuchen and I were both sword cultivators, clashing openly and covertly for over 100 years. Now he's met a tragic end at the sword demon's hands. Who else but me would collect his corpse? He opened his eyes, his gaze filled with sorrow and regret. He thought that Bai Wuchen, his strength wasn't bad, but he absolutely couldn't have one. By now his body must be cold. Suddenly the master startled. Ahead he saw 3 figures chatting. He could distinctly hear. To hear young Master Li's story were truly blessed. Indeed, old Zhao, the master stared, utterly stunned. What the? Hearing his voice, one of the men turned. Who's there, old Zhao? Old man, what are you doing here? Zhao Lao glared at Chen Lao, then, without holding back, bellowed at Bai Wuchen. Bai Wuchen, why aren't you dead yet? I was just about to come collect your corpse. Bai Wuchen, utterly bewildered, still replied, collect my corpse. Well, thank you very much, then. Chen Lao suddenly deflated and asked, Bai Wuchen, wasn't the sword demon challenging you? Did you run away? Bai Wuchen chuckled, then extended his hand, recalling a wisp of spiritual energy. Run away, take a look at this. Chen Lao saw it and was utterly dumbfounded. You've reached the spirit aperture realm? Bai Wuchen smirked proudly. He thought the Wan Giant immortal sect has profound blessings, truly favored by heaven. That sword demon was merely a small trial for me. Aloud he said, Old Zhao, you don't need to be so envious. Everyone has their own destiny. Zhao Lao, listening to his incessant bragging, found himself speechless. He sighed, then smiled with relief. Zhao Lao cupped his hands respectfully and said, He who comprehends first is the teacher, regardless of age. Congratulations, Senior Bai. His sudden gesture was so unexpected that not only old Bai was surprised, but Zhao Lao's disciple also blurted out, Master. Zhao Lao looked up and smiled. You cultivate immortality and pursue eternal life, but how many truly achieve it? It seems you'll live longer than me. Old Bai's face darkened, his brows furrowing. Old Zhao, don't tell me your lifespan is coming to an end. This situation of the white-haired seeing off the black-haired truly pains the heart. Master Zhao bowed his head and replied, Less than 50 years left. I thought I'd be collecting your corpse, never imagined I'd be the one leaving alone. Bai Wuchen sighed with emotion. Old Zhao, he continued, to be honest with you, the one who helped me break through and defeat the sword demon was a single person. Master Zhao was stunned. What? Old Bai smiled. We've contended our entire lives and I can't bear to see you die. Zhao Lao excitedly asked, Could it be you have a way? Old Bai beamed. Tomorrow I'll take you to hear a story. The next day, as the sun rose, the streets were already abuzz with chatter. Young Master Li has entered the city. After passing through the fallen immortal gate, Li Nianfen was immediately surrounded by greetings. He exchanged pleasantries and said, I'm about to go stake out a spot to hear the story. No sooner had he escaped the chaotic crowd than young Master Li spotted a more formidable danger, Meng Liangjun. Sure enough, the moment Meng Liangjun saw Li Nianfen, he lit up like a cat seeing a fish. Young Master Li, I've been waiting for you for ages. Li Nianfen was startled by his excessive enthusiasm. He muttered inwardly, It's this scholar again. Meng Liangjun excitedly skipped circles around Li Nianfen. Young Master Li, I've had an epiphany. Thank you for your guidance yesterday. Li Nianfen nodded vaguely. Oh, really? Is that so? Meng Liangjun's eyes shone like headlights as he gushed. Young Master Li's meaning is that all things have their own laws. I must perceive the present to truly comprehend and break free from these laws. Li Nianfen quickly interjected, So you still want eternal life? Meng Liangjun was moved to tears. Yes. Young Master Li's great Tao isn't simple. One can only grasp a fraction of it. But I will observe every single thing in this world, perceive its inherent rules, and strive to understand the profound meaning in young Master Li's words sooner. Li Nianfen knew there was no reasoning with someone like him. He had to escape while the guy was lost in his grand thoughts. Run, run. Young Master Li was terrified of this man. What on earth did he realize? He's even more idealistic than I am. Meng Liangjun turned his head back. Seeing Li Nianfen race off as if on fire, the boy blankly called out, Young Master Li! The street was rarely as quiet as it was now. Peach blossoms drifted in the wind, and the storyteller's voice continued from the previous chapter. Li Nianfen fanned himself, surrounded by a crowd of people intently listening to his tales. He slowly began, Miss Bai, Miss Lin, everyone's here again. As he continued the story, young Master Li noticed new faces in the crowd. Oh, these two are Elder Zhao and his silent disciple. He saw their tense, strained expressions under his gaze and worried about their unusual demeanor. He took out a handkerchief. Old man, you're sweating so much. Are you feeling unwell? The old man reached out for the handkerchief. His hand was large but trembled uncontrollably. Elder Zhao gave a bitter smile, raising the handkerchief to wipe his sweat, his mouth stammering before he could form words. Thank you, exalted one. I'm fine. Even as he spoke, both master and disciple were inwardly panicking. Fine? No way. Even the saintess of Lingyun Immortal Pavilion became his silly fangirl. What kind of divine being is this seemingly naive young man? Li Nianfen held his fan and continued his story, picking up from where he left off. The patriarch said, "You have such great affinity today, and I am very pleased. This teaching is just like your wondrous Tao of immortality." All three, Bai Liuxuang, Lin Qingyun, and Bai Wuchen, shared the same expression, hands clasped, eyes shining with excitement. Affinity, joy, wonderful Tao, profound Tao. Li Nianfen continued. The patriarch said, "The secrets of the world are truly wondrous. Alas, in this life I cannot speak of all of them. All things possess essence, energy, and spirit, but they are carefully marked and cannot be revealed. Cannot be revealed, nor should they be spoken. You listen to my teachings and then reflect. This is the great Tao of immortality." With just a few simple sentences, he'd laid it all out. One moment the three of them were ecstatic. The next, their mouths hung open, not understanding a single word. Everyone listened until dusk fell. Dark clouds began to gather, and the sky had already shifted. He gently stroked Nan Nan's head. "Everything in this world originates from its roots. I hope this name helps you achieve renown. After all, who knows what the outcome will be in this realm, what it will ultimately become. I'll continue next time." Finally, the rain poured down like a waterfall, causing everyone listening to chatter excitedly. It's raining. Let's go home. We'll definitely come again next time to hear your stories." Bai Wuchen, standing inside the pavilion, looked up at the rain. This rain truly came the moment he spoke of it. Elder Zhao Leiatu, standing nearby, thought to himself, his words just now turned into a spell. Could this young master be influencing the very changes of heaven and earth? Old Bai stroked his beard, replying as if he'd read the other's mind. "It must be so." Li Nianfen stepped outside, holding out his hand to catch the raindrops. "Oh no, I didn't bring an umbrella." He frowned, brought his hand to his mouth, and loudly declared, "Such a sudden downpour is really annoying. Hey, stop raining already." The two old men watched the scene, utterly astonished. Young Master Li actually told the sky to stop raining. 10 miles away, at the Sahayuan, the fire dragon flew straight up into the sky, sending Xiao Bao and Da Hai into extreme panic. "What do we do? Master's fish flew away. Will he be angry?" Back at Li Nianfen's location, his words actually worked. Sunlight poured down from behind the dark clouds, surprising him slightly. "What? It's sunny now?" He awkwardly scratched his head. "Oh my, the rain really stopped. Could it be because I'm such a good person, doing good deeds, that even the heavens couldn't bear to let me walk home in the rain?" Bai Wuchen and Bai Liuxuang, witnessing the scene, were utterly horrified. Young Master Li still claims he isn't an immortal. This time even a pig wouldn't believe it. Suddenly, Meng Liangjun appeared from behind, calling loudly, "Young Master Li! Young Ma, young master!" He turned around helplessly. "It's you again!" Meng Liangjun excitedly moved closer. "I've recorded all your tales. If young Master Li doesn't mind, I hope to spread this story far and wide." Li Nianfen, flustered, raised a hand. "Yo, your idea is fine, but don't stand so close." Meng Liangjun obediently stepped back and excitedly continued, "So, can I put your name as the author?" He raised a finger and shook it. "Absolutely not." Then he crossed his arms decisively. "This story wasn't written by me. The author's name must be Wu Chenjin, understand?" He pondered the author's name for a moment. Wu Chenjin. Wu Chenjin? Then his face went blank. I've had another epiphany." He then ran off without forgetting to shout loudly to Li Nianfen, who could only stand speechless. "Young Master Li, you are a genius. I'm going back to compile it now." Elder Zhao Leiatu seemed to understand the problem. "So that's how it is, Wu Chenjin." Bai Wuchen also smiled. "Yes, Wu Chenjin, and as for Bai Liuxuang," she excitedly praised, "young Master Li is truly amazing." Only Lin Qingyun, hand on chin, calculated amidst the other three's confusion. "No mistake this. This is truly profound. Journey to the West will absolutely shake the cultivation world. Young Master Li not only willingly shares this vast wisdom, but he also personally named Wu Chenjin. The meaning is..." At this, all four simultaneously cried out in excitement. "No need to be grateful. No need to be grateful, truly worthy of young Master Li." Faced with their excitement, Li Nianfen could only feel helpless. What are they talking about? Then he turned back, cheerfully telling everyone, Well, it's getting late. I should head back too. These past 2 days I've been so focused on Nan Nan that I haven't entertained you properly. Please don't take it to heart. Come visit again next time. Li Nianfen quickly left, waving his hand and calling back. Next time we'll make some common folk food together. Hearing this, Bai Wuchen subtly glanced at his daughter. Common folk food? What does he mean by that? Liuxuang, do you understand young Master Li's hint? Bai Liuxuang's expression tightened as she replied. Grandfather, you and young Master Li have known each other the longest. Of course, you understand his meaning. He pondered for a moment, then continued. Last time the Wild Star incident caused great harm. For little things Li Nianfen turned them into. Folk food. I figure that rage hasn't quite faded from his heart. He truly despises demons. When my father said that, my head started throbbing too. Li Nianfen asking us to find folk food is surely a hint that the story of the great Tao of Wisdom isn't free, that it demands action from us. Lin Qingyun, standing nearby, suddenly smiled, a knowing glint in her eyes. Isn't this simple? I'll just kill a few demon beasts and bring them to him. Luo Shuang, hearing this, excitedly chimed in. I know a place where a nascent soul stage fox demon king lives. Why don't we deal with it? Qingyun's eyes shone brightly like stars as she replied. A fox demon king, perfect for a grand tonic. Seeing the two young, naive children plotting, Bai Wuchen could only shake his head helplessly. Youthful vigor, but that's a demon king. In an instant, Lin Qingyun's face turned utterly ruthless, her entire being radiating an icy killing intent. If it makes Li Nianfen happy, then no matter how many demon kings there are, I'll deal with them all and bring them to him. Seeing her like that, Zhao Leiatu and Bai Liuxuang felt a slight tremor of fear. Is this the personality of a saintess from the Lingyun immortal sect? That's right, Uncle Zhao, you don't. No, 100 miles away on Tiger Mountain, the area around the Tiger King's den was fiercely guarded by cunning tiger soldiers. The Tiger King sat regally on his throne, radiating an imposing, majestic aura. Suddenly a tiger soldier spotted something. Great King, what's that on your head? The Tiger King, bewildered, reached up, only to find a single dark red Chinese character, Li Nianfen. Li Nianfen was hanging clothes when he heard a knock at the door. It was Bai Wuchen and Zhao Leiatu, along with a crushed two-headed wolf, a three-tailed lion, and a large tiger, all flattened on the ground. Seeing him, the two old men respectfully said, Just a small token, please don't mind. We didn't catch much, but it's all fresh. Li Nianfen picked up the tiger's tail, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. If this were my past life, I'd be doing serious jail time. Thinking this, he was filled with renewed excitement. Transmigration really is the best. With that, he dragged the three unfortunate beasts into the house, calling back to the two elders, You two, come in and sit down first. I'll go prepare the ingredients. Li Nianfen bustled about in the kitchen, a picture of joyful energy. La, what should I cook? Immortals came all the way here and even brought so many things. I must entertain them properly. After pondering for a moment, he clapped his hands. That's it, we'll have hot pot. A while later, plates of fresh tiger and wolf meat lay spread across the table, with a two-section hot pot in the center, a truly spectacular sight. Li Nianfen gave a thumbs-up, looking towards Bai. Bai, you're really amazing. Bai praised, simply looked pleased as usual. Then Li Nianfen called out loudly to the cultivators waiting outside. Everyone, come take your seats and eat. Before he could finish, the faces of the four cultivators had already turned to stone, eyes wide and mouths agape at the table of supreme delicacies. Bai Liuxuang stared at a plate of meatballs, utterly bewildered. Why is this meat shaped like this? Lin Qingyun, however, was mesmerized by a plate of pastries. What are these? They look so adorable. Bai Wuchen, in a daze, looked into the hot pot. This hot pot's Taiji style, it's clearly the path of yin and yang. Zhao Leiatu's face also darkened as he looked at old Bai. Unbelievable. This hot pot symbolizes harmonizing yin and yang, the primordial chaos of Taiji. This so-called hot pot, divided into two sections, one with a clear broth and one with a spicy broth, with ingredients both savory and vegetarian, to sample the essence and let it enter the belly to be refined, circulating through the stomach, then expelled from the chrysanthemum to nourish all living things on the continent, beginning the cycle anew endlessly. By the time he finished, old Bai and old Zhao were both radiating spiritual energy, grinning broadly. We've learned. Li Nianfen stared blankly at the cultivators. It's just a hot pot, why are these cultivators acting so weird? Then he gestured to everyone. Come on, everyone eat. Bai Liuxuang still couldn't believe her eyes. I've never seen anything like this before. Lin Qingyun also looked confused. Nianfen, how do we eat this? Then he began to instruct them. Li Nianfen skillfully picked up his chopsticks. All right, watch me. He demonstrated first. The two girls quickly followed, picking up a piece of meat and placing it in the pot. Once cooked, they dipped it in sauce, then ate. Both girls hesitated for a moment, then put the meat into their mouths. As the delicious flavor burst in their mouths, their faces lit up with extreme excitement. So good. This is so good. Bai Wuchen watched from a distance as the two children voraciously ate, shaking his head. These girls, no manners or elegance at all. Then he unhurriedly picked up a piece of cabbage. Before putting it in his mouth, he mused, I'm an old man now. Eating too much meat won't digest well. Let me try some vegetables. The moment he put the vegetable into his mouth, he instantly stiffened. These vegetables, they contain Dao Yun. Li Nianfen picked up a piece of cabbage. These vegetables are all very fresh. I grew them myself. Old Bai regained his composure, stroking his beard. So that's it. If Li Nianfen grew them himself, then it's no surprise they contain Dao Yun. Zhao Leiatu, sitting nearby, heard this and looked astonished. No surprise? Old Chen, Bai Wuchen glanced at Old Zhao, saying suggestively, Old Zhao, you should eat more too. Vegetables are good for health. They might even help you live a few more years. Old Zhao hesitated for a moment, thinking to himself, with the Dao Yun in these vegetables, if I eat a few pieces, I might even be able to break through. Li Nianfen truly is divine. And so, a family of 5 gathered around the hot pot, enjoying the incredibly delicious-looking tiger and wolf meat. Somewhere deep in the forest, 2 streaks of light zipped by, one after another, darting swiftly from branch to trunk. Slowly, 2 dark figures revealed their true forms. They were the unimaginably beautiful 9-tailed fox sisters. Following close behind her sister, the beautiful, delicate little Jiuwei who pleaded, Big sis, please don't transform, okay? It's so dangerous. Her small eyes grew serious, glancing at her sister. Transforming means facing the heavenly tribulation. Just a few bolts of lightning, and if you're not careful, your soul will scatter. Daji avoided her gaze, not answering. Seeing this, Jiuwei pressed on. Big sis, do you really think you're lucky enough to survive? You're going to lose all your previous cultivation and have to start over. What if some evil old geezer captures you while you're weak? Daji whirled around, annoyed. Can't you say anything positive for once? The little fox looked crestfallen but continued. Because if you succeed in transforming, you'll be at your weakest. Cultivators for dozens of miles around will know. They'll come to take your demon core. Daji's heart softened at that. She lowered her head and gently nuzzled the fox's small head. Even if I'm barely clinging to life after transforming, won't I still have you? You'll protect me, won't you? Just as she finished speaking, she sensed something. The time is now. Without another word, she dashed off. The little fox's astonishment, Big Sis Daji ran off, thinking to herself, of course I know transformation is dangerous, but I must transform. My beloved is different. Only by becoming human can I be by the young master's side, serve him, and repay his life-saving kindness. Daji ran, disappearing from the little fox's sight. Not far away, she began her arduous transformation into a human. In the sky above, rain poured down like a waterfall, and thunder boomed as lightning struck relentlessly. Li Yunfan, who was in the forest gathering firewood, was caught in the downpour. He cursed angrily, seriously, rain. Just like that, he quickly ran to find shelter. As if provoked by his words, the heavenly lightning seemed to grow furious, striking down a bolt that sent shivers down Li Yunfan's spine. He quickly dashed into a cave in the cliff face to escape the rain. The last bolt of lightning still terrified him, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. What kind of lightning is this? Is the world ending? Then he realized something, a question rising in his mind. Come to think of it, this lightning, it seems to be striking only one spot. The thunderbolts continued to strike relentlessly in the distance. Far away, 2 sinister old men watched the lightning, discussing it. The man wearing a hat spoke. 9 bolts of heavenly lightning mean 1,000-year-old fox demon is transforming, said the man with the hat. The other stroked his beard, scoffing. What foolish demon plays with its own life like that? The 2 men exchanged glances, their faces slowly twisting into cruel smiles. This is truly a pie falling from the sky. If we can get its demon core, won't breaking through be too easy? First come, first served. After the rain, the sky cleared, bright and open. Sunlight dappled and spread throughout the forest. Daji had transformed into an exquisitely beautiful young woman. She slowly opened her eyes from her daze and quickly sat up. Her body seemed almost translucent beneath the thin, revealing fabric. It was far too revealing. Suddenly a sound behind her startled her. She stared intently at the moving bushes. Li Yunfan pushed them apart and emerged. As he walked, he grumbled, all my firewood's soaked. What a wasted trip today." He suddenly stopped dead, his eyes fixed on Daji. Then, in a panic, he covered his face, revealing only his eyes, his face flushed with embarrassment. "BBB, beautiful lady." He was so flustered by her beauty that he quickly turned away. Daji, a beauty capable of bringing ruin to kingdoms and nations, watched his reaction, then hesitated. Call out, "Young master." A look of profound emotion crossed her face as she recalled the past. "I'm so incredibly lucky. To have just transformed and already meet my benefactor again. 3 years ago I was still a 7-tailed fox, severely injured by cultivators. Thankfully, my benefactor saved me. Not only was I healed, but it only took 3 years to grow 9 tails. Thank the heavens for letting me successfully transform and meet my benefactor again." Daji's thoughts broke off abruptly, distracted by Li Yunfan's action of taking off his robe. "Benefactor, why, you want to do wah?" Before she could finish, he quickly draped his robe over her, causing her to falter. He scratched his face, awkwardly reassuring her, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. You'll be just fine." Li Yunfan was truly a gentleman. He gently sat down, carrying Daji onto his back, and softly added, "You're very weak. I'll take you to get treated." The two walked deeper into the sun-dappled forest. In that romantic scene, a pair of sharp eyes watched them. From the bushes, Jiuehu burst out, her face fierce. "Hateful humans! Although my big sis passed the heavenly tribulation, her life meridian has been shattered. She's only clinging on by her last breath. She won't even last a month." Thinking this, she furiously shrieked. "If not for that man, Big Sis wouldn't have chosen to transform, and she wouldn't die." Witnessing the man and woman before her eyes, Jiuehu erupted in a furious rage. "When Big Sis leaves this world, I will personally ensure that man dies with her." At this time, cultivators within 100 miles all knew a demon had transformed and were rushing towards it. Luoshi stood in her home, watching the streaks of light converging on a single point. Her face filled with worry. "That's in the direction of young Master Li's house." Zhang Ziu stood beside her, also bewildered. "You saw the heavenly lightning too, didn't you, Shiyu?" "Yes, mother," Shiyu replied. "What ultimate goal could this demon have, abandoning 1,000 years of cultivation to transform? Its demon core is incredibly precious. It will definitely attract countless people to fight over it." Her eyes showed panic. "What if the ruckus is too much and disturbs young Master Li's rest?" Just thinking about it, a flame of rage ignited within her. If he's disturbed to the point of not sleeping well and harming his health, wouldn't that be absolutely terrible? Her mother stood. Watching her daughter, the mother could only feel helpless. "Is this what you're so worried about, dear?" Suddenly, a stern voice boomed, startling both mother and daughter. "This absolutely cannot be allowed to happen," Luo Shiyu softly called. "Father." Luo Huang's brows furrowed deeply. He said, "Ever since you both told me of the Exalted One, I've felt that for such a figure to choose our Qianlong immortal dynasty as his resting place is a profound honor. If anyone dares to offend him, it means our hospitality is utterly lacking." Luo Huang was so distraught, tears welled in his eyes. If he were to leave because of being disturbed, the damage would be catastrophic. The mother and daughter on the side nodded in earnest agreement. Exactly. He then declared firmly to his daughter, "Shiyu, we depart now?" She quickly complied, "Yes, father." His brows knitted with fierce determination as he said, "If anyone disturbs the Exalted One's peace." Shiyu's expression shifted, a dangerously sweet smile gracing her lips. "We shall eliminate them on the spot in his stead." Elsewhere, no matter what turmoil engulfed the world, old Zhao remained utterly unbothered. He raised 2 fingers, stating casually, "Well, old man Bai, looks like we're even now." Bai Wuchen mimicked his gesture. In response, old Zhao simply retorted, "You just broke through. Why don't you go guard young Master Li's door? It looks like a very opportune moment." Old Zhao shot a glance at Bai Wuchen. "Of course, I don't mean to hog all the good fortune. I'm simply worried the Exalted One might be disturbed during his secluded cultivation by some pesky nuisances." Old Bai nodded in agreement. "You're right, it is getting a bit noisy. How about we have a little competition then? See who can get rid of more of these pests." No sooner had he finished speaking than the 2 old men unleashed their techniques, sitting within a bagua circle, sparring. Their combined power spread, shaking the entire forest. After a while, the 2 old cultivators calmed their minds and resumed meditating cross-legged. Old Zhao congratulated. "Old man Bai, congratulations on breaking through to the soul detachment stage this time. You've truly become an immortal old-timer. It's all thanks to the Exalted One's vegetables, no doubt. Suddenly, a surge of power descended upon the forest from somewhere, throwing everyone unprepared straight into the air. Help! Where's this attack coming from? Lee Nyanfin finally brought Daji back to his home. He gently placed her on the bed and said, "Don't worry, my place here is very quiet, very safe." No sooner had he finished speaking than the external aftershocks made both of them freeze. Nyanfin glanced outside, then reassured her. He reassured her, "It's nothing, probably just the lingering thunder from earlier." Afterwards, he cheerfully repeated his previous words, "My place here is very quiet, very safe." Daji, a little shy, said, "Tea then." She then gave a radiant, beautiful smile. "I'll obey, young master." Nyanfin continued, You're very badly injured, life-threatening even. May I treat you?" Daji still obediently nodded. "I'll obey, young master." He continued, "You need to rest for a while. If you have nowhere else to go, how about staying here with me for now?" She maintained her state, still saying, "I'll obey, young master." Lee Nyanfin suddenly asked, "What's your name?" But Daji, as if by habit, repeated, "I'll obey, young master." His face darkened upon hearing this. "This isn't something you can obey me on. Do you not have a name?" Daji's eyes welled up. "And no, I can't." Seeing her like this, his mind couldn't help but spin various stories. Could she be a wealthy family's maid, born without human rights, suffering hardships? No name, no identity. She barely escaped, has nowhere to go home to, and was even severely injured by others. As he thought this, tears streamed down his face. "My heart is filled with indignation for this poor girl. She's too pitiful, so if I save her today, won't I become her life-saver? And according to how these stories usually go, if I treat her well, she might repay me with her body, and then we could live together quite naturally." After pondering for a moment, he gently patted her shoulder and said with a soft smile, "Don't be afraid. Whatever hardships you suffered before, they're all over now. From now on, I'll take care of you. If you don't have a name, may I call you Daji?" Daji, still a little confused, felt a surge of happiness in her heart. "Daji, young master named me." She shyly lowered her head and softly replied, I'll obey, young master." "Young master, I actually—" Before she could finish, she realized he had already walked to the door. Nyanfin turned back to her. "I'll go boil some medicine first, then." He closed the door forcefully, but no sooner had he stepped outside than he became so flustered he couldn't sit still. "Oh my God, I've never been alone in a room with a girl before, let alone talking this closely. I'm going to die of embarrassment. But my friendliness will surely rub off on her, right?" He skipped away cheerfully. Go boil medicine." "Boil medicine?" Daji was stunned. Daji was stunned for a few seconds, then bloomed into a radiant smile. Outside the forest, old Zhao smiled. "Without your help, for two old geezers like us to stop those cultivators would have been truly difficult." Lin Qingyun, standing opposite, cheerfully replied, "You two seniors are too polite. In this matter, our interests are perfectly aligned." She chuckled. With the three of us working together, those soul detachment stage rabble certainly won't get close to young Master Li." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, startling all three of them. "Sister Lin, who are you calling rabble?" From behind, Luo Huang and Luo Shiyu, father and daughter, approached grandly. The three cultivators quickly bowed in respect. "Why, your majesty has come in person." Old Zhao, Old Bai, and Lin Qingyun reverently clasped their hands and reported, "Greetings, Emperor Luo Huang." Luo Huang mused for a moment, his eyes fixed on the three. Though the three cultivators appeared respectful, their minds were in a flurry of speculation. "Although our sects have their own territories, they still fall within the jurisdiction of the Qianlong immortal dynasty. Emperor Luo Huang might be shallow in knowledge, but he is, after all, someone of the Qianlong immortal dynasty's pure imperial bloodline, a peak existence, actually left the imperial palace to come here in person." Luo Huang stared thoughtfully at the two old cultivators. Both of these old men have reached the spirit-severing realm. Since when did breaking through to the spirit-severing realm become so easy? Luo Shiyu, bewildered by her father's reaction, crept closer and whispered to him, "I bet young Master Li helped them." The three cultivators, with their sharp senses, overheard her. All three responded cheerfully. Bai Wuchen spoke first. "Indeed, young Master Li helped my myriad sword immortal sect eradicate the sword demon." Next, old Zhao chimed in, "Young Master Li bestowed upon me a hot pot, which helped me break through and extend this rapidly dwindling life of mine." Finally, Lin Qingyun added, "Young Master Li imparted the wisdom of the great Tao through Journey to the West. I was fortunate enough to hear it and benefited greatly." Hearing this, Luo Huang couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy and admiration, though he couldn't voice it aloud. Afterwards, Luo Huang and his daughter, along with the 3 cultivators, headed towards Li Nianfen's house. As they walked, Luo Huang said, "Though we chased some cultivators away, I imagine many more will flock here. Let's go visit young Master Li. Visit young Master Li and see if there's anything we can help him with." A short while later, they arrived in front of his house. Luo Huang noticed something unusual. He saw an emerald jade pendant hanging by the door. "This is the jade pendant I gave Shiyu." Bai Wuchen stepped closer and exclaimed, "Ah, this is Emperor Luo Jinghong's phoenix jade pendant. It seems young Master Li has recarved it." Old Zhao from behind chimed in, "No wonder a phoenix flew out of it last time. It's transformed from crude stone into a divine artifact." Hearing this, Luo Huang was utterly furious. He slammed his fist into the wall, his face contorted in pure anger. The senior must have found this jade pendant too plain. No wonder we weren't called for any good fortune later. The senior has clearly dismissed us. I must redeem myself. Just then, Li Nianfen opened the door. "Oh my, you've all come together. How lively." Seeing him, Bai Wuchen excitedly replied, "What a coincidence. We just met at the foot of the mountain and came together." Luo Huang spun around upon hearing Li Nianfen's voice. Luo Shiyu introduced, "Young Master Li, this is my father, Luo Jinghong." Luo Jinghong quickly bowed respectfully. "Greetings, young Master Li." Li Nianfen turned to Stone Jaw Agape, the head of the nation. One bowed, the other awkwardly returned the greeting as if controlled by strings. "Greetings, sir." "Greetings, sir," Li Nianfen cheerfully continued. "I actually have something I need everyone's help with." Luo Jinghong immediately seized the opportunity to reply, "Young Master Li, there's no need to be so polite. If you need anything, just say so directly. We will absolutely give it our all." Lin Qingyun from the side nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. Whether it's a cultivator or a demon interfering, whoever dares disturb young Master Li will kill them without question. We will absolutely ensure peace and quiet for young Master Li." Li Nianfen could only give a forced laugh. "Ha ha ha, with you all protecting me, I feel very safe indeed. However, the matter I spoke of is actually different. Just now, overwhelming thunder and lightning struck a young lady. I wanted to ask you all to help me see how to save her." Li Nianfen innocently pointed towards Daji, who sat on the bed like a fragile, beautiful maiden. The group instantly went into a frenzy upon seeing her. "That's a transformed demoness." Daji herself was no different. As soon as she recognized the cultivators, she quickly hid behind the bed. He was surprised. "What's wrong with her?" Daji trembled, stammering, "They're here to catch me." Li Nianfen, looking bewildered, pointed at Daji and asked, "You cultivators, are you trying to catch her?" They fell into a panic once more. "No, no, this can't happen. If the senior misunderstands that we're here to catch a transformed demoness, won't we be annihilated on the spot?" Bai Wuchen suddenly became agitated and quickly explained, "Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, young lady. We are friends with young Master Li, you don't need to be afraid." Old Zhao quickly added, "That's right, we have no ulterior motives, no ill will. We won't harm you." Suddenly, all 5 of them adopted sincere, benevolent expressions, looking strangely earnest. "We're all good people." Li Nianfen, seeing this, was reassured and told them his deduction. "This young lady is probably some family's maid, who just managed to escape and misunderstood you all as bad people coming to catch her." Bai Wuchen could only stammer, "Why, young Master Li, whatever you say, that's how it is." He then turned around and gave Daji a thumbs up. She, feeling a bit relieved, thought, "If young Master says they're good people, then I'll listen to young Master." Then Li Nianfen walked over to ladle medicine into a bowl for her. As he did, he said, "Poor girl, she was struck by lightning and is now gravely injured. If you all can help, please see if there's any way to treat her. That would be a huge help." Lin Qingyun and Old Zhao, hearing this, could only feel helpless. "A lightning strike severs life force like a dead tree. There's no way to save her. We're sorry, young Master Li, Li Nianfen, without waiting for them to finish, said, "If I have to rely on myself, it will just take a bit of effort and time." He then gently walked over and spoon-fed Daji the medicine. "Be a good girl, Daji. Bitter medicine cures sickness. You have to endure it a little." As soon as she finished the medicine, Daji's entire body seemed to revive. Her sickly pallor instantly turned rosy to everyone's astonishment. This medicine, this fox demon was clearly dead for sure, but just one bowl of medicine turned the tide of heaven and earth. Lin Qingyun suddenly beamed. "That was lightning, right? This is equivalent to snatching someone from the hands of the heavenly Tao. What kind of existence is young Master Li, after all?" Li Nianfen looked at Daji's glowing body and couldn't help but exclaim, So beautiful young ladies glow after drinking medicine. Lin Qingyun from behind moved closer to ask. Young Master Li and our Lingyun Xianji, we have quite a few. I believe our 10,000 sword immortal sect, with its millennia of heritage, also possesses some truly rare spirit herbs. Bai Wuchen and Lao Zhao quickly chimed in. They might be just what young master needs for Mr. Jai's injuries. I'll fetch my most precious ones at once. Even I, Luo Huang, the ruler of a nation, must offer something precious to win young Master Li's favor, Luo Huang declared. I'll return to the palace to fetch medicine for you right away, but please accept this first. He then pulled a square wooden box from his sleeve. Thank you for offering a solution to the Qianlong immortal dynasty's troubles. The jade pendant I offered last time was nothing. This time I'm giving him a national treasure. This will surely salvage my image. Li Nianfen took the box, scratching his head awkwardly. Oh, you're all far too polite. I'm truly embarrassed. He then opened the lid, and from within, a dazzlingly beautiful golden dragon flew out, so magnificent it left everyone awestruck. A massive golden dragon appeared before the crowd, making them gasp in shock, mouths agape. The jade dragon fire, seeing itself summoned yet everyone frozen speechless, finally spoke. What's the matter? Why did you summon this venerable one? Lin Qingyun, still dazed, stammered, This is. Lao Zhao finished her sentence for her. This is the jade dragon fire. Bai Wuchen's eyes went wide. It's the Qianlong immortal dynasty's national treasure. Li Nianfen smiled, his face looking quite gentle and harmless. He extended his hand, and in his palm a golden pearl glowed. The jade dragon fire, seeing this, flinched, its eyes widening, unsure if it feared Li Nianfen or the pearl in his hand. Then, to everyone's astonishment, it quickly retreated back into the golden pearl. It seems Li Nianfen scared the living daylights out of it. Luo Huang spluttered. It ran away. Our Qianlong immortal dynasty's majestic jade dragon fire. Ran away? Lin Qingyun spoke seriously. The jade dragon fire is an unparalleled treasure of the Qianlong immortal dynasty, formed from the essence of an ancient fire dragon. It's always been incredibly arrogant. Instead of saying the emperor possesses the jade dragon fire, it's more accurate to say, she paused, then continued, it chooses its master. Yet it took one look at young Master Li and immediately got scared stiff. Li Nianfen's face flushed as he chuckled awkwardly, turning to them. Did it just breathe fire? It was too fast, I didn't see it clearly. Luo Huang, still reeling from shock, only snapped back to reality when Luo Shiyu nudged him. He then chuckled warmly at Li Nianfen. Yes, it certainly knows how to breathe fire. Li Nianfen's face lit up with delight. He carefully raised the pearl in his hand. Oh, so powerful, huh? Then he spoke to the jade dragon fire still hidden within the pearl. Come on, breathe some more fire, let's see. Whoa, it can even shoot fireworks, he muttered. First light bulbs, then lighters, and now this. You cultivators really do have a lot of interesting toys. Luo Huang clasped his hands together, speaking in a coaxing tone, like one would to a child. As long as young Master Li likes it, that's all that matters. Li Nianfen crossed his arms, nodding thoughtfully. I can't just keep accepting your hospitality without giving back. Next time I must properly repay your kindness. Could it be? Luo Huang and the others exclaimed in unison, astonishment quickly turning to tearful joy. Yes. We humbly accept young Master Li's immense generosity. Li Nianfen clasped Luo Huang's hand. Then I'll be relying on you all for Mr. Jai's medicine. Thank you. Luo Huang quickly replied, Young Master Li, you're far too kind. Far too kind. The two of them exchanged sycophantic smiles. With the flattering done, Luo Huang swiftly returned to his serious demeanor. Now we must go prepare. With that, they transformed into streaks of light and vanished, leaving Li Nianfen alone in the vast courtyard, watching them go. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyun swiftly flew back from outside, a piece of yellow paper clutched between two fingers. The saintess has returned, someone suddenly exclaimed. Lin Qingyun immediately ordered, Bring all the spirit herbs from the storerooms here at once. An elder, following her, said, Saintess, we have so many spirit herbs it would take months to transport them all. He rubbed his hands nervously. Saintess, if you're in any difficulty, please just tell this old man. Such a vast amount of medicine, a normal person couldn't possibly consume it all. It was then that Lin Qingyun realized her oversight. She quickly turned. You're right, elder, I didn't think this through. She rubbed her chin, then instructed, In that case, just bring the finest quality ones, that'll do. Upon hearing this, the elder nearly choked on his saliva. Why, yes, that'll do. Elder! The frightened servants nearby cried out. the scene shifted back to Li Nianfin's residence. Li Nianfin was strolling through his flower garden with De Jai, chatting casually as they walked. De Jai, look, this is the garden I meticulously tended. It's not huge, but it should be enough for the two of us to live comfortably. Spotting De Hai and Bai, he introduced them to De Jai. This is De Hai. He might look ordinary, but he's very obedient, and this is Bai, our estate's butler. If you need anything, just tell him. Bai bowed slightly towards De Jai. Greetings, mistress, my respects to the mistress. Li Nianfin was secretly thrilled, but feigned annoyance. Mistress. Aya Bai, what nonsense are you spouting? De Jai stood silently, her face impassive, not uttering a sound. But inside, a storm of astonishment raged. A divine dog and a spirit beast. And this garden is full of spirit herbs everywhere. How is any of this ordinary? I had planned to repay young master's kindness after I fully transformed, to bear him children, protect him for a lifetime. But with things like this, how can I call this repaying kindness? I'm clearly just latching onto a big shot. De Jai, her eyes swimming, watched Li Nianfin crouch down and scold Bai. You're not allowed to call her mistress yet, understand? She thought dejectedly, how could such a divine, immortal-like being ever look at someone like me? She timidly touched her fingers together and asked Li Nianfin, Young master, can I truly live here? Li Nianfin, hearing this, turned and countered, What are you talking about, De Jai? But of course you can live here. If you don't mind, this will be your home from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Daji bow deeply. Then Daji will surely serve you well, master. Li Nianfin was startled by her sudden pronouncement. Recovering, he sat before Daji. Daji, from now on, you don't need to serve anyone. We'll treat each other as equals. Equals? Daji repeated softly, her face flushing as she looked up at Li Nianfin, then quickly dropped her gaze, disheartened. Daji doesn't understand. Li Nianfin saw her pathetic expression and his hand trembled. He quickly shifted from sitting to kneeling before her, tears streaming down. Don't worry. If you don't know, I can teach you. Li Nianfin set out a chessboard and sat opposite Daji, beginning his explanation. First, let's start with Go. A giant question mark appeared above Daji's head. Young Master Li, this is. Li Nianfin smiled brightly. This is Go. Daji looked bewildered, muttering to herself, I know it's Go, but why suddenly play Go? Li Nianfin calmly explained, no matter who sits on either side of this board, they are equals. Emperors and beggars play Go, teachers and students. And students play Go. All hierarchies vanish on this board. That's the allure of the game. Daji spoke again. Daji still doesn't understand. Li Nianfin, without a hint of impatience, gently said, Games are the best way to cultivate connection. Look, I'll teach you. He placed a black stone down. Daji felt as if she was sitting in the middle of the board, black and white stones swirling around her. Li Nianfin's voice continued steadily. The rules are like this. We'll start simple. Daji, like a tiny human before Li Nianfin's go pieces, watched in wide-eyed astonishment as his hand slowly placed a stone. This is the path of yin and yang, black and white. Daji was too foolish when she transformed, unable to stop the heavenly tribulation. Young Master Li, out of compassion, uses Go to show Daji the true path, the great Tao. Tears streamed down her face. Young Master Li has given Daji a new lease on life. Li Nianfin clapped his hands, a bright smile on his face. See, 5 black stones in a row like this and black wins. Do you want to try? Uh-oh. Seeing Daji bow her head and cry, Li Nianfin panicked. What? Why are you crying? Daji suddenly looked up, tears still glistening, and smiled. Thank you, young Master Li. Daji understands. Daji is willing to follow your teachings, young master, and try cultivation once more. Daji prostrated herself before Li Nianfin, tears flowing ceaselessly as she said, Thank you for your immense kindness, young master. Li Nianfin quickly helped her up, gently scolding, What are you doing? Didn't I say we should treat each other as equals? Stop being so timid and bowing all the time. Daji stood with his help. Your immense kindness, young master, Daji doesn't know how to repay it. Daji vows to serve you her entire life, to be your ox or horse, whatever you wish. Li Nianfin was stunned by each of her statements. The words, be your ox or horse. Serve you. Whatever you wish, repeating, piercing straight through him. He blushes furiously, his ears and the top of his head practically steaming. Is this a test from the heavens? Li Nianfin snapped back to reality, rubbing his head, completely losing the dignified air he had just moments ago when speaking of equality. Although my values always lean towards equality being better. If you insist, then, that's fine too. Dahai and Bai stood behind, staring at their master's utterly unhuman-like demeanor, their eyes rolling in disdain. Are those really human words coming from master's mouth? Human words? The sun rises high. Two pure white birds perch on a branch outside Li Nianfin's house, chirping softly together. Li Nianfin, looking quite excited, pulls open his door from inside. Time to gather some wild greens for Daji's dumplings. Then he notices something, glancing over at Meng Lianjun, who is sitting cross-legged, eyes closed on a rock in front of his house. Why is this scholar sitting at my doorstep? Li Nianfin is taken aback. He notices Meng Lianjun's wide-open, unfocused eyes staring straight ahead, completely dazed. He doesn't seem to see me. Meng Lianjun then seems to register Li Nianfin's presence, letting out a soft "ah" before practically gliding over to him. "Greetings, young Master Li." Li Nianfin crosses his arms, looking slightly annoyed, and glances at Meng Lianjun. "What are you doing, spacing out here?" Meng Lianjun raises a hand, smiling. "This humble scholar was captivated by the couplet on your door and inadvertently disturbed you, young Master Li. When did my brain get waterlogged enough to write those 2 lines? Li Nianfin thinks regretfully. He turns to Meng Lianjun. "I just wrote that offhand, don't take it seriously." Meng Lianjun quickly refutes this. He couldn't help but raise his voice slightly. "No, young Master Li, I had a question I couldn't resolve and specifically came here to seek guidance. Little did I know, before even meeting you, young master, you had already written the answer right on your door. This humble scholar has been greatly enlightened. Even a tiny glimpse has brought immense benefit." Li Nianfin, too lazy to listen to his ramblings, turns and goes inside, closing the door. Meng Lianjun, still oblivious to Li Nianfin's disappearance, continues his eloquent monologue. "This humble scholar will follow young Master Li's teachings, observing all things, all beings, even the spirit of a tiny worm or an ant." Li Nianfin stands inside, pressing his hands against the door, eyes closed, playing deaf. Meng Lianjun glances toward where Li Nianfin was on the other side of the door, lets out a soft sigh, then returns to the original rock, continuing to stare at Li Nianfin's house. As afternoon draws on, Luo Huang and Luo Xiu are flying through the sky, both with small pouches at their hips. Luo Huang says, "It wouldn't be right to be the first to bring something to the senior." He pauses. "There's demonic energy." He looks into the distance. Following his gaze, 2 thick, swirling plumes of red and purple demonic energy rise. Luo Xiu says anxiously, "It's in young Master Li's direction." Luo Huang exclaims in alarm, "This demonic energy. It belongs to 2 great demon kings. They must be looking for something inside. If those evolving demon cores disturb the elder, we're done for." Luo Xiu countered, "Do you really think we can stop 2 demon kings?" They transformed into 2 streaks of golden light, speeding towards the distant location. All they could do was give it their all. Meanwhile, the 2 demon kings Luo Huang spoke of were already nearing Li Nianfin's home. One looked like a bull, the other a dog. At first glance, they were utterly grotesque. The dog demon flicked out its long, drooling tongue, licking its sharp, pointed claws. "I smell it, heh, the scent of that 9-tailed fox. She's right inside this courtyard." The bull demon grinned, baring its sharp teeth. "Who knew this fox would dare to take human form? What easy pickings." The dog demon snarled. "She escaped when she was just a 7-tailed fox back then. No such luck this time." The bull demon's eyes widened, its mouth agape. "Now that she's weak, we'll finish them both off." The 2 stepped forward, strolling past a rock where Meng Lianjun sat idly. They suddenly stopped, turning their heads. Meng Lianjun was staring intently at them. But just as quickly, they turned away. "Who's this passerby?" The bull demon scoffed. The dog demon still toyed with its sharp claws. "Catching the fox is more important." Suddenly, Meng Lianjun called out softly from behind them, "Stop! This is not a place you should enter. Turn back now." They stared, astonished, and spun around. "Do you know who you're messing with?" The bull demon roared, spewing a powerful blast of energy towards Meng Lianjun. It swirled around him, then simply dissipated. Seeing Meng Lianjun utterly unfazed, they assumed he was paralyzed with fear. HMPH, scared senseless, are we? What a dimwit," they gloated. With that, they turned to leave again. Meng Lianjun sighed. HMPH, so utterly deluded and foolish." He rose from the rock, walking past them. "How can the sacred abode of young Master Li be defiled by 2 mere demons like you? I originally intended to spare your lives, but you insist on buzzing around like annoying flies. If you're so eager to die, just say so." The dog demon flew into a rage, launching a powerful punch at Meng Lianjun. Its force quickly enveloped him in a potent, swirling aura, yet it caused him not a single scratch. They gaped, dumbfounded, and swore profanely. Meng Liangjun stepped forward. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The sky, which had been clear moments before, suddenly turned ominous after Meng Liangjun's words, and several terrifying bolts of lightning struck down. Only then did the demons truly know fear. "No, no, we were wrong, please spare us," they shrieked, clutching their heads. But no matter how much they regretted or panicked, it was too late. A massive vortex descended upon them, shaking them until they reverted to their original forms, a bull and a yellow dog. Meng Liangjun sighed again, pity in his gaze. "It's not easy for animals to cultivate into spirits. Too bad you chose the wrong path. Begin again." He watched them lie there, trembling and paralyzed, then looked up at Li Nianfin's front door. He cupped his hands slightly, bowed, then turned and departed. Luo Huang and Luo Shiyu quickly arrived in front of Li Nianfin's house, coincidentally witnessing Meng Liangjun defeat the two demon kings who had reverted to their true forms. Both were utterly stunned to see how the scholar like Meng Liangjun could so easily defeat two demon kings. Luo Huang blurted out, "Shiyu, did you see that?" Luo Shiyu quickly replied, "Yes, father. That scholar killed two demon kings in an instant." In a blink, Meng Liangjun stood before them, a smile on his face. "Are you two guests of young Master Li?" Luo Huang and Luo Shiyu cupped their hands and bowed in greeting. "Greetings, young master." Meng Liangjun lifted his head, exhaling. "How I admire you two for becoming esteemed guests of young Master Li. He has never invited me into his home, perhaps because I am too foolish." He waved his hand at them. "You two must cherish this privilege." Luo Huang bowed deeply. "We will certainly remember." Noticing Meng Liangjun's bare feet, Luo Shiyu couldn't help but ask, "May I ask, young master, where are you headed?" Luo Huang gently admonished her, "Shiyu, don't be so presumptuous." Meng Liangjun paid no mind to Luo Huang's quiet reprimand and answered Luo Shiyu, "I plan to emulate the journey to the west, traveling westward. I'll both perceive the essence of heaven and earth and spread the Tao of this journey to the west to everyone." Luo Shiyu tilted her head, puzzled. "Traveling such a long distance, why not wear shoes?" Meng Liangjun turned his head. "Only by having my feet touch the earth can I truly merge with heaven and earth." With those words, he turned and walked away. Luo Shiyu watched Meng Liangjun's departing figure, sighing with emotion. "What an extraordinary person," Luo Huang added. "Indeed, perhaps he is different from us. He doesn't cultivate immortality, but cultivates the Tao." Once inside Li Nianfin's home, the two recounted the entire incident to him. Li Nianfin's astonished voice rang out, "What? You two met that scholar at the door? He was sitting there all day?" Luo Huang ventured a guess. "We think he's the one who revised Journey to the West for young Master Li. Truly a talent." Li Nianfin, looking annoyed, said, "What talent? He's just a bookworm who constantly asks me how to achieve immortality. I've explained it very clearly, but why doesn't he understand?" He then pulled out a green, ring-like object, a spatial medicinal herb, and said to them, "Oh, I haven't thanked you two for giving me this herb yet." He frowned, seeing their agape, astonished expressions. "What's wrong with you two?" Luo Huang and Luo Shiyu's astonishment stemmed from three words in Li Nianfin's recent sentence. "Tao of immortality." They marveled internally, so that's what the scholar learned from young Master Li, the Tao of immortality. No wonder he's so powerful. Li Nianfin, still holding the spatial medicinal herb, asked them, "Is this a spatial artifact from your cultivation world? How truly magical." Just then, Lin Qingyun, from who knows where, cautiously poked her head out. "Is anyone home? The door wasn't shut, so I just came on in." She paused, her eyes bulging as if they'd pop out, and her mouth hanging wide open at the medicinal space in Li Nianfin's hand. "No way." Lin Qingyun patted her face to calm herself. She muttered inwardly, "The Qianlong immortal dynasty has gone all out, and I've brought the most precious spiritual herbs from Lingyun Immortal Pavilion." Li Nianfin smiled. "Young Lady Lin, you've arrived too." Lin Qingyun beamed cheerfully. "Yes, I'm here to deliver medicine to young Master Li." With a flick of her hand, countless spiritual herbs appeared, hovering in midair. Luo Huang and Luo Shiyu were so dazzled by the glowing herbs they couldn't even open their eyes. This is," Lin Qingyun boasted. "That's right, these are peak-grade spiritual herbs from the cultivation world. They're divided into low, mid, and peak grade. Above peak grade are immortal spiritual herbs, and beyond that are innate spiritual roots, found only in the heavens," she said, her heart practically bleeding. "In this world, any force that could suddenly produce 16 of these, well, you could probably count them on one hand." Luo Huang and Luo Xiu couldn't help but comment upon seeing her pained expression. Looks like your heart's bleeding so much you're coughing up blood. Li Nianfen looked at the spiritual herbs, enveloped in golden light, and couldn't resist reaching out to take them. He sincerely praised, "Whoa, they look just like props from an RPG game, so beautiful." Bai Wuchen and Old Man Zhao peeked out from where Lin Qingyun had appeared, exclaiming, "Young Master Li, we're here too. We also brought a small token of our appreciation." Old Man Zhao held up a small box. "Our sword sect can't compare to the Qianlong Immortal Dynasty or the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion in terms of resources. Our spiritual herbs are hardly worth mentioning." He opened the small box. "I brought a seed. Our patriarch, when he was young, was adventuring in an ancient secret realm and was lucky enough to acquire it." Luo Huang looked at the small box in his hand. "Your patriarch was young at least 1,000 years ago, wasn't he?" Luo Xiu, standing beside him, wondered, "What kind of seed could live that long?" Old Man Zhao shook his head frankly. "I don't know. When I was a kid, I was messing around and discovered it was impervious to blades, spears, water, and fire." Li Nianfen picked up the tiny seed. "Interesting. It really is alive, though it seems to be in a state of suspended animation." He asked Old Man Zhao again, "Are you really giving it to me? I truly want to try and bring it back to life." Old Man Zhao said joyfully, "As long as young Master Li doesn't mind it. A seed impervious to fire and water that's lived for hundreds of years. Anyway, I have the title of Divine Farmer. I want to try planting it and see what it truly is." "Oh, that's right." Li Nianfen suddenly remembered something, turned around and hurried off, not forgetting to call back to them. "Since you've brought so many treasures, I've also prepared some small gifts in return for you all." With that, he left behind a group of people whose eyes gleamed with anticipation. Gifts for us?" Not long after, Li Nianfen returned, carrying several small brown paper bags. "The tea tree in the backyard is ready for harvest. It's nothing valuable, but I grew it myself, so at least it's fresh and guaranteed good." With that, he offered the tea bags. Each of the cultivators took a tea bag, and each of them plastered on equally joyful expressions. Luo Huang, on behalf of the group, cupped his hands to Li Nianfen. "Many thanks for your tea leaves, young Master Li. We'll take our leave now." As soon as he finished, their faces all darkened. They clutched Li Nianfen's tea bags tightly to their chests, thinking something this precious. If word gets out, we're done for. The 5 of them quickly transformed into streaks of light and shot away. Li Nianfen watched them go. Couldn't help but marvel, good heavens, cultivators can fly that fast, like a super-fast airplane. Just then, Daji walked out from inside. Hearing him, she asked, "Flying machine. Is that like a flying chicken?" Li Nianfen turned to look at her, chuckling foolishly. "Haha, your pronunciation is a bit stiff, Daji. You came just in time. Young Lady Lin and her group brought a lot of spiritual herbs." He gently placed the bulging bag on the table. "I've picked out the ones that will help with your injuries. The rest I plan to plant in the backyard. These sparkling, glowing herbs will make excellent decorations, I'm sure." Daji's face went blank. "Plant spiritual herbs as decorations." Li Nianfen spread out the sparkling spiritual herbs he spoke of. "That's right, look how pretty they are." Blinded by the light of the spiritual herbs, Daji stammered in shock. This. "Young Master, these are peak-grade spiritual herbs. Herbs of this caliber are governed by the will of heaven itself. If planted incorrectly, they will be ruined." Li Nianfen said confidently, "HMPH, you're looking down on me. Don't let my appearance fool you. I've lived here for 5 years, and all the vegetables I eat I grow myself. Napa cabbage, potatoes, you name it." Daji was so distressed she was almost in tears, her eyes bloodshot. "Napa cabbage and potatoes, how can you compare them to spiritual herbs?" Li Nianfen waved at Daji. "Come over here, let me show you my vegetable garden." Coming back to her senses, Daji worried inwardly, though young Master isn't a mortal, comparing spiritual herbs to Napa cabbage. I don't know if he's genuinely simple-minded or just a bit foolish. But very quickly, she was struck by a powerful surge of Tao aura, blowing away her foolish thoughts. Daji wondered in astonishment, this is Tao aura. But just as quickly, she corrected herself, no, it's just traces of Tao. It's rumored that when one's comprehension of the Tao reaches a transcendent realm, their Tao aura leaves traces in this world, known as traces of Tao. The Tao traces in the backyard are somewhat different from the Tao aura around young Master Li. What on earth exists here to leave behind such intense Tao traces? And what realm must the person who left these traces be in? Li Nianfen tilted his head, looking curiously at Daji. Seeing her completely unresponsive, he walked over and leaned in slightly, observing her. "Daji, why aren't you speaking? Are you feeling unwell again? Daji snapped out of it, stammering. Forgive me, young master. Daji was just too shocked. Li Nianfen chuckled brightly. Haha, is that so? Well, I might not be good at other things. Even with so many, I'm still incredibly confident about this garden. Gosh, I've never led anyone to the backyard before, Daji. You're the first after that. Dog system, to come in here. Look, I plan to plant these 16 trees right over there. He gestured to a corner of the garden. What do you think? Li Nianfen asked, a faint blush on his face. Do you like it? But Daji barely registered his words, her mind still replaying dog system that Li Nianfen had just mentioned. A system? Is that what they call an immortal? No, someone this incredible definitely isn't just any transcendent immortal. Still getting no answer, Li Nianfen called out, Daji, you don't like it. He then took her hand and pulled her along. Don't just stand there, let's go. Only when he tugged her did Daji snap out of her reverie. Her eyes widened as she looked ahead. That's spirit cabbage, spirit potato, spirit watermelon. Daji was stunned, speechless. No wonder they've become divine items, growing in an environment brimming with such potent spiritual energy. Ha! She looked at the clear blue lake ahead. Are there fish in the lake too? Then before her very eyes, a turtle burst from the water. Isn't that a mystic tortoise? Nianfen calmly answered her unspoken question. It is a mystic tortoise. The fish shop owner gave it to me. Its name is Old Gooey. When I first got him, he was only the size of my palm. Yet in less than a month, he's already grown this big. Daji reeled from yet another shock. A month? Still oblivious, Li Nianfen continued. I was worried there might be demons in the pond back then, so I got him to test the waters. I really worried for nothing. How could there be demons in my place? Daji sank back into her thoughts, her mind racing. No, I'm the one who worried for nothing. How could I possibly doubt that a divine figure of this caliber couldn't cultivate spirit herbs? And that tortoise? She trembled with excitement. My perception is truly abysmal. How dare I question young master? From now on, I must always remember that young master's every thought is absolutely infallible. Watching Li Nianfen happily watering, Daji came and sat beside him. Young master, what is this? Li Nianfen answered. These are seeds Uncle Zhao gave me. He said they've lived for several thousand years. I wonder if they can still sprout. Let's try. He clapped his hands with eager anticipation. I'm so excited. What will grow from them? Elsewhere, amidst shimmering, colorful clouds, stood Qin Manion, the saintess of Lingxian Dao Palace. Behind her, a little girl dressed somewhat similarly to Saintess Qin. Sister Qin, are we also here to capture this nine-tailed demon fox? Manion replied with a cold expression. No. The celestial fox bloodline is an ancient, rare species, unlike any common creature. It's rumored that just a drop of a nine-tailed celestial fox's blood can cleanse marrow, temper bones, and shed one's mortal coil. However, for a fox to manifest 9 tails is far harder than for a mortal to achieve immortality. For millennia, no 9-tailed celestial fox has ever appeared. Everyone believed this precious bloodline had gone extinct. Now, for one to suddenly appear and even take human form, it's bound to be eyed by the greedy. She glanced at the little girl standing behind her. If our Lingxian Dao Palace doesn't step in to protect it, who else will? I get it, the little girl said cheerfully. So we're here to protect it. I'll definitely do my best. Manion continued, exactly. Only within our Lingxian Dao Palace can it receive the best protection, and only our Lingxian Dao Palace possesses the power to protect it. The little girl cut in. It's the palace of the Qianlong Immortal Dynasty. Sister Qin, we've arrived. Manion replied. All right. Since we've reached the territory of the Qianlong Immortal Dynasty, it's only proper to inform the local lord first. We'll visit Emperor Luo and conveniently ask him if he knows where the 9-tailed celestial fox which has appeared in his territory is hiding. The vast study was sparsely furnished. In the center lay a large, round red rug, upon which a long table was placed. Emperor Luo sat there, chin propped on his hand, a worried frown etched on his face. What am I to do? At this rate, these cultivators will find young Master Li's courtyard sooner or later. Zhang Ziu entered from outside, carrying a tray with a teapot. How much longer can the barrier, jointly set up by the Yunling Tian Pavilion and the Myriad Sword Immortal Sect, hold? Emperor Luo's eyes were nearly bulging from his head as he fretted. It's almost at its breaking point. Not only are cultivators swarming here, but there are also hordes of dark demons, each one as ferocious as a tiger. They can't even tell male from female, yet they're absolutely dead set on devouring that 9-tailed celestial fox alive. As he spoke, Tears welled in his eyes, and he trembled. If young Master Li is disturbed, what in the world are we going to do? Suddenly, a servant poked his head in and announced, "Your Majesty, a nascent soul cultivator from Lingxian Dao Palace has arrived." The news left both of them utterly astonished. What, a nascent soul cultivator? Emperor Luo was dumbfounded. Even someone from Lingxian Dao Palace has come. He then slammed the table loudly. Loudly, what are you waiting for? Go welcome them. With that, he stood up and hurried out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct, "Trouble Madam to personally brew the finest tribute red tea from the southern domain." "Use that one," Zhang Ziyu immediately replied. "This servant knows." But then, as if realizing something, she stammered softly, "But where is that tea?" Meanwhile, the beautiful Manhwa gracefully descended from the clouds. Whispers rose around her. "Is that a fairy?" Another, slightly more knowledgeable, heard this and scoffed, "Idiot, that's the saintess of Lingxian Dao Palace, Miss Qin Manhwa." The first speaker asked again, "Also a saintess. How does she compare to the young lady of Lingyun Immortal Pavilion?" The other person elaborated, "Lingxian Dao Palace daring to call itself Lingxian, approaching immortals, isn't arrogance. They're only one step away from true immortals. They are one of the most top-tier forces in the cultivation world." At this moment, Emperor Luo emerged from the study. Manhwa, seeing him, lowered herself into a respectful greeting. "Greetings, Emperor Luo." Emperor Luo cupped his hands in return. "I wonder what brings Miss Qin to visit." Manhwa's expression was calm as she stated, "Emperor Luo, you know perfectly well why I'm here, yet you still ask. Of course, I've come for the nine-tailed celestial fox." A dark storm brewed inside Luo Huang, like a sky crisscrossed with lightning. Yet he forced a smile, masking his turmoil. A nine-tailed celestial fox hasn't appeared in 1,000 years. This sudden news is likely just a baseless rumor, impossible to trust. Manhwa lowered her eyes, then quickly brightened. No, this news comes directly from Demon King Yinyu. He's been searching for the fox tribe for a long time and knows everything about them. It can't be false." She paused, looking up at Luo Huang. "Luo Huang, are you trying to hide something? Could it be you already know the whereabouts of the nine-tailed celestial fox and just won't say?" Luo Huang was immediately terrified internally. "Damn, I was careless. Do people from Lingxian Dao Palace always speak so bluntly? How am I supposed to refute that?" Luo Huang could only raise his hand in an inviting gesture. No. How about we discuss this over tea instead?" Meanwhile, Zhang Ziyu was still fussing over the pile of items on the large shelf in front of her, muttering, "I need the very best tea leaves to serve them." Is this it?" Her gaze fell on a small yellow box, a tribute from the southern domain. "Now to grab it." She looked at the large and small bundles piled in the corner of the room, a hint of doubt crossing her face. She picked up a red paper bag from the pile, opened it, and a dazzling light shone out from within. "What is this? What kind of tea is this? I've never seen anything like it." Zhang Ziyu looked at the shimmering tea bag, then at the unremarkable yellow tea box. I see." In another room, Luo Huang and Manhwa sat facing each other. "May I be so bold as to ask, why is Lingxian Dao Palace searching for this nine-tailed celestial fox?" Manhwa replied without hesitation. "The nine-tailed celestial fox is the creature closest to an immortal in this world, and also the one with the highest hope of cultivating to become an immortal. We wish to invite her to join Lingxian Dao Palace, to wholeheartedly nurture her and help her achieve immortality." Hearing this, Luo Huang simply responded, "So that's it." Manhwa continued, "Rest assured, Luo Huang, we bear her no ill will. It's just, there's something else, you know." Luo Huang guessed what she meant. Manhwa replied, "Exactly. Some time ago, the immortal path was severed. Even our Lingxian Dao Palace hasn't had anyone achieve true immortality for a very long time. The appearance of this nine-tailed celestial fox is extremely important to us. If we can reopen the immortal path, it would be a blessing for all cultivators under heaven." Luo Huang's expression became serious. He'd always just accepted the immortal path was severed. But then, Li Nianfan's stupidly grinning face flashed in his mind, with Da Hai and Xiao Bai glaring at him, radiating pure malice. "Just 2 days ago, I met someone even more incredible than an immortal. If the immortal path truly was severed, how did that person get here? And the nine-tailed celestial fox is right beside him. Let me tell you, would she even dare to demand her presence? In the end, Lingxian Dao Palace still can't compare to young Master Li." Seeing his dazed, flushed face, Manhwa couldn't help but slam the table. "Luo Huang, pull yourself together, please. Two of Demon King Yinyu's demon kings went missing while searching for the nine-tailed celestial fox. Now he sent even more forces to search extensively. If they find the nine-tailed celestial fox first and devour her inner core, not only will there be no nine-tailed celestial fox left in the world, but even Demon King Yinyu himself would become an unstoppable terror. Man Yun sat back in her seat, her voice lowering. I urge you, Luo Huang, please consider this carefully. Luo Huang was startled by her shouting, stammering, I understand what you're saying, it's just. Just then, Zhang Ziu arrived, carrying a tray with steaming hot tea, gracefully interrupting. Mistress Qin, please enjoy some tea. Man Yun looked at the steaming teapot. Thank you, Luo Huang, for your gracious hospitality. This tea is truly rare. Since we have the chance today, I'd be honored if Mistress Qin would also partake. Man Yun raised the teacup. Then I'll try some. She paused slightly, looking at the clear green color of the tea. This tea, it truly is good tea. Luo Huang also picked up a teacup, his expression quickly falling. This isn't from my collection. This has to be. The tea young Master Li gave me. Man Yun, holding her teacup, said, When cultivating immortality, what is the most important thing? It's not spiritual power, nor is it innate talent. A vision sparked in her mind's eye. She saw herself floating under a peach tree, its blossoms falling like snow. Amidst this ethereal scene, she glimpsed Qing Yun, standing, gazing at a sleeping Buddha beyond distant mountains. No, it's enlightenment. She focused intensely, then calmly closed her eyes as the vision faded. Man Yun continued, Only through enlightenment can one break through bottlenecks. And for most cultivators, a single bottleneck can last a lifetime. She calmly opened her eyes, looking at the teacup in her hand. What is this tea, truly? A single cup, yet it offers an opportunity for enlightenment. Even Lingxian Dao Palace's finest tea leaves pale in comparison. Man Yun looked up. He looked up asking Luo Huang, Excuse me, these tea leaves. She saw Luo Huang's frowning, uncomfortable expression. What's with that angry scowl? Luo Huang tremblingly asked, my wife, where did you find these tea leaves? Zhang Ziu cheerfully replied, I found them tucked away in a corner of the treasury. I bet whoever put them there completely forgot about them. There were still some leaves left. Luo Huang interrupted. I intentionally hid them there. He yelled, You wasteful woman. Wasteful woman. He was so upset he was almost crying. Young Master Li gave me this tea. I haven't even dared to drink a bit of it. This is a priceless treasure. He clutched his head, weeping, and shouted, It's my most precious treasure, my very heart and soul. Seeing Luo Huang like this, Man Yun looked very amused. She happily toyed with her teacup, saying, Luo Huang, there's no need to get so agitated. This is indeed excellent tea. My Lingxian Dao Palace will certainly remember this. Thoughtful gesture of yours. Luo Huang angrily cursed internally, Thoughtfulness my ass. Go screw yourself, woman. Man Yun cheerfully said, Throughout history, countless sects and clans have hoped to forge connections with Lingxian Dao Palace, but only you have been able to offer such a treasure. How about you spare a few more of these leaves for me? I'll take them back for the elders of Lingxian Dao Palace to sample. I'm sure the entire Lingxian Dao Palace would also. Man Van, looking at the Qianlong Imperial Dynasty, spoke with a complacent, cheerful air. Even if it ended up here, rest assured. Our Linxian Dao Palace won't take your things for free. We can exchange them for other treasures. Ignoring Luo Huang, whose entire body was burning with rage, she said, What did you say? Luo Huang, eyes bloodshot with fury, roared, You drank my lifeblood treasure and you still want to exchange it for something else. Soon after, Man Van was outside, followed by a resounding slam of the door. Man Van turned around. The immortal maiden beside her asked, Saintess, what exactly happened? Why did the Qianlong Imperial Dynasty act so rudely towards you? Man Van calmly and nonchalantly replied, Just as I said, Imperial Dynasty's sects want to ingratiate themselves with our Lin Xian Dao Palace, lining up from the far south to the far north. I was just now inquiring about the whereabouts of the Jiui Tianhu. The Qianlong Imperial Dynasty dared to offend us to hide it. She chuckled. There must be a huge secret hidden in this. The immortal maiden walking beside her asked in surprise, A huge secret? Man Van continued. Luo Huang just mentioned Li Gongzi, saying the exquisite tea was gifted by Li Gongzi. Have someone from Lin Xian Dao Palace find this Li Gongzi for me. The Qianlong Imperial Dynasty still. Right before my eyes, how can there be a secret? Man Van suddenly heard a voice call out, Sister Qin, I hope you'll reconsider. She turned around. Luo Ziyu, younger sister. Ziyu appeared and said, I know you, Sister Qin. When you decide to do something, you see it through. Since we already know Li Gongzi exists, revealing him is just a matter of time. Manvan proudly said, "Indeed, younger sister Ziyu, you truly understand me." Ziyu continued, "However, Sister Qin, if you've already tasted that tea, you must have an inkling that this Li Gongzi is no ordinary person." Manvan silently watched Ziyu, who continued, "If we act rashly, not only will the Qianlong imperial dynasty face catastrophe, but even our Lin Xian Dao palace might be annihilated." Manvan mused, "Her words are a bit much." Ziyu replied, not bothering to look at her. "To tell you the truth, that person also rescued the Jiuyi Tianhu from a heavenly tribulation. Sister Qin, you needn't worry yourself any longer." Manvan was surprised. "Rescued from a heavenly tribulation? How can that be? What realm is this grand figure in? Could it be an immortal?" Ziyu replied with a serious expression. "Not an immortal, but above an immortal." The lively street was bustling with various sounds. "Make way, steamed buns, hot steamed buns," a young man was walking and looking aside, not paying attention to the front, and bumped into the woman in front of him. The woman, a big mom type with a beard, flared with anger, intending to punch the young man. She furiously yelled, "Can't you watch where you're going? Are you out of your mind?" The young man trembled in fear, stuttering, I was just stunned. Who wouldn't be stunned seeing an immortal maiden?" The people he was looking at were Manvan and Ziyu. Manvan glanced around, a look of utter distaste on her face. "How utterly vulgar! Ziyu, my younger sister, why exactly did you bring me here?" Ziyu, walking beside her, happily said, "Sister Qin, don't be angry. Li Gongzi doesn't like being disturbed, so it's not convenient to bring you to visit him. But there's someone else. Once you meet him, Sister Qin, I believe you'll understand." Manvan was unconvinced, thinking to herself, "The path between immortals and mortals has been severed for over 1,000 years. Luo Ziyu then added, "There is a figure even above immortals. If that's true, it would bring earth-shattering changes to the cultivation world." She asked Ziyu, who was walking ahead, "Who is this other person?" Ziyu turned her head back, a knowing look on her face, and said, "The book boy. Li Gongzi's book boy." Inside a tea house, countless people sat, enjoying their tea. Manvan looked around, curious. "Listening to stories everywhere I look. Our princess is here. Why aren't they in the private rooms on the second floor?" Ziyu, sipping her tea, replied, "This storyteller doesn't discriminate between high and low status, Sister Qin. Just listen and you'll see." Manvan's gaze was drawn to a pair of dusty bare feet approaching. She was startled to see Man Liangjun step forward. He ascended the steps to the platform, crossed his legs, and sat down. "Picking up from where I left off last time." Liangjun, with his eyes closed as if in thoughtful meditation, said with a gentle smile, "How about we talk about Sun Wukong?" He sat cross-legged on the table, hands clasped, a look of eager excitement on his face, and continued joyfully, "Wreaking havoc in the celestial palace." At this moment, Man Liangjun was telling a story to Princess Luo Ziyu and Man Van. Sun Wukong devoured all the immortal peaches in the Jade Emperor's peach garden. Enraged, the Jade Emperor ordered the 4 great heavenly kings to assist Heavenly King Li and Prince Neja, along with 100,000 celestial soldiers, to besiege Flowerfruit Mountain. That monkey had to be dealt with. Man Van listened intently to Man Liangjun's story, her mind conjuring the chaotic scene. Sun Wukong, standing alone before tens of thousands of celestial soldiers and generals. Neja initiated the battle with his divine spear. Wukong, eyes burning crimson, charged forward, swinging his mighty Ruyi Jingu Bang down from above, sending everything flying. Man Van mused, "Is this truly the world of immortals? 100,000 celestial soldiers, 100,000 immortals. Our revered ancestors who achieved immortality were perhaps merely one type among them. We struggle our entire lives just to become immortals, expending our life's essence, yet we strive for it and still fail." Liangjun's storytelling still echoed. "Yet in the celestial palace, merely eating an immortal peach can grant immortality." Man Van remained lost in her thoughts. "I boast of being a peerless master, yet in the eyes of an immortal I'm just an ant. I've never truly contemplated the vastness of the heavens and earth. If I remain high and mighty, looking down on everyone, I fear I truly have no destiny with immortality in this lifetime. Even a mere book boy possesses such knowledge. Just what kind of existence is that Li Gongzi?" After some time, Liangjun noticed Man Van still lingered. He politely asked, "Is there something, miss?" Man Van replied, "This humble maiden Qin Man Van has doubts in her heart and hopes for your guidance, senior." Liangjun looked a little bewildered. I'm just a mortal, a poor scholar, you're a cultivator. Calling me senior isn't appropriate. If you have questions, we can simply discuss them. Though Man Van heard this, she still respectfully replied, "This humble maiden. May I ask, senior, why is the path between mortals and immortals severed? Is it even possible for us to achieve immortality through cultivation in this era?" Liang Jun remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Look at them. Do you truly believe these mortals, who toil from dawn till dusk, have any chance of becoming an immortal?" Man Yun pondered. "To cultivate immortality, one needs three things. First, spiritual sensitivity. Second, innate talent. And third, comprehension of the Tao. Most ordinary mortals, burdened by life's struggles, lose their spiritual sensitivity, which means they lose their qualifications." Qualifications? Man Yun finally understood. Liang Jun smiled, explaining precisely, qualifications. Heaven and earth possess their own inherent rules. Who becomes an immortal, who remains a mortal. Only those who established these rules can decide. How could mere mortals ever comprehend such things? However, there is a story that records the wisdom of the great Tao itself. Young Master Li's Journey to the West. If you listen to that story in its entirety, you will undoubtedly gain true insight. Liang Jun's words only deepened Man Yun's growing curiosity about Li Nianfan's true identity. Just who was this young Master Li, after all? Night fell. Daji was quietly strolling through the tranquil night when a sound startled her. It was her little fox sister bouncing over with an excited yelp to greet her. "Big sis. Big sis, I missed you to death. Big sis, those humans. They didn't bully you, did they? Is your health better now? Isn't sleeping in a human bed harder than in our cave? Are you used to it?" Daji smiled, gently soothing her little sister's worries. "Relax, little sister, relax. Master treats me very well, you don't need to worry." Hearing this, the little fox froze. Master, Big sis, didn't you marry him to repay his kindness? You're not his wife. Even being a concubine would be better than a pet. Big sis, you're a noble nine-tailed fox." Seeing her sister's agitation, Daji softly explained, "Young Master Li is a supreme immortal. He has shown me immense kindness. To serve him as my master is the greatest blessing of my entire life." The little fox looked somewhat crestfallen upon hearing her words. "It's hopeless. Big sis has been completely domesticated," Daji suddenly remembered. "Oh, right. I brought you something good." What is it?" the little fox asked eagerly. Daji handed her an apple. The little fox's face crumpled in disappointment, her previous excitement magnified tenfold. Daji quickly added, "This isn't just any ordinary apple grown by young Master Li. Just take a bite, you'll see." Not wanting to let her sister down, the little fox reluctantly brought the apple to her mouth and took a bite. From a distance, Li Nianfan could see a strange, powerful light emanating from the mountain ranges. He decided to follow the light. Meanwhile, the little fox seemed to have leveled up, still glowing and hovering in midair. "Big sis, is this what it feels like to become an immortal? Why is there such powerful spiritual energy inside?" Daji, delighted by her sister's transformation, quickly urged. "All right, you've eaten, now hurry and go. We haven't gotten permission yet. Give me young Master Li's apple that I gave you to eat. If he finds out, we're finished." "Yes, big sis." The little fox obediently agreed, then vanished in a flash into the night, only her farewell echoing from somewhere. "Big sis, I'll come visit you again next time." Behind Daji, someone had appeared without her noticing and whispered her name. Daji startled, turning around to discover it was Li Nianfan. A sigh of relief escaped her. "Li Nianfan, what are you doing here?" Li Nianfan paced back and forth beside the young woman. He seemed to have fallen for her and was beating around the bush. He then blushed and asked Daji, "Who were you just talking to?" Daji stammered, She lowered her head, her index fingers nervously tapping together. "I apologize, young master. I took the apple you gave me without permission and gave it to my little sister." Li Nianfan asked, a little surprised. "Your little sister?" Daji hastily explained, She's a six-tailed little fox. Although she's a bit silly, she's very well-behaved and kind. She's never bitten anyone. She was just worried about me, that's why she followed me here." Li Nianfan still looked confused, muttering to himself, "A fox!" Then, as if a light bulb went off, he launched into a passionate lecture. "Why would you feed an apple to a fox? Foxes are carnivores. Animal experts have discovered that a fox's diet primarily consists of small animals like insects, wild rabbits, and rodents. They are predators, actually quite beneficial to farmers. They can't possibly meet their physiological needs without meat." Daji hadn't expected him to be so enthusiastic. He was so excited, he almost choked. Finally, Li Nianfen cheerfully said, "Next time, remember to bring her some meat. Didn't we still have some of that game meat the Bai family gifted us last time?" Still uneasy, Miss Daji asked once more, "Young master, you're not angry with Daji?" Li Nianfen turned back and smiled. "Angry? Why would I be angry? I think girls who like cute little animals are quite charming. Years ago, I even saved a little fox with a few tails. I wonder if it could possibly be the same one as your little sister." Daji froze, a sudden shock coursing through her. Meanwhile, Li Nianfen continued to ramble on without a pause. "They all say foxes understand human nature. Who knows, maybe she's come to repay my kindness, wanting to transform into a beautiful woman to serve me or something like that." A moment later, he realized his impropriety. He turned back, scratching his head with an awkward laugh. "Haha, I was just kidding, though you girls are quite interesting, always taking small animals as your daughters or little sisters." Daji remained silent, head bowed. He's right, she thought. The young master must have seen my true form long ago. These words. They must be a hint for me to tell Sixtails to also transform into human form and serve him alongside me. She glanced at Li Nianfen. If so, wouldn't Sixtails receive an immense blessing? She was, unexpectedly, overjoyed at the thought of serving by Li Nianfen's side. The scene shifts to a resplendent golden pavilion. The weather was beautiful, but it couldn't compare to the beauty of the woman standing on the veranda. Behind her, a red-haired woman approached. "Chin Maniu, if you already know that Li Nianfen is profoundly unfathomable, then you should stop meddling with the nine-tailed fox's affairs." Miss Chin Maniu smiled, asking in return, "Younger sister Chin Yu, what do we seek our entire lives cultivating immortality?" Miss Chin Yu replied, "To become an immortal, of course." "Elder sister Chin, why do you ask?" Chin Maniu smiled lightly. "To become an immortal, HMPH, cultivation up until now. Only to discover that the path between immortals and mortals had been severed. Becoming an immortal was now a hopeless dream. But then, young Master Li appeared in this world, subtly guided by the heavens. Golden Cicada, once an honored immortal, reincarnated as Tang Sanzang, embarking on a grueling journey to the west to retrieve scriptures for the sake of humanity. This young Master Li must be the Tang Sanzang of this era, sent to save beings like us. Shiwu just stared blankly. Is that really how it is?" Chin Manion's eyes blazed. "Journey to the West is the divine oracle he delivered to the world. It tells everyone that he has arrived." Shiwu nodded slowly. "That actually sounds somewhat logical." Chin Manion had only been waiting for that. Her eyes lit up as she loudly declared, "Then what are we waiting for? Take me to meet young Master Li at once." Shiwu nearly choked on her spit. "So after all that talk, you still want to meet him, sis? Didn't I tell you the young master prefers quiet?" Chin Manion crossed her arms and confidently tilted her chin. I know. At worst, if young Master Li gets displeased, the heavens and earth will be destroyed. But haven't I cultivated my whole life to seize this one sliver of hope?" Shiwu rubbed her temples, gritting out, "If the heavens and earth are destroyed, don't you dare drag us down with you." Despite her extreme reluctance, half an hour later, Shiwu led Chin Manion to Li Nianfen's house. This older sister seemed overly excited about everything. She even clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Oh, what a simple, ordinary courtyard." Shiwu stood behind her, warning in a cold voice, "I'm telling you now. It's just a meeting. If young Master Li isn't pleased, you'll leave immediately." Chin Manion nodded. "Don't worry, little sister, I know my limits." Knock, knock, knock. The quiet space was suddenly interrupted by knocking from outside the gate. Meanwhile, in the backyard, Daji was playing Go with Li Nianfen. Both of them were racking their brains over the intense game. Daji suddenly looked up. "Master, would it be all right if I placed my piece here?" Li Nianfen couldn't take it any more and shouted, "If I place it on the left, won't you just lose?" Daji flinched, startled. Sorry, young Master Li," he sighed. "Think harder." Daji was so scared she looked like she might cry. Then, here," Li Nianfen yelled again, "that spot won't work either." Daji jumped, letting out a small cry. "Ah, sorry, young Master Li." He sat on his chair, arms crossed, and questioned the young lady cowering opposite him. "How can you still not improve after practicing for so many days? You have to think carefully, Daji." Daji bowed her head deeper and deeper. Sorry. From afar, Dahe watched the scene, muttering under his breath, "Li Nianfen is doomed to be single his entire life." Knock, knock, knock. Another knock echoed. Dahe and Xiaobai were the first to notice. "Guests!" The large gate swung open, revealing two stunning beauties. Shiwu introduced first. "Greetings, young Master Li. This is my friend Chin Manion." Li Nianfen stood dumbfounded by the door frame. He stared blankly as this girl cosplaying. He scratched his head, chuckling. "Young Lady Qin, your clothes are a little revealing, haha." Shiwu quickly interjected. "We're troubling you again, young Master Li. Please don't be upset." But contrary to the two young ladies' nervousness, Li Nianfen cheerfully waved his hand. "How can you say you're troubling me? On the contrary, I was rather hoping you'd come." This reaction, as expected, left them gaping in astonishment. The two young ladies couldn't even help but exclaim, "What?" Catching this signal, they immediately bowed 90 degrees. Their respectful attitude startled Li Nianfen. "Young Master Li, please speak freely if you have any instructions." Li Nianfen awkwardly scratched his head. "How can I instruct you? It's just. Lately, I've had a bit of a nuisance and wondered if you might have a solution." Qin Manion and Shiwu bowed deeply again in unison. "Young Master Li, just command us." Li Nianfen was finally exasperated by their excessive enthusiasm, but he managed to restrain himself from scolding his guests. He tilted his head. "Actually, it's like this. Lately, I don't know why, but there are so many demons and cultivators flying around near my place. Blah, blah, blah. It's really scary and makes me not dare to go out." He clapped his hands, his face brimming with excitement. "Your status is so eminent. Could you help me inquire what's going on?" Shiwu was startled, suddenly realizing. Those are the people searching for the nine-tailed heavenly fox. Even combining the forces of the Myriad Sword Immortal Sect and Lingyun Immortal Pavilion, we can only block lower-level cultivators. To drive away all the cultivators with our strength alone would be quite difficult. I'm afraid. She glanced at Qin Manion. Sure enough, Qin Manion was having similar thoughts. I'm afraid the Lingxian Dao Palace will have to get involved. Hey. Seeing her sister's excited expression, Shiwu could only sigh. Indeed. Qin Manion reined in her smile, secretly observing Li Nianfen. Young Master Li said he hoped we'd come, so it turns out he already predicted our Lingxian Dao Palace would visit long ago. Believing completely in her own deduction, she looked up and guaranteed him. Young Master Li, rest assured. I promise you, when you go out tomorrow, you won't see any of them. Thank you, young Lady Qin, Li Nianfen chuckled. Though those words sound a bit intimidating, haha. As they were speaking, someone quietly approached. Daji peeked from behind the round gate, her voice drifting out. Young Master, do we have guests? Li Nianfen turned his head and smiled. Ah, Daji. Qin Manion saw the young lady and immediately exclaimed, This couldn't be. The nine-tailed heavenly fox, could it? Shiwu, standing beside Qin Manion, thought as she looked at her friend's expression, haven't you seen her before? Why are you even more surprised than me? Both young ladies were watching Li Nianfen and Daji chat happily together. Shiwu mused. The nine-tailed heavenly fox went through a heavenly tribulation and lost all her cultivation. How is it that after just a few days, she's already reached Golden Core Realm? Qin Manion heard this and was utterly astonished. What? In just a few short days, she went from near death to Golden Core, cultivating to become a high-level immortal. I'm not going to be a saint anymore. I'll just follow this expert and become a foot-washing maid, that's fine too. While both young ladies were still in a state of shock, Li Nianfen approached them and asked, I was just playing Go with Daji. Are you two young ladies interested in playing a few rounds? Both of them froze. Playing Go? Li Nianfen scratched his head. Daji's just learning, so let's play a few rounds. We can show her how it's done. Man Yun's eyes lit up at that. I've been brilliant since childhood, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In the Lingxian Dao Palace, only a handful of people can ever beat me at chess. What if I accidentally win against this expert? Will I annoy him? Should I feign some mistakes? Eventually, the game between Nianfen and Man Yun began. The moment she saw the characters Heaven and Earth inscribed on the board, a peculiar look crossed her face. Is this a game of chess or a discussion of the Tao? Nianfen calmly said, Miss Qin, please. Man Yun, brimming with confidence, pondered and calculated for a moment before slowly placing a white piece. As soon as she did, she found herself in a strange, desolate landscape, startling her. Where? Where is this? It was Nianfen's turn for the black pieces. Clack, the piece landed and Man Yun felt herself pinned to the ground. Nianfen mused for a long while before picking up another black piece and placing it. Each piece he laid down, Man Yun nimbly dodged. Her brows furrowed as she intently observed the moves on the Go board, thinking this is truly not just a game of chess, but a clash of understanding the very essence of heaven and earth. Young Master Li is revealing the truths of the cosmos right before my eyes. This is an immense opportunity, but I wonder how long this frail body of mine can withstand it. She clenched the chess piece in her hand, making a fierce resolution. I am the saintess of Linxian Dao Palace. I must persevere. After that, a barrage of black pieces relentlessly rained down, brazenly flattening Man Yun. She timidly placed her white piece, but as soon as it landed, she saw total defeat, causing her to spit blood. Li Nian Fan, sitting opposite, got goosebumps at the sight. Miss Qin, are you all right? Man Yun trembled, as if still not believing her eyes. Why, young Master Li's chess skills are truly extraordinary. This junior is deeply impressed. This humble maiden was too arrogant before, thinking my chess skills were superb. Today, meeting young Master Li, I realize I was merely a frog in a well. She held up the white pieces in her hand, her eyes seemingly lifeless. In this heaven and earth, no one can be the young master's match. This junior can no longer resist. Thank you, young master, for your guidance. With that, she collapsed onto the table, unconscious, startling everyone present. Miss Qin, Sister Qin, Luo Shiyu thought in a daze. Sister Qin is being far too dramatic to please the expert. Li Nian Fan, on the other hand, was also startled, thinking, no way. She only made a few moves. To admit defeat after so few moves, I can't understand it. I just can't understand. Daji then spoke up. Miss Qin actually managed to make a few moves, as expected of the saintess of Linxian Dao Palace, truly impressive. Daji admires you. He was even more surprised upon hearing this. Impressive. In what way? She just started learning. She can't be that bad. Luo Shiyu then chuckled inwardly. Sister Qin miscalculated. The expert plays chess for enjoyment. Deliberately giving way like that is disrespectful, truly overdoing it to gain favor. This is an opportunity for this princess to seize. As soon as she finished her thought, she eagerly rushed over. Young Master Li, how about we have a round? He happily nodded. All right, all right. Miss Luo then sat down, looking extremely confident. Chess is a mandatory subject for our royal family. I've practiced since childhood. While I'm not exactly unrivaled, I believe I can at least make the young master enjoy himself. Nian Fan found this amusing. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to face the challenge. Oh, so she's that good. Well, then I have to get serious now? Li Nian Fan once again made the first black move. Just one move left Luo Shiyu dazed. After that, her condition was not much better than Man Yun's, causing her to exclaim in a panic. I miscalculated. Luo Shiyu officially lost, lying prostrate and foaming at the mouth on the ground, which made Daji and Man Yun on the side chuckle a bit. Good heavens, losing like that is truly pathetic. Li Nian Fan, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Are the people of this world really this bad? They're so terrible, where do they get their confidence? Oh right, she's a princess. I suppose no one dared to beat her growing up, so she thought her chess skills were extraordinary. He glanced at the young woman lying on the ground. Thinking of it that way, it's quite pathetic. Luo Shiyu heard him speak and suddenly sat up, stammering to explain, Young Master Li, I actually... He walked closer, patted her shoulder, and comforted her. No need to explain, I understand. It's not too late to realize it now. Just practice diligently from now on and you won't lose face. Daji and Man Yun, hearing this, nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, we all understand. Luo Shiyu replied sadly. Thank you, young Master Li. Shiyu will definitely strive to comprehend upon returning. Li Nian Fan looked at the two young women, who had just been attacked by his chess, and worriedly asked, You two don't look well. Do you need to come inside and rest for a bit? Man Yun smiled brightly like a blooming flower and replied, No need to trouble young Master Li any further. Playing chess truly consumes too much mental energy, and our bodies aren't feeling well. We'll take our leave today. Nian Fan, hearing this, thought helplessly, they got this tired after only 5 minutes of playing chess. Then he said to the two young women, Oh, is that so? Then I won't keep you. Both of you should go back and rest well. Li Nian Fan and Daji escorted the two young women to the door. However, just a few steps out, Luo Shiyu tripped over something on the ground, almost falling head first. Luckily, Man Yun was by her side and caught her arm just in time. What's wrong? Luo Shiyu replied in a daze. Something blocked me. Both young women turned their heads to look at something on the ground. It looked like a bamboo core split into 2 pieces, especially unique because it was enveloped by a layer of mysterious magic. As soon as the two young women saw it, they became astonished. Bamboo Dao Enlightenment! Both exclaimed in surprise. Bamboo Dao Enlightenment! Luo Shiyu immediately turned her head to ask, What's Bamboo Dao Enlightenment? Man Yun quickly assumed a pose and explained, So you didn't know. Well, I suppose it's not surprising. To most people in this world, the words enlightenment bamboo have probably never been uttered. But to us at Linxian Dao Palace, they are incredibly familiar. While Man Yun was still quite confident in her knowledge, Li Nianfin quickly picked up the enlightenment bamboo, looking as calm as ever. "Oh my firewood, how did it end up here? I hope you two didn't trip." Both of them stared, dumbfounded. Li Nianfin scratched his head, explaining, "I was just about to use it to cook dinner, haha. This is good stuff. Rice cooked with this tastes so much better than from a rice cooker. Don't look at me like that, I'm quite particular about my home essentials." Luo Shiyu turned to Man Yun, who was now breaking out in a cold sweat. "Sister Qin normally is enlightenment bamboo, used like this." Man Yun immediately panicked, shouting, "How could it be? Legends say someone once achieved enlightenment beneath a bodhi tree, and even without ascending, the tree itself became a Tao fruit and a sacred plant. While enlightenment bamboo isn't equal to a bodhi tree, it's still incredibly rare. Without supreme experts constantly cultivating by an enlightenment bamboo, with Tao essence flowing, how could the bamboo itself gain consciousness and cultivate a Tao fruit?" She trembled. She continued, trembling. "For hundreds of thousands of years, no one has achieved true Tao or become an immortal. Enlightenment bamboo has become nothing short of a legend. If it weren't for my Linxian Tao Palace being lucky enough to possess a single piece, I wouldn't even believe such a divine item existed. And now it's just firewood here. What a blasphemy! What a blasphemy!" She was still lost in her horrified thoughts. "But perhaps my presence here today is a heavenly mission to rescue this piece of enlightenment bamboo from the flames." Seeing Man Yun's intense reaction, Li Nianfin asked, "Miss Qin, are you all right?" Man Yun then turned to him. "Master Li, forgive my presumptuousness, but I wonder if you would consider giving me this piece of firewood. It's exceedingly rare and would be perfect for my master's weapon. It's incredibly important to me." Li Nianfin asked, intrigued, "Your master also enjoys handicrafts? Actually, this is just some leftover material from when I made a bow and arrow. It's nothing precious at all. If you like it, please take it. Though, is just this one piece really enough?" Man Yun gratefully accepted the bamboo, bowing respectfully. "To be granted even this one piece, I am eternally indebted. I wouldn't dare ask for more." Before she could finish, he casually tossed the remaining bamboo pieces into the fire pit. "All right then, I'll just use the rest for kindling." Each piece of bamboo was engulfed by the flames. To any ordinary eye, it seemed perfectly normal, but for Man Yun, it was a profound tragedy. Her face darkened as she held the piece of bamboo in her hand, tears welling up. "I'm sorry, I could only save you." Luo Shiyu, witnessing Man Yun's tear-streaked face, felt a wave of pity. She still didn't know what enlightenment bamboo was, but she couldn't shake the feeling that Sister Qin was rather pathetic. At Linxian Tao Palace, the sky was clear and bright, a scene of profound tranquility. Man Yun slowly descended to the ground, her figure, as always, exceptionally graceful. Her fellow disciples, seeing her, immediately rejoiced. "Senior Sister Qin is back. Welcome back, Senior Sister Qin." She slowly ascended the fortress wall, then looked up at the stone statue, bowing respectfully. "Man Yun greets Master." The lifeless stone statue, revered as Master, spoke. "Have you brought back the nine-tailed celestial fox?" She quickly replied, reporting Master no. The Master, sounding utterly helpless, pressed on. "Then why have you returned?" After a moment of absolute silence, Man Yun continued her report. "However, this disciple now knows the nine-tailed celestial fox's whereabouts, and I also encountered an individual comparable to a god." The Master's voice was filled with surprise. "Comparable to a god? What kind of individual?" "Supreme expert, an expert who rescued the nine-tailed celestial fox from its heavenly tribulation." The Master pondered for a moment. "To be able to save someone from heavenly lightning, truly extraordinary. Is this person benevolent or malevolent?" Man Yun quickly reported. "This person has taken in the nine-tailed celestial fox, but shows no intention of exploiting or harming it." The Master then posed a difficult question. "So do you believe we can retrieve the celestial fox from his grasp?" She replied. "Forgive Man Yun for speaking frankly, but I'm afraid. Even if we wished to snatch it, we simply couldn't." The Master fell silent again. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "If he harbors no ill intent, then let us leave it be for now." Yao Meng stepped forward, reaching out a hand to her, his face radiant with affectionate warmth. "You've traveled far and worked hard. Go back and get some proper rest." She placed her hand on his, respectfully replying, "Thank you, Master. Master, you mentioned before that the Tiangxin Gyukin was damaged. Was that truly so?" Yao Meng sighed upon hearing this. "Of course it's true. The true essence of the Tiangxin Gyukin was formed from a piece of enlightenment bamboo, becoming its very foundation. Now that the Gyukin is damaged, I'm afraid there's no hope for repair. Man Yun immediately asked, then if this disciple were to find enlightenment bamboo, would it be possible to repair it? He could only offer a helpless sigh. Man Yun, your master knows. Your master knows you are filial. It's just that only one piece of enlightenment bamboo has ever existed in this world, which our founder fortuitously obtained. Even when it was brought back, it was severely damaged, a section of it charred black by heavenly lightning. If it hadn't been so, we wouldn't have needed to use something that would only last a few thousand years. You should still put that thought aside. Man Yun didn't let him finish. She pulled out the bamboo piece and held it before him. Master, is this enlightenment bamboo? Yao Mengji narrowed his eyes, scrutinized it intently, then tears of joy streamed down his face as he exclaimed, "It is enlightenment bamboo! It's enlightenment bamboo!" He snatched it, examining it from all angles with excited exclamations. Though it's a bit short and the ends seem to have been chopped with a wood-chopping knife right here. And why is it slightly burnt black in this spot? Was it also struck by heavenly lightning? He finished, still radiant with delight. But yes, it truly is enlightenment bamboo. Compared to our founder's charred piece, this is still much, much better. Heaven truly blesses our Lin Xian Dao Palace. For hundreds of thousands of years, our Lin Xian Dao Palace has been revered by countless people. No one dares offend us. Beyond our leading cultivation, it's also because we possess this Tiangxin Gyukin. The Tiangxin Gyukin is one of the closest treasures to an immortal artifact in this world. With it in hand, the current sect master's combat power increases dramatically. No matter what sect. Even the immortal emperors and demon sovereigns treat us with due respect. His face suddenly pales as he continues, his voice strained. Now, the immortal paths are severed, the heavenly heart altar damaged. Our Xianlin Dao Palace faces no small danger, but with this enlightenment bamboo, in the future who would dare to oppose us? He turns to Man Yun. Man Yun, where did you acquire this enlightenment bamboo? I obtained it from that exalted one. He was originally going to use it for cooking. Yao Mengji's face scrunches up. Cooking? Yes, the exalted one has many such enlightenment bamboos. Yao Mengji is utterly flustered. Many? Yes, he used all of them for cooking. Yao Mengji's eyes popped out, bloodshot. All of them. For cooking, his expression abruptly shifts, calling out, Man Yun, Master, what are your orders? His terrifying expression vanishes, replaced by one of radiant joy. For an exalted one of this stature, you must treat him with the utmost reverence. No shortcuts, understand. After recounting the full story, Man Yun continues. Reporting, Master, that's the whole story. The young master also had 2 messages for Man Yun. Yao Mengji, impatient. Well, don't just stand there. Tell me. One of the 2 messages is this. With the 9-tailed heavenly fox appearing near the exalted one's secluded residence, cultivators keep showing up, disturbing his peace. The exalted one asks us to think of a solution. Yao Mengji leans in close. Man Yun freezes under his intense gaze. The exalted one means we should eliminate them all. Man Yun pauses in thought, then speaks. The exalted one is kind-hearted. He likely just wants them gone, not dead. Yao Mengji thinks to himself, I see. He then smiles brightly. Ha, isn't that simple? We can easily handle this, he asks. What about the second matter? Man Yun hesitates, a hint of fear in her eyes. The second matter is that the exalted one is fond of millennium profound ice liquid. This disciple promised the young master all of it. Hearing all of it, Yao Mengji nearly choked on his own blood. All? What do you mean? Man Yun looks embarrassed. Master, are you angry? Yao Mengji only lets out a hollow laugh. Ha ha ha. All of it? Why didn't you just tell him we'd haul all the millennium profound ice over there too? Man Yun, scared. Your disciple wouldn't dare. Suddenly, Yao Mengji becomes cheerful again. That's right. We should haul it all over. He thinks to himself. This old man has lived for 3,000 years. To meet a character of this caliber and for him to take a liking to my millennium profound ice. Truly a heaven-sent opportunity. I'm going to be rich. I'm going to be filthy rich. Yao Mengji turns, a confident stride in his step. There's no time to delay. We'll go fulfill the exalted one's instructions now. Master's foresight is truly brilliant. In the forest where the 9-tailed fox is being hunted, several groups of people are resting, gathered around a fire, roasting a chicken. It's really strange. So many days, and we haven't even found a single strand of fur from the 9-tailed heavenly fox. Exactly. It survived the heavenly tribulation. Even if it's not dead, it must be gravely injured. Where could it possibly hide? Suddenly, a shout echoes from a distance. Found it! We found the 9-tailed heavenly fox! Immediately the group scramble up and dash forward like lightning, leaving their roasted chicken behind. As they run, some are doubtful. Is this real or fake this time? It must be real. Everyone hunting the heavenly fox around here has converged. Upon arriving, one cultivator says, "Senior Bai Wuchen, we heard you sent word that the heavenly fox was found. Is it true?" Bai Wuchen looks into the distance. "Over there." Everyone looks in that direction. Indeed, it's the heavenly fox. It tries to escape. It wants to escape. Impossible. But just as they were about to act, a blinding light erupts from nowhere, instantly ensnaring the nine-tailed heavenly fox. One cultivator, alarmed. Who goes there? To ensnare the nine-tailed heavenly fox in a blink. Another cultivator. It seems we're a step too late. A step too late. It's a shame an exalted one got to it first. The nine-tailed heavenly fox snarls and howls furiously. From a distance, Yao Mengji and Man Yun descend gracefully. Your path ends here, nine-tailed heavenly fox. Yao Mengji then casts a binding spell, leaving the nine-tailed fox thrashing helplessly. Everyone gasps in recognition when they clearly see the two figures. Is that Palace Lord Yao Mengji of the Xianlin Dao Palace? Grandmaster Yao Mengji herself. She's here in person. Then who could possibly contend with her now? Yao Mengji continues her spell. Stop struggling. Immediately the nine-tailed heavenly fox is instantly subdued. Their task done. The two immediately depart. Bai Wuchen strokes his beard thoughtfully. Alas, when one's strength is lacking, even the greatest opportunities slip away. Another cultivator approaches Bai Wuchen. Anyway, the Xianlin Dao Palace isn't an entity we can afford to offend. Let it be, Sect Master Bai, don't let this upset your health. Other cultivators also discuss. The nine-tailed heavenly fox was taken by them. We can't argue with that. The cultivator bows and continues. These past few days, Sect Master Bai, you've gone to such lengths providing us all with information. We won't forget your efforts. Bai Wuchen sighs. The opportunity is lost. What good is discussing it further? What good is discussing it further? I won't stay here any longer. I'm going back. He turns and flies away. Everyone looks speechless. In an instant, he's vanished without a trace. One brother, his face utterly furious. He looks utterly furious. Another brother explains, it's understandable. Ever since the nine-tailed heavenly fox appeared, that old man hasn't slept a wink guarding these mountains. He must have truly yearned to capture that fox. 4 hours later, night has fallen. A voice echoes through the forest. Have those people all dispersed? Reporting, Saintess, they've all dispersed. It turns out to be Man Yun and a group of palace maids tidying up the forest. Man Yun. This is the Exalted One's private garden. It must be swept spotless. The palace maids immediately obey. Man Yun closes her eyes, a look of disdain on her face. Honestly, these cultivators are so uncivilized. Such a chaotic mess all for one fox. How is the Exalted One supposed to enjoy his hunt or relax now? Yao Mengji arrives, seemingly from nowhere. Everyone, you've worked hard. The Exalted One still hopes you'll clean everything a bit more thoroughly. Man Yun is surprised. Ah, Master, you're here. Bai Wuchen, who has been waiting for a long time, immediately approaches when he sees Yao Mengji. This junior Bai Wuchen respectfully bows to Senior Yao. Yao Mengji chuckled faintly. Oh, no need to be so polite, little brother Bai. You are all honored guests of young Master Li. There's no need for such formality. Bai Wuchen inquired, May I ask Senior Yao about that nine-tailed celestial fox from this morning? Yao Mengji waved her hand, conjuring the nine-tailed fox. You mean this? It's just a toy to amuse children. Bai Wuchen's eyes lit up at the sight of the fox. Senior Yao truly possesses profound magical power. Even knowing it was a ruse, I almost believed it was real. Yao Mengji said with confidence, It's passable. Bai Wuchen bowed again. Soon everyone will know that the nine-tailed celestial fox has been taken in by the Lixian Dao Palace. I trust there will be no more foolish delusions. Yao Mengji replied, It's also thanks to your cooperation in this act that everything went so smoothly. Bai Wuchen continued, It's getting late. This junior will take his leave now. As they departed, Manhwa suddenly spoke with worry, Master, although the cultivators have all dispersed, and truly no one would dare demand it from our Lixian Dao Palace, but... Yao Mengji frowned. But what? Manhwa went on. There's one person who has been hunting the fox clan for hundreds of years, devouring celestial foxes to increase his cultivation. His strength is unfathomably deep and unpredictable. If not for the deterrence of the Celestial Heart Array, he likely wouldn't even deign to notice our Lixian Dao Palace. I don't think he'll give up so easily. Yao Mengji seemed to have already guessed. You mean? Manhwa finished her thought. My master guessed right. It is none other than the demon Emperor Yin Yue. In a small village, a monstrous, pig-faced, human-shaped demon was walking down a road, chasing terrified villagers. In his hand he held a cage filled with people he had already captured. People scattered, screaming for their lives. The demon walked, roaring with laughter. "Humans are delicious food. Offer yourselves to me?" This demon had a golden core stage cultivation level and was one of Demon Emperor Yin Yue's subordinates. He continued, "I am the head chef in Demon Emperor Yin Yue's army. I am proficient in 18 culinary arts, so I certainly won't let you die in vain. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, someone leaped down from above, landing squarely on his head. The impact was so strong that the demon sprawled on the ground. He looked up and said, "Aya, isn't that Lord Yin Yue's demon guard captain, Squirrel Sister?" Squirrel Sister frowned and snapped, "You idiot pig, everyone is so busy they can barely breathe, and what are you doing messing around here? Be careful. Lord Yin Yue will make a meal out of you." The idiot pig lay flat on the ground. "Aya, everyone's busy searching for the nine-tailed celestial fox, but we still need to eat, don't we?" He stood up, looking at the cage in his hand. "I'm Lord Yin Yue's head chef. Searching the town for ingredients and also seeing if the nine-tailed celestial fox has a hiding place nearby is also my duty as an idiot pig." Suddenly, Squirrel's sister noticed an old man inside the idiot pig's cage, screaming for his life. She said with disappointment, "This one is a bit too old." She then cast a spell, wrapping her tail around the old man's neck, pulling him out and flinging him to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. The idiot pig saw this and regretted it. "Aya, you," she questioned him again, "couldn't you catch anyone fresh and delicious to nourish our great lord?" The idiot pig replied, "The tough old men were all brought to me. The women and children have all been hidden away by them." The two looked forward and said, "There's a pair of eyes that have been watching us from the start." They quickly discovered Nanan, hiding in a corner, trembling with fear. The idiot pig was gleeful. "Aya, isn't there someone here now? Here's some fresh ingredient." Elsewhere in the town, thunder boomed and water surged, sweeping everything away in roaring whirlwinds. It turned out Demon Emperor Yin Yue was causing all this havoc. Squirrel Sister carefully approached, carrying a plate of food. Great Lord, please eat something to line your stomach first. You absolutely mustn't go hungry and harm your health." Demon Emperor Yin Yue, seething with anger, demanded, "Have you found the nine-tailed celestial fox yet?" Squirrel Sister bowed her head in fear. "No, not yet." Demon Emperor Yin Yue raged. "Oh, if she hides in the mountains, I'll flatten the mountains. If she hides beneath the seas, I'll fill in the seas. If you all can't find her, I'll go find her myself." He then flew off, looking back with a chilling gaze. "However, by then you'll all be her side dishes. You have no objections, do you?" Squirrel Sister turned pale with fright. "Yes, my lord." Another demon flew over to report. "Respectfully reporting, great lord." "The demon patrol has reported." Demon Emperor Yin Yue asked, "Was she found?" The demon replied, "She was found, but she was taken away by someone from the Lingxian Dao Palace." Demon Emperor Yin Yue's killing intent surged. "What? Why did the Lingxian Dao Palace find her and you didn't?" The demon prostrated himself on the ground, wailing, "Mercy, great lord, mercy." Demon Emperor Yin Yue pondered, "The Lingxian Dao Palace has gradually faded over the past 1,000 years. And now even the celestial heart array is broken. They're nothing more than a bunch of useless trash clinging to life. If you lost to them, then there's no need for you to live on in this world, is there?" The demons trembled. Yes, but great lord, we discovered the nine-tailed fox's younger sister. A six-tailed fox." Yin Yue's anger subsided slightly upon hearing this. "Oh, so you do have some use." The demon stood up. Thank you, great lord, thank you, great lord." Demon Emperor Yin Yue laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. Then I'll capture the younger sister first, and then I'll snatch the elder sister." With that, he shot into the sky, boldly declaring, "No one can escape." The sky was filled with dark clouds, thunder cracked and lightning flashed, heavy rain poured down, and whirlwinds raged. Manny unworried. Demon Emperor Yin Yue is on the move. To find the nine-tailed celestial fox, Demon Emperor Yin Yue is growing more and more audacious. Ordinary immortal sects and imperial courts fundamentally dare not oppose him. They can only let him cause trouble. Yao Mengji replied, "Demon Emperor Yin Yue is, after all, a great demon at the Dao tribulation stage. Unless pushed to the brink of desperation, no one dares to risk confronting him. He was originally hunting for information about the nine-tailed celestial fox, wanting others to find her for him so he could snatch her once she was discovered." Manhwa was startled and aghast. "Dao tribulation stage, then?" Everyone knows we're taking the nine-tailed celestial fox. Demon Emperor Yin Yue will definitely come looking for trouble. Dan Tianxin has recovered, so I'm not afraid of him. Yao Lao said calmly, I originally planned to just wait for him to come to our doorstep and then deal with him, but... He paused. Manman, impatient, pressed. But what, elder? Yao Lao clenched his fist, biting his lip in anger. Are we just supposed to clear out young Master Li's backyard so easily? How can we let him come and stir up trouble again? He clutched his head, seething with fury. The Exalted One told us to handle this properly. If this demon bothers him, he'll blame us. Wouldn't I lose the best opportunity I've had in 3,000 years? Manman was speechless. So that's the reason, old man? Yao Lao was still fuming, shouting, Isn't it obvious? I'm the Exalted One's most important piece. Even if I have to leap into boiling oil and burning flames, I won't back down. Man Yun was deeply moved by his conviction. She bowed respectfully. Man Yun understands. Master's wisdom truly inspires Man Yun. Yao Lao smiled with satisfaction. Just a little common sense, that's all. A little common sense. Behind the two grotesque figures, muffled sobbing filled the air. Sniffling in the bushes, the little fox lay flattened on the ground, its face sorrowful. Who did I provoke? But even after hiding behind the tree for a moment, the two demons poked their heads out. He, we found you, little one. The little fox flinched. The green demon unleashed a palm strike, shattering the ground. Though the fox managed to dodge, it still tumbled to the ground, rolling several times. Of the 36 stratagems, running was the best. It scurried away, running and whimpering. What's happening? Help, the green demon remarked. These short legs sure run fast. The brown demon blamed. It's all your fault for being careless. The eagle, observing from a tree, ordered, Pursue. The two demons obeyed. The eagle mused. A six-tailed spirit fox indeed. No, wait. He watched the fox's fleeing form, realizing it was manifesting 7 tails. He curled his lip in an intrigued smile. How can this be? Suddenly he cackled like a madman, his face cunning. I've seen something in these two foxes. They truly hide a secret. One took only 3 years to jump from 7 tails to 9 tails, and the other is about to manifest 7 tails. He eyed the sharp claws on his hand, a plan forming. If I can catch them and extract the secrets from their bodies, I'll be very close to becoming an immortal. Ha! With that, he darted like lightning, chasing the little fox. Hidden in dense bushes, the fox curled up, trembling. So scared, sniffle, sniffle. Sister, I'm so scared. No, Demon Emperor Yin Yue must be here to find sister. One after another, they come for me. A demon beast and a fat wild boar demon discovered it, pushing aside the leaves. We found you. The demon licked his lips menacingly. The nimble fox jumped onto his shoulder and escaped. Excitedly, disdainfully, the demon called out, Run, run, I love playing cat and mouse, so thrilling. The little fox, quick-witted, thought, I have to run in the opposite direction. Even if I get caught, I can't lead them to sister's location. Such a noble heart, still thinking of its sister first. But on its path, Demon Emperor Yin Yue was already waiting. He raised a claw. It ends here, little one? He unleashed a series of purple demonic energy whirlwinds. The little fox closed its eyes in fear, but suddenly a golden aura enveloped it, completely dissolving the attacks. It was Man Yun, who had arrived just in time to protect the little fox. Looking up at them before it could even understand who they were, Man Yun urged, Hurry and leave, little fox. Hearing this, it dashed away. Run. Demon Emperor Yin Yue, your end is nigh. Yao Mengji also appeared. The three stood directly opposed, ready for battle. Annoying, truly annoying. Demon Emperor Yin Yue expressed extreme annoyance and displeasure at his prey escaping. The fox was already at my mouth, and it got away. Now I have to catch it again. He tensed, circulating his chi, emitting a palpable aura of oppressive might into the surrounding space. He roared, A creature like me, both lazy and hot-tempered, you've ruined my plans like this. Are you ready for the consequences? That oppressive aura surged directly towards Yao Mengji and Man Yun. However, both of their faces remained unchanged, showing not a hint of worry. Yao Mengji, his expression stern, flicked his hand, batting away the oppressive aura. That demon emperor truly gives one a headache. You're too loud. Quiet down a bit. What if the Exalted One is taking a nap? After seeing his attack so easily dispelled, Demon Emperor Yin Yue wondered, Who exactly are you? Yao Mengji courteously introduced himself. Yao Mengji of Linxian Dao Palace, a demon slayer. The demon emperor heard it, sounding familiar, and confirmed, Yao Mengji. Mengji, you've been in your palace for hundreds of years, never leaving seclusion. Why are you free to come out today? Linxian Dao Palace might scare others, but it doesn't scare me. Ever since Dan Tiangxin was ruined and cultivation became hopeless, you were so scared you wouldn't leave your door, telling everyone you were in seclusion. And that seclusion lasted for hundreds of years without stopping. The Demon Emperor continued to mock. Yao Mengji, mortals might think you're diligently cultivating, but we demons all know you're a coward. Both master and disciple, Yao Mengji and Man Yun, listened in silence until Man Yun broke it. Oh my, I didn't expect to be seen through. Yao Mengji, embarrassed, simply changed the subject. No need for idle talk, one decisive battle. If I can't eliminate you today, there's no meaning in living on. Demon Emperor Yin Yue, seeing this, readily made his move. Perfect, to seize that nine-tailed celestial fox I will go all out. With that, both plunged into battle with everything they had. The fight seemed evenly matched, so the demon used his innate ability to greatly enhance his demonic power. Confident of victory, he lunged towards Yao Mengji, shouting, Others may fear your Lingxian Dao Palace, but you will learn. You may have had the Tangxin Gyukin to assist you, but now that your Tangxin Gyukin is damaged, why should I, Demon Emperor Yin Yue, fear you? As the Demon Emperor's claw neared Yao Mengji, he swept his hand, and a jade-green Gyukin suddenly appeared. With a strike, Yao Mengji sent the demon flying. Seeing the commotion, Man Yun rushed to Yao Mengji's side. Master, please a little quieter, don't disturb the senior. Yao Mengji immediately smacked his forehead. Ah, my apologies, I completely forgot. After taking such a powerful blow, the Demon Emperor glared at the master and disciple, his voice thick with suspicion. That Tangxin Gyukin that just appeared. It's made from enlightenment bamboo. There's only one piece of that in the entire world. Without it, how could you have possibly restored it? Hearing this, Yao Mengji's face split into a wide grin of realization. So that's it. This was all part of the senior's plan. He gave me the enlightenment bamboo precisely to help me defeat this evil beast. Tears of pure joy streamed down his face, leaving his disciple utterly bewildered. Still beaming, he continued, What an immense, profound opportunity. I was chosen to be a chess piece of the immortal. The immortal's chess piece. Cornered, the Demon Emperor offered Yao Mengji a deal. Yao Mengji, if you don't oppose me, I'll tell you an absolutely huge secret. Seeing Yao Mengji's expression shift, he continued. Do you know that the nine-tailed celestial fox you took 3 years ago was originally just a seven-tailed fox? She only took 3 years to transform into a nine-tailed fox and even successfully overcame tribulation. She must have stumbled upon some immense fortune. If we work together to uncover that secret, then becoming an immortal will be a certainty. The two master and disciple whispered amongst themselves, both agreeing that the immense fortune was none other than young Master Li Nianfen. The Demon Emperor prattled on for a moment, then something clicked. His jaw dropped as he pointed a claw at the two. Why are you both looking at me with such pity? Both master and disciple's expressions were clear. Yao Mengji gave the Demon Emperor a mocking look. A massive secret, and that's what you're talking about. The Eagle Demon Emperor roared in fury. Enough! Yao Mengji, you and I have always kept to our own sides. Now you've not only stolen my opportunity, but you've also hit me and humiliated me. If I don't get my revenge, I'll be unworthy of the title Demon Emperor. Yao Mengji simply stared, utterly bewildered. Don't tell me you want to. Before he could finish, he flew off, leaving only a parting threat. I will return. Man Yun was startled. He fled. Yao Mengji scoffed. I thought he was ready to fight to the death. Turns out he just wanted to flee. Man Yun, still wary, murmured, We shouldn't underestimate Demon Emperor Yin Yue. His power is immense. If we truly pushed him to a deathmatch, Master, even you might find it hard to retreat safely, no? Yao Mengji nodded. Indeed, but if it's a mission entrusted by the senior, I must bravely take on the task. He called Man Yun, and she immediately obeyed. Understanding each other, the two flew off in a flash. As he flew, the Eagle Demon Emperor fumed. That old man Yao Mengji is utterly mad. Truly mad. I, the Eagle Demon, have been unrivaled for 4 millennia. How could I possibly waste my life battling an old geezer on the verge of death like you? He seethed, just wait till I find my chance. I'll raise your Lingxian Dao Palace to the ground. Suddenly, he noticed something. He was startled to see a dog perched on a high cliff. Enraged, he bellowed, Where did this dumb dog come from? You nearly bumped into me. Get lost. The little dog, unafraid, calmly replied, You little demon, if you cripple your demon core yourself, I won't lay a paw on you. The Demon Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. A tiger in the lowlands truly is scorned by dogs. To think I, a fugitive, am being provoked by a mere house dog. He didn't. He scoffed, deciding it wasn't worth his time. HMPH. Lucky for you, I, the Demon Emperor, have more important matters today than to squabble with a mutt. He flinched again. When did that little dog? My tail feathers. It bit off all my tail feathers. He flared up, roaring, you ill-mannered mongrel. Suddenly thunder and lightning ripped through the sky. What the? He gasped. Who are you exactly? The house dog transformed, revealing its true form. A fearsome, towering, muscular spirit with razor-sharp fangs. I'm merely a normal house dog, it rumbled, its voice echoing with power. A wave of furious energy slammed down, thunder crashing. Li Nianfen seemed to hear the distant rumbles, muttering to himself, Dahai, the weather was beautiful. Why is there thunder all of a sudden? He rushed out, calling, Ah, my Dahai. Man Yun's face was utterly disbelieving. Master, did you see that clearly? Yao Mengji was just stunned. Where did this heaven-defying demon dog come from? It's terrifying, simply terrifying. Demon Emperor Yin Yue looked like an infant beneath its claws. Man Yun timidly whispered, Master, maybe we should sneak away before the demon dog notices us. Yao Mengji nodded in agreement. But before they could even shift, the demon dog was already standing right behind them, its terrifying eyes wide, fangs bared. Hey, it rumbled, you too. You saw everything, didn't you? Fangs drooling and extended a razor-sharp claw. Yao Mengji immediately fell to his knees. Dog Lord, spare my life. I'm a dog lover, a true dog lover. Man Yun tried to intervene. Master, a scholar may die but cannot suffer such humiliation. How could you? Yao Mengji quickly spun around, hissing, Little girl, what do you know about this? Get over here and kneel now. The demon dog glared, its voice stern. I know you two are my master's guests. You understand the master's rules, don't you? Yao Mengji blinked. The master. Man Yun's eyes widened in realization. I felt a familiar presence just now, could it be? Young Master Li's dog. Yao Mengji nodded vigorously. Understand the rules? Yes, I understand. The demon dog maintained its cold demeanor. Very good, remember this well, I'm just a house dog, good at hunting. That bird was simply an ordinary bird I happened to find, that's all. Yao Mengji continued to bow low. Understood, understood. Dog Lord truly is the greatest hunter in the world. Superb skill. We are deeply impressed, truly impressed. Man Yun and even the demon dog were utterly speechless at Yao Mengji's antics. Suddenly, all three realized someone was eavesdropping in the bushes and turned, startled. Li Nianfen, running and sobbing, chased after Dahai. Hey, Dahai, are you all right? I told you not to go up high when it's thundering. As he ran, he suddenly. Li Nianfen saw Man Yun and the old man standing there. He figured these two must have saved Dahai, so he rushed over, taking the old man's hand. Thank you so much. You protected Dahai from getting struck by lightning, didn't you? Thank you, truly, thank you. The old man humbly replied, Young master, you flatter us. It wasn't anything that serious, not at all. Man Yun introduced, Li Nianfen, this is my mentor, Yao Mengji. Li Nianfen cheerfully greeted him. Hello, Uncle Yao. Yao Mengji also returned the greeting with a smile. Greetings, young Master Li. Man Yun and Xiao Hai could only watch them, utterly speechless. Suddenly, Li Nianfen noticed a large bird behind Xiao Hai. He turned to Dahai. Huh, Dahai, you caught this. He walked over, picking up the bird, a joyful expression on his face. Wow, what a huge bird. Dahai, you're so talented. He looked at Man Yun and Yao Mengji, explaining. Lately there have been so many strange people around. It's rare to have a peaceful day to go hunting. Who knew thunder would suddenly strike and hit my dog's head? Scared me half to death. Thank you both for looking after Dahai. If you don't mind, please come to my place for a rest. Man Yun and Yao Mengji stared, wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Yao, Mengji thought to himself, as expected, he's a true master. The Yaewang Yinyu has been dealt with by him, and now I've officially seized this incredible opportunity. The two of them accompanied Li Nianfen back to his house. As they walked, Yao Mengji said, Then we won't stand on ceremony, haha. Man Yun cheerfully added, No, it's truly our honor, ha. After a short distance, Yao Mengji said to Li Nianfen, The other day when Man Yun mentioned you, young Master Li, I was already eager to meet you. Today I've finally met the real person. Li Nianfen scratched his head, smiling shyly. Uncle Yao, you're too kind. There's nothing particularly special about an ordinary person like me to warrant a meeting, haha. Yao Mengji thought, indeed, young Master Li prefers to live as a mortal. I must be careful not to expose him, or I'll lose this precious opportunity. Then he continued, smiling jovially, Young Master Li's journey to the West is absolutely a peerless masterpiece. With such profound learning, there's no need to be so modest. I also heard you wrote a pair of couplets that astonished everyone. This old man would truly love to see them with my own eyes. Hearing this, Li Nianfen immediately bowed, saying cautiously, "This junior merely scribbled them down on a whim. I need Uncle Yao's guidance, that's all." Yao Mengji chuckled cheerfully. "Guidance? How dare I? Let's just exchange ideas." The two continued their pleasant conversation. Conversation. When Yao Mengji suddenly noticed that the arrows in Li Nianfen's quiver were, in fact, Zhu Wu Dao. He thought to himself, he actually turned Zhu Wu Dao into arrows. Isn't that just wasting one precious blade for every shot? And this bow, is it also made from Zhu Wu Dao? Yao Mengji felt like 1,000 knives had pierced his heart. Man Yun, standing nearby, had to steady him. "Master, are you all right?" Yao Mengji spoke to Man Yun. "You once said the Zhu Wu Dao you brought back was just trash young Master Li threw away. This master was skeptical at first, but now, seeing this, I can't help but believe it." Yao Mengji wept inwardly. "I really wish I could just follow young Master Li around and pick up his trash." Li Nianfen, seeing this, asked Man Yun, puzzled, "What's wrong with Uncle Yao?" Man Yun simply laughed awkwardly. "Master is just a little overwhelmed meeting young Master Li, that's all. Please don't worry, young Master Li." Meanwhile, Yao Mengji was still reeling in shock. To die by the hands of a figure like this, that would truly be a blessing. The scene shifted to Li Nianfen's house. The moment he reached the door, he called out, "Daji, we're home." Daji happily ran out to greet him. "Young master, how was the who?" She stopped mid-sentence, her eyes wide and mouth agape, as she saw Li Nianfen carrying the Yea Wang Yinyu. Li Nianfen, however, was completely unfazed, saying, "I just happened to run into the Yea Wang Yinyu, but it was all thanks to Da Hai. Daji, you should praise him too." Daji gave an awkward laugh. All right, all right." Then she mentally probed Da Hai. "What exactly happened?" Da Hai casually replied, "That's right, I did it. But I'm telling you, I just passed by and casually killed it. You believe me?" Daji's expression turned serious. "Just remember, don't let Master get suspicious." Seeing Daji silent, Li Nianfen asked, "What's wrong, Daji? Are you unhappy?" Hearing this, Daji immediately brightened up. "It's just my first time seeing such a large bird, so I'm a little surprised. A bird this big will definitely eat a lot of rice, I bet." Li Nianfen laughed heartily. "Haha, let's try cooking it later then." Witnessing this, Yao Mengji and Man Yun were struck dumb. They cried out in alarm, You want to eat the Yea Wang Yinyu?" Yao Mengji quickly regained his composure, then walked over to Li Nianfen. "Young Master Li, Man Yun told me you enjoy a type of food called jelly rock. I specially brought some for you today." Hearing this, Li Nianfen was pleasantly surprised. "Oh, really?" Yao Mengji glanced around, then said, "This item isn't small, it needs a place to." Li Nianfen immediately rolled up his sleeves. "This is easy enough to solve." Then he grabbed a shovel and promptly cleared away the spiritual herbs on the ground. A moment later, everything was tidy. He looked at Yao Mengji. "Uncle Yao, how about we put it here?" This scene made both Yao Mengji and Man Yun feel like they were about to cough up blood. Spiritual herbs, he's just clearing them away. Regaining his composure, Yao Mengji managed, "Enough, enough." Then he performed a spell. Immediately, a large block of ice appeared before Li Nianfen, who exclaimed in utter surprise, "Whoa!" He stepped forward, embracing the ice block. "I thought it was a jelly-making machine. This is." Yao Mengji explained, "This jelly rock is precisely what this item produces." He looked up, his gaze distant, and sighed. "This mountain is called Thousand-Year Profound Ice Mountain. Unfortunately, it takes 1,000 years for just one block of jelly rock to form." As he spoke, he turned back, and the sight before him made Yao Mengji want to spit blood once more. Li Nianfen, holding a bowl of the jelly rock in his hand, asked, "Uncle Yao, what did you just say?" Yao Mengji completely crumbled. Nothing, nothing at all." His face darkened as he thought, "Thousand-Year Profound Ice, you are truly something else. I've been praising you for over 1,000 years. And you stingy thing, you only gave me a single drop every 1,000 years. Well, this is great. As soon as a master appears, they're practically falling over themselves to suck up to him." All I saw was the profound ice melting quickly, filling Li Nianfen's bowl in no time. He said a little bashfully, "Uncle Yao, you just saved Big Black, and now you're giving me such a valuable gift. How could I possibly repay you? I'm just an ordinary man who only knows how to tend to plants at home. I don't have anything precious. If you two don't mind, please just say what you'd like." Li Nianfen's offer left Man Yun and Yao Mengji stunned. Both were thinking the same thing, a test, a test. Yao Mengji thought, if I lie and say I don't wish for anything, the expert will surely see through my insincerity. But if I state my desires directly, it might seem too greedy. Man Yun nervously wondered, just one wrong move and this karmic opportunity could be lost. What will Master reply? After a moment of deliberation, Yao Mengji gently responded, "To be honest, this old man has had a broken guzheng for a long time. Thanks to the bamboo of enlightenment bestowed upon Man Yun by young Master Li, it can now be restored. This kindness, this old man will never forget. Offering a small token of gratitude is simply this old man's heartfelt duty." Li Nianfen stared blankly when he heard bamboo of enlightenment. Bamboo of enlightenment, what's that? Then he suddenly realized, "Oh, Uncle Yao means that piece of wood that Miss Chin took last time, right?" He mused, "I actually exchanged a piece of wood for someone's jelly-making machine. Is this what they call a cultured person? So generous." Yao Mengji mustered all his courage and said, "Young Master Li's mind is as clear as a mirror, so this old man should also speak plainly." Li Nianfen nodded repeatedly. "Uncle Yao, go on, go on." Yao Mengji then stated frankly, "This old man wishes to ask young Master Li for a bit of guidance." Behind him, Man Yun thought, he's opened his mouth. Master hopes young Master Li will clarify the path of immortal cultivation. She's worried that young Master Li always keeps quiet about cultivation matters. Master's action is truly risky. So, how will young Master Li respond? Unexpectedly, Li Nianfen smiled cheerfully and replied, "All right, come here." After they sat down at the table in front of the guzheng, he said, "Perfect. It's been a long time since I've had a chance to exchange playing techniques with anyone else." Seeing this, both of them were speechless. Li Nianfen struck a cool pose and continued, "Don't look at me like that. I understand a thing or two about music theory." Man Yun sighed in disappointment, thinking, as expected, he refused, but Yao Mengji was overjoyed. As expected of young Master Li. With just a glance, he saw that this old man cultivates the zither Tao. Such great fortune, such great fortune. So, shall we play a duet, or? Just as he was getting excited, Li Nianfen gave an answer that felt like 1,000 knives piercing Yao Mengji's heart. "No duet," he thought to himself. "I play the zither, but you cultivators all play with internal energy. What if I get accidentally hurt?" Then he smiled brightly and said, "Uncle Yao, please sit down. You play a piece first. I'll just listen from the side." Yao Mengji immediately sat at the table, preparing to play. "As you command." Just as he was about to strike a note, the zither suddenly emitted a dazzling light, completely astonishing Yao Mengji. This is, Yao Mengji trembled uncontrollably. "The heavenly heart zither. It's sensing the presence of this zither. The heavenly heart zither. It's feeling inferior. It's like a famously beautiful and graceful maiden from the East District who, upon entering the city one day, saw a truly world-shaking beauty. All her previous confidence and pride were utterly shattered. Compared to young Master Li's zither, the heavenly heart zither is practically firewood." He stammered, "Young Master Li, can I really play this zither?" Li Nianfen replied cheerfully, You can. That time I truly dare not revisit." As soon as the music ended, Yao Mengji turned and asked, "Young Master Li, what do you think?" He clapped his hands, praising, then stood up and said, "Uncle Yao, no need to say anything. Let's communicate through music," Yao Mengji replied. "Then, young Master Li, this old man will trouble you." Li Nianfen settled into position, thinking, "Uncle Yao loves the zither so much, I have to give it my all. Can't let Uncle Yao be disappointed." Yao Mengji and Man Yun were utterly filled with anticipation. He raised his hands high and began to play. As his fingers touched the strings, Man Yun thought, "Young Master Li is about to play." The moment the music began, both of them felt a strong force push them backward. This music is a bit fierce. The flowers, as if caught in a mighty gust of wind, were about to be blown away, then suddenly froze. Yao Mengji asked, "It stopped." Man Yun beside him said, "Wait behind young Master Li." Behind him, a scene slowly unfolded. Man Yun gasped, "A Tao realm." Thousands upon thousands of soldiers stood along both sides, holding swords and spears. This was clearly a battlefield. Yao Mengji looked around. This Tao realm is a battlefield. But such a brutal war, could it truly exist in this world? Suddenly, a soldier looked towards them, then dismounted, raising his spear. Seeing this, Man Yun said to Yao Mengji, "Master, run." Yao Mengji. Calmly he answered, "No need. This Tao rhyme isn't something we can contend with. Running is useless." The soldier looked at them with bright eyes and charged towards Yao Mengji. A dazzling light pierced through him. He closed his eyes, thinking this is the Tao realm. A second later, everything returned to normal. Man Yun murmured, "We're back." Just then, a tree in the garden was digging up the soil, or rather, bursting through it. Their eyes widened in shock. What, these creatures in the garden? They've cultivated to such a realm? Where Li Nianfen was playing the gyukin, a blue light suddenly emanated. Stimulated by the music, all the creatures revealed their true forms. Seeing Li Nianfan's expression, Yao Mengji understood. So it wasn't that young Master Li didn't want to fish, but that his Gyukin skills were too terrible. He'd looked down on fishing, taking pride in his own Gyukin technique, only to find it was utter garbage. Yao Mengji silently wept internally. Man Yun was no less stunned. Master, any random demon in this garden could easily obliterate the Silver Moon Demon Emperor. Yao Mengji, tears streaming down his face, replied, Yes. Seeing her master like this, Man Yun was sure he'd suffered quite a blow. Master, are you okay? Was it too much of a shock? But it doesn't seem to be shock, but excessive admiration. Young Master Li is an immortal. No, beyond an immortal. I, your master, have cultivated for 3,000 years just to gain the fortune of meeting him. Li Nianfan stopped playing, then scratched his head and asked, I'm done. How do you all feel? Their hearts were incredibly tense. How can he ask us how we feel? No wonder these creatures can cultivate into spirits hearing this kind of music every day. Then tears of excitement streamed down their faces. Of course, it's admiration. The music was so beautiful, a picturesque landscape appeared in their minds. Yao Mengji let out a deep breath, then gently replied, Thank you, young Master Li, for your guidance. This old man has gained a great deal. Li Nianfan humbly said, I haven't practiced the Gyukin in too long, so I'm a bit rusty. Elder Yao is too kind. Yao Mengji continued, May I ask the name of this piece? Li Nianfan cheerfully replied, Ambush from 10 sides. Hearing these 4 words, Yao Mengji and Man Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. Ambush from 10 sides, they trembled inwardly. The hidden Gyukin demons. Isn't that precisely an ambush from 10 sides? This is too dangerous, far too dangerous. Thank goodness we didn't do anything disrespectful, otherwise our bodies wouldn't even be left. Yao Mengji suddenly showered praises. This Gyukin piece is absolutely marvelous. Young Master Li's skill is truly divine. The two combined are simply peerless. Li Nianfan heard this and felt a bit flustered. Elder Yao, you flatter me too much. Li Nianfan, also delighted, said, It feels a bit awkward to exchange a simple wooden stick for Elder Yao's jelly-making machine. How about this? Next time I'll transcribe the musical score and gift it to Elder Yao. Yao Mengji was shocked. What? Then tears of emotion streamed down his face. To give it. To me, 3,000 years. 3,000 years of my life weren't wasted after all. Meanwhile, at Qingyun Pavilion, the disciples were in a commotion. Is the pavilion master coming out of seclusion soon? Really? The pavilion master is about to break through? The saintess has been guarding outside for 3 full days. Qingyun was extremely anxious outside. Suddenly, a light enveloped the Bagua formation. Look at that light. It's a sign of a breakthrough. Qingyun quickly instructed everyone. The time has come. Everyone quickly activate the spell formations to help Father. The disciples responded in unison. Yes, saintess. Qingyun began to cast her magic. A pink light enveloped everything, then shot straight towards the Bagua formation where Taoist Qingyang was undergoing a grotesque transformation, slowly morphing and causing everything around him to explode. Everyone started cheering. Is it a success? Qingyun also cried out, Father. A familiar yet strange figure appeared. Father. Father, you've come out. He roared. Don't come closer. Qingyun was a little confused. Father. He carefully instructed his daughter, This is the critical moment for my breakthrough. If I fail, I'll be devoured and the consequences will be unimaginable. Go quickly and retrieve the 9-curved spirit ginseng from the top floor of the treasury. Lin Mofeng, pavilion master of Lingyun Immortal Pavilion, having just exited seclusion, immediately ordered his daughter, Qingyun, who was standing beside him. Quickly, bring the 9-curved spirit ginseng. Whether your father can successfully break through or not, success or failure depends on this step. Upon hearing this, Saintess Qingyun felt as if she would shatter into a million pieces. She stammered, Father. The 9-curved spirit ginseng, I already gave it to someone else. Lin Mofeng looked dumbfounded by what he just heard. What did you say? He quickly calmed his breathing and thoughts. No matter. Go get the heavenly rainbow grass then. He felt composed and proud, thinking about his preparations. Fortunately, I kept quite a few trump cards for my breakthrough. Quite a few trump cards. Immediately after came a string of names, and Pavilion Master Lin received an utterly heartbreaking answer from his daughter. All the supreme-grade spirit herbs. I gave them all to someone else? Upon hearing this, Lin Mofeng was so furious he almost coughed up blood. The shock was indescribable, and only one phrase echoed in his mind. Gave them all away to someone else. Overwhelmed by shock, Pavilion Master Lin collapsed to his knees, his face a picture of pain and bewilderment. He looked up at his daughter and said, Misfortune upon our family, utter misfortune. How could you give away so many supreme-grade spirit herbs to someone else? Qing-yun, with the naive, love-struck expression of a girl in love, replied to her struggling father kneeling on the ground. That's young Master Li. He's a peerless expert. He prefers to live humbly as a mortal secluded in the mundane world. But in reality, even the celestial immortals can't compare to him. Lin Mofeng, upon hearing this, continued to cough up blood, utterly shocked by his daughter's innocence. He sputtered, a young master, secluded in the mundane world. Even immortals can't compare? Damn it. This is definitely a scam by some con artist. He looked at his infatuated daughter and thought, I bet there's not a single penny left. It's just, I wonder if she was swindled for her looks. It seems her beauty won't be easy to protect anymore. Lin Mufeng thought bitterly, lamenting to the heavens. Oh heaven, so what if there's no hope for a breakthrough? Why must my daughter suffer such a fate? He waved his hand at everyone there. Shu, dismissed. Lin Mufeng clenched his fists, spiritual energy surging even more. Just you wait. Once I stabilize my chi, I'll go tear that damn guy from back, then limb from limb. Seeing his father so agitated, King Yun added, trying to reassure him. Father, even though I gave those immortal herbs and spirit medicines away, I got something in return. Something that might even help you, perhaps. Hearing this, Lin Mufeng turned around, his face full of anticipation, only to see a pouch of tea. A bitter tear trickled down Lin Mufeng's cheek. 16 top-grade spirit medicines. For a pouch of tea, my precious daughter, brilliant since childhood. How could she turn into such a dolt just by meeting that guy? As if reading his thoughts, King Yun gently said, then opened the tea pouch. Father, don't assume your daughter was swindled. Whether it's real or fake, you'll know once you see. The moment the tea pouch opened, it cleansed the demonic energy from Lin Mufeng's body, making him utterly astonished. Does this tea leaf truly contain such profound wonders? He thought, then told King Yun, daughter, brew some for me to try. Lin Mufeng sat, a deeply satisfied expression on his face as he waited for King Yun to pour the tea. It was the first time his daughter had ever brewed tea for him. Still, he harbored many doubts, lacking any real belief in what was happening. Everyone else cultivates with heavenly treasures and earthly delights, and here I am, drinking tea. I suppose I'm the first in history to do so. He took a sip, and before him lay a paradise, an immortal realm. Lin Mufeng gazed at the sight before him, bewildered. Dao charm. No, not just Dao charm, but even divine consciousness. A tiny cup of tea, yet it contained the soul-splitting realm. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out before him. It was a little girl around 5 or 6 years old. This is my own divine consciousness. Back in reality, King Yun saw her father's sorrowful expression. Father, what's wrong? Lin Mufeng sighed deeply, then suddenly his eyes lit up, and he yelled excitedly, my daughter. You were truly too adorable when you were little. Lin Mufeng's face beamed with delight. Everyone around was also incredibly excited. The sect master has broken through. He's broken through, King Yun blushingly asked. Father, how do you feel? How do you feel? He joyfully replied. She had her charm when she was little, and she has her charm now that she's grown up. Confused, she asked again, Father, what are you talking about? Lin Mufeng quickly changed the subject. Daughter, quickly bring out the tea leaves. Let your father take a good look. Let me see how much is left. King Yun opened a red box, revealing lush green tea leaves. Father, this is all there is. Lin Mufeng's eyes shone like stars. Not little at all, not little. Trading 16 spirit medicines for this is completely worth it. A treasure like this is enough for our King Yun immortal pavilion to prosper and flourish, unrivaled for 10,000 years. Truly worthy of my little King Yun, to think she had the good fortune to bring back such a treasure. Lin Mufeng excitedly hugged his daughter. Where is that young master? When can you bring him to meet your father? She tilted her head, confused. It seems father has misunderstood. Father, it's not what you think. Young Master Li has a reclusive nature, preferring quiet solitude hidden deep in the mountains. He rarely ventures out. King Yun recounted the entire incident to Lin Mufeng. Here's how it happened, father. Listen carefully as your daughter explains. Meanwhile, 2 demon kings were about to fight. The female demon king scoffed. A mere golden core demon dares to call himself the demon emperor. Truly, it makes one truly astonished. The wild boar demon king retorted, not backing down. Lord Yinyu is dead. The demons are without a master, so of course a new demon emperor is needed to preside over the grand situation. And it certainly won't be some cook like you, will it? This time the male demon king was truly enraged, his expression ferociously grim. Whether I can or not, you'll know if you try. Suddenly, both of them froze. Such powerful demonic energy. Could it be those two? Without a word, they both fled. "You idiot pig, we'll fight another day. Consider yourself lucky to escape this time." Suddenly, a spirit fox appeared. The space was utterly silent. Was there a sound just now? Then the spirit fox dashed forward, crying and wailing, "Ah, sister, I've finally found you." Daji readily embraced it. "Lu Wei? Oh, wait, it should be Chi Wei now." The spirit fox, feeling wronged, nuzzled into Daji's arms and lamented. Sister, you don't know. A few days ago, I almost died. Demon Emperor Yinyu led a pack of demons to surround me. I almost got caught by it and wouldn't have seen you again." Daji picked up the spirit fox and asked, "So how did you escape then? Were you rescued by someone?" The spirit fox admired. "Sister, you're truly a brilliant strategist, aren't you?" "Not that I'm a brilliant strategist." Daji motioned with her eyes, signaling the spirit fox to look at the roasted bird in the distance. "Little sister, what do you see over there?" Chi Wei's face went pale with fright, stammering, Demon Emperor Yinyu. "Sister, Demon Emperor Yinyu is dead." Daji immediately replied, "Dead, more than dead. Its feathers were plucked clean, its internal organs neatly processed, and it's been marinating in salt for a day. Tomorrow it'll be served on the dining table. I thought the young master must have sensed your danger and specially sent someone to rescue you. So it turns out none of it was a coincidence. Everything was within the young master's control." Daji rattled on, but the spirit fox only focused on 5 words: "Marinating in salt and on the dining table." She excitedly continued, "When the time comes, I'll see if I can save a bowl for you. The young master's dishes are beneficial for your cultivation, you know. Plus, I have an idea." Chi Wei asked curiously. "An idea? Sister, what idea?" Daji replied to her junior sister. "The young master once hinted to me that you could also transform into human form and serve him alongside me. But I wasn't sure if I misunderstood, and I worried bringing you back would be too sudden." Daji then had another thought. "Also, recently, the demon lords have been causing trouble everywhere. I want you to become the demon emperor and bring order to them, creating a perfect hunting ground." The young master, she felt her idea was brilliant. "Once you prove yourself and I confirm the young master's feelings, I'll bring you into the residence to serve him." But Linhu didn't see it that way. Her face paled with fear. "Sister, your idea, I don't even know where to begin being shocked." Linhu cried, "I don't want to be a demon emperor. I can't do it." "You're already a 7-tailed fox. Your strength is more than enough to become a demon emperor. You just have too little guts," Daji tried to persuade her. "Those petty demons don't have the Silver Moon Demon Emperor backing them. They should be afraid of you." Linhu was a little puzzled. "Why don't you become the demon emperor, sister?" At this, Daji feigned shyness. "I'm in the young master's care now. It would be quite improper for me to show my face outside without his permission." Linhu replied helplessly, "Sister, you've really changed so much." Suddenly, Daji offered Linhu a steaming bowl of delicious soup. "Come on, eat your dinner first." Linhu stared at the bowl, then sighed. Daji sat beside Linhu and comforted her. "Don't worry about the demon emperor business. I'll make a plan for you." A roasted chicken sat in the courtyard of Li Nianfen's house. King Yun and her father, Lin Mufeng, had already stood at the door. Lin Mufeng asked his daughter, King Yun, "Is this where the young master Li you mentioned lives?" King Yun confirmed, "That's right, father. Father, you must remember young master Li's taboos." "Do not offend him," Lin Mufeng sighed. "My daughter has grown up, lecturing her old man now. King Yun, rest assured, I will certainly not be disrespectful when dealing with such a revered senior." The sound of the door opening rang out. King Yun spoke first. "Hello, young Master Li. My father heard about your journey to the west and absolutely insisted on coming to visit. We apologize for the trouble." Li Nianfen politely said, "Hello, Uncle Lin." Lin Mufeng immediately expressed, "Young Master Li, I've heard so much about you. We've taken the liberty to visit. Please forgive our impudence." Li Nianfen happily said, "Uncle Lin, you're too polite. Please come in quickly." King Yun's father explained, "I have been in closed-door cultivation for quite some time. Only yesterday did I learn that King Yun had befriended young Master Li. I was truly overjoyed and surprised." Li Nianfen courteously said, "I'm also very happy to have met Miss Lin." Lin Mufeng suddenly grew curious. "May I ask, young Master Li, where did you cultivate? How many cultivators are in your household? What stage have they reached? What's their level of cultivation? And are you married?" King Yun quickly cut him off. "Father, you're just joking. Young Master Li, please don't mind him." Li Nianfen was happily invited them. "Last time Miss Lin gifted me so many spirit herbs, and I haven't even had a chance to properly thank you yet. Why not stay for lunch today? I'm making some chicken stew." King Yun readily accepted. Then respectfully we accept your kind offer. Hearing this, Li Nianfen hurried off to stew the chicken. At this point, King Yun irritably said, "Father, do you have a death wish?" Lin Mufeng, taken aback, told King Yun, "My child, listen to my explanation. A revered senior like young Master Li has returned to his original state. Perhaps he has already comprehended the great Tao. To him, immortals and mortals are no different. Treasures and ordinary objects are also no different in his eyes." King Yun seemed convinced. "That actually makes some sense. Ordinary people are usually greedy for wealth, but truly rich people lost interest in money long ago. If a pauper constantly grumbled about how to make money in front of a wealthy person, the rich person would find it extremely annoying." Lin Mufeng continued, "Because the two sides are no longer on the same level of existence. For an enlightened senior, discussing the Tao is naturally inappropriate. Perhaps everyday matters would please such a senior more." King Yun was surprised. "So, father, that's what you're getting at?" Lin Mufeng smugly replied. "Of course. While the senior is starting the fire and cooking, do you know what we need to do?" Li Nianfen was in the kitchen, washing vegetables, when he curiously asked, "Uncle Lin, Miss Lin, why are you two out here?" Lin Mufeng immediately said, "We can't just sit idle and reap the rewards. We decided to help young Master Li with the cooking." With that, he brandished his sword and chopped down with force, focusing wholeheartedly on the action. The result was a piece of wood split in two. He sighed, utterly exhausted. Li Nianfen advised, "Uncle Lin, if you feel tired, don't force yourself." Lin Mufeng refused. "Not tired, absolutely no problem, everything's perfectly fine." Except, as he looked at the log, he thought, "This log I'm chopping is spirit wood, and the axe I'm using to chop wood is a demon-slaying sword. It all makes perfect sense. Nothing unusual at all. The demon-slaying sword, since its birth, has been inherently bloodthirsty. Legend says that if a demonic cultivator obtained it, they would receive blessings from the supreme demon lord. Yet, now it has lost all its demonic nature and even possesses a holy aura. And this pile of spirit wood, though it looks no different from ordinary logs, each time I chop, I have to use 80% of my power. Each chop feels like the spiritual energy pathways in my body are undergoing. A violent earthquake, I can't believe I'm so extravagant." A man who had once chopped spirit wood, he thought. Li Nianfen exclaimed, "Uncle Lin, you're going to chop yourself into exhaustion." Lin Mufeng stubbornly replied, "It's fine, young Master Li. It's our first meeting, I wouldn't want to embarrass myself. I can still chop." Li Nianfen still urged, "Uncle Lin, please rest a bit. The bird and mushroom stew is almost ready. Don't push yourself so hard." Lin Mufeng finally understood and said, "Thank you, young Master Li." With that, he went into the house. It was only then that Lin Mufeng realized the meaning of Li Nianfen's words. "Bird and mushroom stew. Bird, could it be? That bird from outside earlier. I truly did feel a faint wisp of demonic energy from the Silver Moon Demon Emperor. No, how could that be? No matter what, it's too unbelievable." Li Nianfen respectfully said, "Uncle Lin, please have some soup." He realized with a jolt that it was indeed the Silver Moon Demon Emperor. A moment later, Li Nianfen served the bowls. "Wild birds are quite nourishing, Uncle Lin. You've done a bit of work, but your physical strength seems insufficient. Are you feeling unwell? Drink more to nourish your body. If you have any old injuries, I can take a look. If they could be healed, you wouldn't be this exhausted after chopping just a few logs." Although young Master Li Nianfen's well-meaning gesture struck Lin Baba like a bolt from the blue. "Damn it," he thought. "I can't even chop firewood properly. I have to find a way to make up for this, otherwise my chance with young Master Li will be ruined." Despite his worry, Lin Baba and Qing Yun couldn't help but salivate, drawn by the incredible aroma wafting from the chicken soup. This scent, it's utterly impossible to focus any spiritual energy with it around. Ah, that's right. Just a little bit of jelly to enhance the flavor. Qing Yun felt a jolt of suspicion. "Father, the rumors say the demon Empress Yin Yue is missing. This soup, spiritual wood as fuel, jade dragon fire for heat, spiritual water for the broth, spiritual herbs for seasoning, and thousand-year profound ice liquid as a side. Simmered just like the demon Empress Yin Yue." At that moment, Li Nianfen accidentally spilled an entire bowl of brine into the pot. "Oh no, I put too much in." "Old pal, you probably never imagined you'd reach the peak of your life after death, huh?" Li Nianfen ladled out a bowl of soup. "Lin Baba, drink it while it's hot." All right, then I won't stand on ceremony." Lin Baba gazed at the steaming soup in his hands, its surface glistening with fat, the broth clear as crystal. Slowly an irresistible aroma washed over him. Brother, just looking at it makes my mouth water. Lin Baba. Lin Baba drained the bowl in one gulp. This is Dao rhyme. He looked around, tears streaming uncontrollably. Such dense Dao rhyme, like a surging tide. Spiritual energy filled his danchan, threatening to explode his body at any moment to burst forth. Lin Baba was so overjoyed he felt like he could burst out of his clothes. I truly want to be young Master Li's woodcutter for the rest of my life. Qing Yun, seeing her father laughing to himself, felt a pang of doubt. This bird soup, it's concentrated with countless true treasures. The entire cultivation world probably couldn't find anything more precious. Can my cultivation truly withstand it? Without further thought, she bravely took a spoonful. Immediately the scene before her eyes shifted. Dao rhyme. She was moved to tears, not just the Dao rhyme but its sheer deliciousness. A warm sensation enveloped her entire body. Hot, suddenly it's so hot, this steam, it feels like it's about to evaporate my clothes. Just then she suddenly noticed. Her father looked at her and she looked down at his physical state and couldn't speak. Li Nianfen cheerfully asked, Lin Baba, Miss Lin, how was the taste? Both father and daughter exclaimed in praise, finding it utterly splendid. Oh, the taste was absolutely divine, Lin Baba said, then suddenly remembered. That's right. That's right, since it's my first visit, I brought a small gift for young Master Li. Li Nianfen felt a surge of gratitude. These two are far too friendly. What kind of mystical treasure is it this time? Lin Baba pulled a box from his sleeve. What kind of amazing thing? Oh, it's nothing but a Dao transmission relic, passed down through generations in our Lingyun Immortal Pavilion, recording cultivation insights and experiences. Just a tiny token of our Lingyun Immortal Pavilion's sincerity, that's all. Li Nianfen was surprised. A crystal ball. Suddenly, a system appeared before his eyes. Cultivation Forum of 100 Schools. An old man appeared on the system, holding a book titled The 21 Pavilion Masters of Lingyun Immortal Pavilion. How to Break Through the Golden Core Realm. Today, we're studying Lecture 4328. Everyone, please open your reference books. After presenting the jade green orb to Li Nianfen, the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion Master explained its function. It's a Dao transmission relic. Simply think of a spell or Taoist art in your mind, and it will form a Dao transmission imprint, stored within the relic. Future generations can then observe it, resonate with the cultivation experience of their predecessors, and swiftly improve their cultivation. Though it sounds like a lot, it basically lets you create a mental image, record it into this green orb, and then future generations can view it. Isn't this just a TV? Li Nianfen asked after hearing the explanation. Lin Baba froze, dumbfounded. A TV, young Master Li? What is that? It's a specialty from my hometown, Li Nianfen explained. It's a rectangular box. You can sit in one spot and use it to see all events happening across the world. Lin Baba and Miss Lin listened, utterly bewildered, their eyes wide and mouths agape. They didn't understand a single thing. Could it be that what young Master Li Nianfen is talking about refers to the immortal realm? Miss Lin whispered to her father. The Lingyun Pavilion Master nodded in agreement. It can only be. And compared to our Dao transmission relic, this TV is on a vastly higher level. The relic can only store insights and experiences, but a TV, it's like the legendary 1,000-mile eye. It can glimpse 1,000 miles, allow you to choose freely, truly a boundless and magnificent divine ability. Originally, the Lingyun Pavilion Master had hoped to redeem himself after the wood-chopping mishap, but it seemed even the Dao transmission relic failed to impress young Master Li. The Pavilion Master felt helpless. This truly is difficult. Contrary to the Pavilion Master's thoughts, Li Nianfen quite liked the jade. It looked beautiful and he could carry it with him. However, its function only reminded young Master Li of the lectures he watched from teachers on YouTube. All those lectures from teachers on YouTube, my head's starting to ache again, can't this be changed? The screen on the Dao transmission relic now displayed. Memory empty. Please upload new image. Lin Baba was utterly flustered. Holy crap, the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion's 1,000 years of experience just vanished like that. Li Nianfen, with a blank look, asked the Pavilion Master, how do I upload new images? You just need to think of an image in your mind, young Master Li. Our young Master Li, unexpectedly so potent. A wicked smile then appeared on his face. Anything at all? Fortunately, he managed to retain his rationality and decided against watching those kinds of films. Young Master Li focused his thoughts. Before his eyes appeared a hidden immortal realm, surrounded by cloud-kissing mountains. High above, Buddha Tathagata shone with dazzling radiance. one hand sealing the wicked disciple Sun Wukong beneath a rocky mountain. It turned out our young Master Li was recalling the movie Journey to the West. After watching, he grinned stupidly, looking utterly content. The pavilion master and Miss Lin were absolutely blown away. This is the ancient immortal realm. Both of them were extremely satisfied with the experience. Li Nianfen expressed, "I really like this jade. Thank you both, Lin Baba and Miss Lin." Zyro Fan was about to clear the dishes, planning to dump the bird stew. But Lin Jeju and his daughter clung to it, unwilling to let it go. "Nobody's going to eat it now, and it'll spoil fast in this weather," Li Nianfen said. "A fridge would be great." Lin Jeju, still savoring the exquisite taste, threw all dignity out the window. "Please, Li Nianfen, pack up this bird stew for me." Just then, the great elder of Yunxian Pavilion burst in from nowhere, practically weeping with joy. "Pavilion Master, you're finally back," he gesticulated wildly, announcing, "A high-level secret realm has appeared in the western region." Lin Jeju said, "Great Elder, take it easy, no need to rush. How about we eat the food I just got packed while we talk? After all, a full stomach comes first, no matter what." The Great Elder was beside himself. "This is no time for eating. The Mount Chushan secret realm has opened. Many sects have already set off. We must hurry." Lin Zioji, overhearing, wondered, "What's a secret realm?" A nearby subordinate explained, "Roughly, it's a place that quietly opens once every 10 or 100 years, very hard to find. Inside, not only are there opportunities for cultivation, but also many precious exotic treasures. Anyone who enters will see their cultivation drastically increase." Great Elder, still frantic, "This is truly a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for our Lingyun Xi'an Pavilion. We absolutely must go." He had even meticulously packed all the travel luggage and presented it to Lin Jeju. Lin Jeju, however, responded cheerfully with 2 words, "Not going." The Great Elder was utterly devastated. "Not going? What do you mean, not going?" Lin Jeju leisurely said, "Sounds tempting, but it's also fraught with peril, isn't it?" "I'm not bothered." The Great Elder felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Are you messing with me?" Lin Jeju excitedly boasted and sweet-talked the Great Elder. "Don't rush. First, look at what treasures I brought back for you all." The 2 elders were startled, their curiosity piqued. "Treasures?" With that, Lin Jeju pulled out a yellow-lidded box, a Li Nianfen sticker pasted on it. He continued to brag, "I met a master and he gifted this to me." The elder's eyes gleamed, utterly thrilled. "What is this?" The Great Elder reverently held the box, his mouth continuously exclaiming, "This box. The craftsmanship is exceptional, it's so perfectly sealed. This warmth. It's spiritual energy. It actually has spiritual energy," the other elders beside him gathered, admiring and marveling at the treasure. They all cheered, "A treasure, a treasure, a treasure." Lin Jeju couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Actually, it's just a storage box." With that, he opened the lid. While the master's items are certainly extraordinary, this box itself is quite a find. But wait, he paused for a moment. "I want you all to see the soup inside. Compared to any secret realm, this soup is the true opportunity." The elders gasped in awe, their eyes shining like night stars. "Ooh, this is 9-bend spirit ginseng jade essence soup with rainbow grass." At this, all the elders were stunned, their faces turning pale. "What the hell, this is far too extravagant. If it's come to this, then let's drink it all." With that, the Great Elder, without an unnecessary movement, drained his bowl. The other 2 could only groan in regret. "Leave some for me?" Lin Jeju just snickered. "King Yun, look how happy the elders are drinking." King Yun also excitedly nodded in agreement. "Oh, right," she then asked. "Father, young Master Li said a fridge would be great. What exactly is a fridge?" Lin Jeju stroked his chin thoughtfully, inferring from Li Gongzi's words. He deduced it must be a divine artifact that could keep food cold. Its specific function wasn't clear, but it seemed very important to the master. "I wonder if the master mentioned it on purpose, or if he's hinting for me to find him." Meanwhile, the elders were still oohing and eyeing over the treasure soup. "This divine soup, it's so delicious it brings tears to your eyes." They then scoffed amongst themselves. "Compared to this, what the hell is that secret realm in Mount Chushan even good for?" This casual remark unintentionally reached Lin Jeju's ears. He immediately scooted closer and asked, "Where did you say that secret realm is again?" The Great Elder, startled by the sudden question, stammered, "Pavilion Master, it's in Mount Chushan in the western region." Lin Jeju was overjoyed, repeating, "Mount Chushan in the western region covered in ice and snow, that one?" The elders tripped over their words. Yes. It's Mount Chushan in the western region covered in ice and snow." At this, Lin Jeju burst out laughing. So that's how it is. While the elders looked on, utterly bewildered, Lin Jeju excitedly laughed again, thinking to himself, I knew it. Young Master Li not only knows about the secret realm's appearance, but he's even calculated the treasures within. That's why he deliberately mentioned it, meaning he wants me to go find it. The fridge must be in that secret realm. The great elder's face was crumpled in regret as he said to Lin Jeju, Pavilion Master, I was disrespectful just now. I didn't realize you'd encountered an even greater opportunity. It truly isn't suitable to risk going to the secret realm anymore. It's just, if this master has such immense power, why wouldn't he retrieve it himself? Another elder nodded. Indeed. Lin Jeju grumbled self-deprecatingly, isn't that just wasting words? If young master has to do everything himself, then what good are we, his subordinates? He then adopted a righteous air. To grasp this opportunity and dedicate our strength to young Master Li, that is our blessing. The elders were incredibly admiring. Ooh, so that's how it is. With that, Lin Jeju pulled out a talisman radiating spiritual energy. Watch me, I'm going to get that fridge now. He vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, in the tranquil, warm setting of the courtyard, Daji was deep in thought, refining a go game, when Li Nianfen made her jump. Daji, you've solved this go board. Daji couldn't react in time, stammering. Suddenly an idea came to me. I don't know. Did I do that right? Li Nianfen waved his hand, tusking. You got it. You've made such huge progress, I'm really pleased. Now this next chess game, it was a problem the system gave me back then. I just started out, and it took me a lot of thought to solve it. Though I totally didn't expect the reward for solving it to be household items like pots and pans. What a scamming system. He then chuckled, praising Daji warmly. You solved it today, Daji, so I'll give you a little reward too. Daji quickly demurred. Just being by young master's side is more than enough fortune for Daji. I wouldn't dare ask for anything else. Li Nianfen disagreed. How can you say that? I've lived alone in this desolate courtyard for so many years. I should be thanking you for being here with me. Those sweet words truly stirred Daji. She shyly called out, Young master. Meanwhile, in the Xuanian mountain range, the air was bone-chillingly cold. Gusts of wind made Lin Jeju shiver uncontrollably. His subordinates, noticing this, worriedly said, Lin Jeju, if you can't bear it, you should head back first. That's right. The Xuanian mountain range is an extremely cold place. It's normal that you, having lived in the south for so many years, can't adapt. It's normal, but Lin Jeju's pride was still immense. His stomach was probably screaming by now, but he stubbornly refused to give in. No, since I've made up my mind to break through this mystic realm, how can I back down like a coward at the last minute? He finished speaking, then looked at a large opening on the icy, snowy mountain and asked, Is this the entrance to the mystic realm? Someone explained, Indeed. The mystic realm has been open for several days, but no one has been able to solve this chess game. Many have tried, and after failing, they were even injured by the board. Lin Jeju recalled this chess game. Isn't it identical to the one in young Master Li's courtyard? A thought suddenly flashed in Lin Jeju's mind. This chess game, I think I have a way. He hadn't even finished his sentence when his subordinates already began turning around, ready to give up. Let's just quit. Sticking it out here and freezing isn't the way. As expected, with our understanding, we can't solve this chess game. Lin Jeju tried to call out to them in vain. That's why I said, I think I can. Before he could finish, another voice interrupted him. Brother Lin, long time no see. I heard you broke through and came out of seclusion. I haven't even had a chance to congratulate you. Lin Jeju turned around, utterly surprised. King Yang Taoist, why are you at this mystic realm? Actually, I discovered it first. I couldn't solve this chess game, so I spread the word, hoping that by pooling everyone's strength, we might make some progress. I didn't expect that after several days, with the mystic realm about to disappear, no one could solve this chess game. It's just too difficult. Brother Lin, you shouldn't blame yourself too much for not being able to solve it. Lin Jeju, still trembling, muttered, But I really can. Just then, a loud shout cut across the air. Who said no one can solve it? King Yang Taoist startled, turning his head. The voice belonged to Tianyan Taoist. They saw a fierce-looking man, his upper body exposed and his lower body covered, with a whole go board hanging from his person. Clearly, he was a grandmaster. Can we really expect him to perform a miracle? Tianyan Taoist, with his bald, shiny head and awe-inspiring, majestic presence, had actually come. At this point, people grew curious about Tianyan Taoist's background. Someone immediately offered an explanation. You're too young, you wouldn't know. Legend has it that Tianyin Taoist possessed unparalleled talent, reaching nascent soul great perfection at only 40 years old. However, for some unknown reason, he later became obsessed with chess. His cultivation didn't just stop increasing, it actually decreased. He went into seclusion for a full 400 years, only playing chess, never cultivating. But in this world, when it comes to chess talent, it's no exaggeration to say he's number one. If even he can't solve this chess game, then in this world, I'm afraid no one can. Then in this world, I'm afraid no one can solve it. At that, Tianyin Taoist immediately made his move, controlling the chess pieces with nimble, flexible movements. The chess formation changed considerably. No one knew if the situation had been turned around yet. King Yang Taoist was stunned. Could he actually be about to solve it? Beside him, Lin Jeju was still trembling from the cold, his teeth chattering, unable to say a word. The chess position seemed unsolved. Tianyin Taoist, unable to contain his frustration, roared, "You're stubbornly relying on this treacherous terrain, are you? Fine, then I'll force my way through." As he finished speaking, he threw a white piece, pressing it firmly onto the board. "And I'll tear apart these black pieces of yours?" After his declaration, the space instantly became strangely silent. Icy snow and swirling wind engulfed them. Everyone waited with bated breath. So did he succeed? Tianyin Taoist also put away his piece, pondering for a long time as he looked towards the mystic realm. What would the result be? Suddenly, a terrifying blast of light erupted from the mystic realm, shooting straight towards Tianyin Taoist. What was bound to happen happened. Tianyin Taoist was sent flying far, far away, never to be seen again. He failed. Lin Jeju wasn't surprised. As expected, there's only one way to solve this chess game. One wrong move, and all subsequent steps are wrong. All subsequent steps are wrong. Tianyin Taoist's first move was already incorrect, so losing was inevitable. He hadn't even finished speaking when he sneezed, his eyes watering and nose running. King Yang Taoist was utterly dismayed. Even Tianyin Taoist couldn't solve the chess game. It seems hopeless now. With that, the whole group dejectedly turned their backs and left. "Let's go, we're not destined for the treasures in this mystic realm. Time to go home?" They hadn't even gone half a step when the mystic realm suddenly collapsed with a bang. Lin Jeju said nothing, but trembling, he solved the chess game, opening the mystic realm wide, eager to quickly get inside and escape the cold. It was resolved so simply. "Brother Lin, you're amazing. We haven't met for years, and your chess skills have reached such a transcendent level," Lin Jeju said in a tired voice. "It's nothing special, just normal." The others were even more amazed. "And you call that normal?" King Yang Taoist chuckled. "Not only are you good at chess, you're also a great actor, ha ha ha. Now quickly tell me, have you encountered some kind of fated opportunity?" Lin Jeju stammered this. "This is a real dilemma. A master likes tranquility, and young Master Li's story absolutely cannot be blurted out like this. How am I supposed to answer?" His subordinates began clamoring. "Ling. Cloud Immortal Pavilion excels in herbs, not chess. Not even Taoist Tianyin could break that formation, so how could Pavilion Master Lin possibly do it? He surely didn't just stumble into it by blind luck, did he? That's truly insulting. How could you speak of Pavilion Master Lin that way?" Unexpectedly, this idea wasn't bad. It actually got Pavilion Master Lin off the hook. He turned, eagerly agreeing. "You hit the nail on the head. I'm exactly that blind cat who got lucky." Seriously, couldn't he protest just a little? What about his dignity? He had no shame, not even bothering to pick it up, continuing. "I just gave it a casual try, never expecting the door to open." It actually happened. Unbelievable, Pavilion Master Lin's luck is truly admirable. At this, Pavilion Master Lin awkwardly scratched his head and ears. "Oh, it's nothing, haha." Taoist King Yang, however, was no simple man. A flicker of suspicion stirred in his heart. He murmured, "Heh, interesting." Taoist Lin, trembling, asked Taoist King Yang, "Senior King Yang, is it just me? It feels like it's getting colder and colder." Taoist King Yang fared no better. "It's not your imagination. It truly is getting colder." Suddenly, they both turned around, seeing two corpses in the distance already. Frozen solid, encased in profound ice. "I don't think we can go any further." Taoist Lin's face turned ghostly pale. "Are they still alive? They're dead, aren't they?" "Completely frozen stiff," Taoist King Yang said gloomily. "There's nothing to be done. Nothing ordinary is hidden within a secret realm. A bit of sacrifice is nothing. If they're dead, they're dead." Taoist Lin was increasingly aghast. "So callous. Do you truly feel no pity for those two? They didn't even get to finish the process, just died instantly. That's pretty pathetic." Taoist King Yang patiently explained. This is the cruelty of a secret realm. These realms have always been difficult to enter. Just opening up in such treacherous terrain is already the first hurdle. Even those who can cultivate and fly might not see the entrance. Opening the main gate is the second hurdle. If your strength isn't enough, the gate's barrier will injure you, and your life will be in danger. And every step we take on this icy ground now is a test. Taoist King Yang stepped forward, looked at the scene before him, then continued. If we can survive and go deeper inside, we will certainly gain a great opportunity. However, they say out of 10 who brave these realms, barely one makes it out alive. We could die in this biting wind any second. Could this be the test the enlightened master set for me? I mustn't fail my master's expectations, Taoist Lin thought to himself. Suddenly, Taoist King Yang shouted, Junior brother Lin, look! Before them stood a staircase made of ice, and atop it rested a shimmering gem. Taoist King Yang said with a hint of joy, That's the treasure of this secret realm. Taoist Lin was so overjoyed he burst into tears. Li Gongzi, I found the ice chest you spoke of. Taoist King Yang didn't understand what Taoist Lin was saying. What ice chest? He watched Taoist Lin laugh delightedly, utterly baffled. Is he stupid or just brain damaged? Has the severe cold made him delirious, rambling nonsense? Well, heaven truly favors the diligent. It's actually a hydro-origin crystal, capable of freezing lifespan, practically granting near immortality. Taoist Lin approached the hydro-origin crystal, peering at it. This is it, the fridge. Just bringing this back will surely make Li Gongzi ecstatic, but he didn't know that Taoist King Yang behind him already held a weapon in his hand, his eyes fixed on him with malicious intent. Taoist Lin let out a choked cry, spitting a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, King Yun also had a sense of unease. On this side, Li Nianfen and Daji were about to enter the city. Daji, are you ready? Daji asked with a touch of worry. Young master, do you really want to bring Daji into the city? Li Nianfen replied cheerfully, Of course. But she remained anxious. Daji doesn't know the rules. I'm afraid I'll cause trouble for you. Li Nianfen took her hand and pulled her along. Enough with the caution. Just relax and enjoy yourself. It's the Sheng Yuan festival today. As for Taoist King Yang, he had now successfully killed Taoist Lin. If it weren't for this protective spirit dragon's remnant flame legacy artifact, I'd have been an ice statue myself by now. He cast his eyes back to Taoist Lin's corpse, continuing, You, on the other hand. I didn't expect you to persevere all the way here. Taoist King Yang feigned a helpless expression. I didn't finish what I was saying earlier. These secret realms have always been difficult to enter. Out of 10 who brave them, barely one makes it out alive. His gaze turned utterly malevolent. Some also seek treasures and slaughter each other for treasures. Taoist King Yang stared intently at the hydro-origin crystal. Only the strongest are fit to possess treasure. He slowly reached out his hand to touch it. The hydro-origin crystal is mine. Suddenly, Taoist King Yang turned into a block of ice. Meanwhile, Taoist Lin sprang up. Did something just slash me from behind? Good thing I drank that demon Emperor Silver Moon stew. I can feel the soup transforming into spiritual energy. In that desperate moment, it blocked the attack and the freezing, saving my life. Taoist Lin was filled with profound admiration for Li Nianfen. Truly worthy of Li Gongzi. Every single thing is within his calculations. Then he turned to look at Taoist King Yang and the block of ice. Senior King Yang. Taoist Lin even feigned a mournful expression for Senior King Yang. Senior King Yang, is all hope truly lost for you? Not only that, he respectfully bowed before the icy block of Taoist King Yang. Senior King Yang, you accompanied me all this way, and in the end, you even charged ahead, allowing me, Lin, to escape this plight. Taoist Lin pulled a small box from his sleeve. Ta-da, Li Gongzi gave me this box. Turns out it was meant to hold this fridge. Truly brilliant foresight. What incredible foresight. King Yang Taoist wept silently, his face utterly grim. In the bustling little market, lanterns shimmered brightly overhead. People strolled by, and children, each with a lantern in hand, laughed and chased each other through the streets. Suddenly a little boy, not paying attention, bumped into someone. He looked up, delighted. Ah, Nianfen Ji. The little girl, equally well-behaved, chimed in. Nianfen Ji, Happy Sheng Yuan Festival. He happily replied. Happy Sheng Yuan Festival. Suddenly an old woman rushed over to the children. Slow down, what if you bump into someone? Recognizing her, the old woman smiled warmly. Ah, young Master Li, you haven't been to the city in a while, she eagerly asked. He politely returned the greeting. Hello, Auntie Zhang, the old woman said. I've been wondering why I haven't seen you for so long. Now that I see you today, I finally understand. Turns out you two are in love. Both Nyanfin and Daji blushed crimson. He quickly explained, Auntie Zhang, you misunderstand. We're just friends. The old woman playfully went along with it. I understand. Friends, right? She giggled. Daji also stepped forward to clarify. Auntie, you really misunderstood. I'm not young master's wife. I'm just his pet. The old woman blushed bright red. You two sure are wild, huh? He exclaimed in a panic. Doesn't that make people misunderstand even more? I really don't know what to do with this little girl. He tapped her head. Silly girl, how can you joke about such things? She cried. Ow, my head. The old woman turned around and called out loudly, Little one, come here quickly. Young Master Li is here. A small, adorable gray-haired girl carrying a basket hurried over. She excitedly cried out, Nyanfin Ji, you saved me last time and I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. She pushed the basket full of eggs towards him. These eggs are for you. Thank you for saving me, he happily praised her. What a good child, the little girl eagerly announced. I'm going to join an immortal cultivation sect soon. I'll learn how to fight demons and protect everyone. He looked utterly bewildered. Huh, seeing his confusion, the old woman quickly explained. Ever since last time, she's been determined to cultivate immortality. The little girl looked utterly proud and resolute. The old woman continued. And coincidentally, during the Sheng Yuan festival, the sects come to the city to recruit new disciples every year. She's preparing to go. He admired her, giving a thumbs up. What ambition! He knelt down and patted the little girl's head, encouraging her. If you truly become a disciple of an immortal cultivator, I'll give you a big gift. The little girl's eyes lit up. Really? Suddenly she grabbed his hand. He hadn't understood and gave a soft hum. It turned out she wanted to pinky promise, sealing the deal. Just then fireworks boomed, filling the sky with light. People happily poured out to watch. He and Daji also stood on the bridge watching. She excitedly said, These are the fireworks of the mortal world. He gently replied, In my hometown, the air pollution is so severe that fireworks are strictly regulated. You can't see such beautiful scenes. He scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Though, compared to the fireworks, Daji, you're still more beautiful. She shyly lowered her head. Young master is teasing Daji again. On the lake, a pair of ducks looked truly affectionate. Suddenly, she pointed into the distance and asked, Young master, what is that place? Seeing the sign for Wenxianglu, he blushed crimson. Daji, are you interested in that place? She seriously said. I seem to smell a strange scent wafting from over there. He quickly stopped her. You absolutely cannot be interested in that place. That's where adult men and women discuss cooperation, he explained. Still innocent and not understanding, she asked again, Cooperation? He immediately turned and pushed her away. It's very dangerous. You absolutely must not go near it, she still curiously looked back, thinking dangerous, huh? If young master already knows it's danger, then I won't say more. Speaking of Wenxianglu, there really was danger inside. In the shadows, a demon tormented a screaming, terrified girl. Moments later, only a bag of bones remained. The girl collapsed, her life force seemingly drained dry. The fanged demon chuckled, licking its lips with a savage grin. Heh, next one. With that, it shot out the window. At this moment, at the Jinlian sect's recruitment hall, the little girl looked around blankly. Then, seeing the fireworks, she excitedly exclaimed, So beautiful! Suddenly, she heard a call. The little girl turned around. Next. Is anyone else signing up? She hurried over, waving her hand. Me too. Later that evening, the entire capital city was bathed in the shimmering golden light of lanterns. Everyone happily strolled the streets. Li Nyanfin and Daji were walking and chatting merrily when they suddenly encountered the little girl and Wu Hanyan walking towards them. Seeing Li Nyanfin, the little girl happily waved hello. Nyanfin Ji, she pointed to Wu Hanyan standing beside her and introduced. This is my master. I've joined an immortal cultivation sect. From now on, I'm an immortal cultivator. Hearing this, Li Nyanfin also approached her joyfully. That's wonderful, little one, the little girl happily replied. Yes. The two laughed and chatted merrily while Daji and the master looked at each other in confusion. Nearby people overhearing began to gossip. What Jinlian sect? It's just a minor, unofficial sect. Another person chuckled provocatively. Only this kind of small sect would pick up a kid with a low-grade spiritual root to train. Hearing this, the little girl felt very sad. She lowered her head, feeling wronged. Nyanfin Ji, they say I'm just a low-grade spiritual root. Maybe I'll cultivate my whole life and achieve nothing. It wasn't easy to find a master willing to accept me. Li Nianfen patted her head, comforting her. That's still an incredibly rare talent, much stronger than me. Oh right, I brought you a gift. Saying that, he magically produced some drawing supplies, a brush, paper, and an inkstone with ink. Daji immediately knew what Li Nianfen wanted to do. She looked at Nianfen worriedly. Young master, you want me? Li Nianfen began to focus on writing something. As he wrote, he said, Little one, I'm not as good as you. I'm just a mortal with no talent. I don't even have a low-grade spiritual root. What kind of elaborate move was that? Just a dirty trick, grabbing Nam Nam and holding her hostage. Princess Luo Xiu urgently cried out, Father, be careful. Don't hurt the child. Luo Huang looked back, startled, but the Tianmo Taoist seized the opportunity to leap, intending to turn the tables and defeat him. Luo Huang, however, reacted swiftly. The Tianmo Taoist was no match for him. A single strike of earth dragon fire, like a fierce dragon, burst forth from Luo Huang, aimed directly at the Tianmo Taoist. At this moment the Taoist was utterly terrified, capable only of shrieking in panic. My body's shattered, my spirit broken, my illusion tattered. I'm utterly convinced now, he groaned. They say the Root Dragon Dynasty's Earth Spirit Fire is the bane of all dark arts. Its reputation is certainly well earned. Luo Huang's voice softened. If you knew you'd be suppressed, why come to my territory and cause trouble? The Tianmo Taoist fell silent for a moment, then suddenly blurred and vanished, a sly grin on his face. Guess it was then that Luo Huang realized with a shock it was just an illusion. He spun around, but it was too late. The Tianmo Taoist had already seized control of Luo Huang's two daughters. He cried out in alarm, Wife! Xiu, they struggled in pain. Father, husband, save me! Luo Huang's expression became intensely serious. Enraged, he drew his precious sword. I'm coming to save you both now? The Tianmo Taoist tightened his spiritual energy tentacles around the Empress, stripping her defenses bare. Luo Huang saw this through his divine sense, and his nose bled. At such a critical moment, do you really want to? You perverted old man. The Tianmo Taoist revealed his grotesque face, transforming into a colossal monster with countless tentacles and a long, sharp tongue, letting out a wild laugh. Careless Luo Huang, did you think I'd come to your territory without preparations? Luo Huang was truly panicked, able only to seethe with indignation at the Tianmo Taoist. The Tianmo Taoist continued, Hand over your wife and daughter, all for a worthless little girl with a low-grade spiritual root. Why bother? Finishing his words, he grabbed Nam Nam and brought her to his mouth, ready to devour her. Let's go. We're both in the emergent soul realm, but once I devour this scroll and refine the spiritual power within for my own use, I won't even fear your earth dragon fire anymore. He spoke with a chilling, terrifying laugh. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Luo Huang conceded, yelling, Stop! But the Tianmo Taoist didn't waste a single movement, popping Nam Nam into his mouth. A trashy girl with a low-grade spiritual root like this. I didn't even want to eat her, but unexpectedly the taste isn't bad, he added. But what I enjoy even more is the sight of your desperation. It truly warms my heart. Nam Nam slowly fell into a deep pit, surrounded by figures and many hands reaching out from thin air towards her. For a moment she was terrified. Is this, inside the monster's belly? She clutched the imperial edict tightly in her hands, her face downcast. I'm eaten. I just joined an immortal sect and now I'm eaten. I guess I'll have to be an immortal cultivator in my next life to protect Big Brother Nyan Fan. As she spoke, she plunged into the monster's belly. Outside the forest, a beam of light shot down from the sky, causing the forest to explode, astonishing the cultivators. Luo Huang looked in that direction, asking, Is that? Zhang Ziu and Luo Xiu, still bound by the monster, were also bewildered. What's happening? The monster suddenly showed signs of abnormality. It licked its tongue, bewildered. What's wrong with my belly? Suddenly, a figure slowly parted the monster's belly, moving deeper into its body, making it exclaim, Who are you? The old immortal appeared, her expression utterly cold. Inside the monster's belly, Nam Nam saw her and gasped in surprise. An immortal, you just said. Then with a wave of her hand, the monster swiftly disintegrated. At the same time, Zhang Ziu and Luo Xiu were freed from the monster's grasp. As they landed on the ground, they immediately turned their attention to the old immortal. The old immortal then performed a spell, opening the imperial edict Nam Nam had been holding. Luo Huang, standing below, seeing this, said, The Tao's essence, manifesting. The old immortal then slowly spoke. A single thought can become reality. A single word can embody the law. A single stroke can etch the spring and autumn. A single painting can determine the world's destiny. Luo Huang, upon hearing this, respectfully clasped his hands and bowed. Yes, great immortal. Nam Nam, floating in midair, held by the old immortal. Still bewildered and innocent, she asked, "Where did that monster go? Is he dead?" The old immortal simply looked. Immediately, a stream of purple light fled frantically. The monster was running for its life, its face contorted in extreme fear, yelling, "I'm done for! A painting that can manifest an immortal. How can this be?" Nam Nam saw it and exclaimed, "Ah, he's not dead yet." The old immortal remained perfectly calm. With another wave of her hand, she bound tightly. The monster's tail, it shrieked in pain, "No, don't spare me, please spare me, I was wrong." The old immortal pulled it back towards her. The monster, weeping in terror, pleaded, "Oh, great master, I was wrong, I'll be your ox, your horse. Spare my life, I beg you, please forgive me." Without a word, the old immortal gently placed her hand on the monster's head, making it foolishly believe it was forgiven, and it broke into a smile. "Great master! Forgives me?" Before it could finish, her magic disintegrated it, turning it into an ugly petrified stone. The sight before them plunged the Luo Huang family into panic. The Tianmo Taoist was gone. Nam Nam looked at the petrified stone and scoffed. It's so ugly." The old immortal held the orb tightly in her hand, then looked at the little girl and smiled. "That orb is a nascent soul, an immortal's aid for cultivating longevity." Saying this, she slowly used a spell to merge the orb into Nam Nam's mind. Nam Nam finally fell into a daze. Afterward, a wave of magic gently lowered her back down into the forest near Luoxian City. The little girl whom the sect master wanted to take in to fetch water and wash his feet hadn't even had the chance to officially become a disciple yet, and already the Tianmo Taoist had set his sights on her. A young disciple asked his master, "Sect master, aren't we waiting for junior sister?" "Hamu, is that the one we just took in?" The demonic Taoist snatched her away. How could she possibly come back? Junior disciple interjecting, but sect master Liu Wang pursued him personally. Surely there's still a chance to turn things around. Hamu muttering, still sorting papers, and being saved once means she's safe for life. He's got his eyes on her now. If he comes for her again, our entire sect could be dragged into this. All I wanted was a little maid to fetch water and wash feet, even a low-grade spirit cultivator. Where did I get the energy for this kind of trouble magnet? A small sect like ours can't handle this. Before Hamu could even take half a step out the door, Liu Wang himself brought someone right to their doorstep. Liu Wang, immortal friend, a moment please. Hamu turning sharply. Greetings, Liu Wang. Liu Wang, his eyes narrowing, a knowing glint in them. Immortal friend, were you rushing off to rescue your newly accepted disciple? Don't worry. I've already saved her and brought her back. The sect master's mouth protested, but her hands still reluctantly reached out for the little girl. Hamu, looking at the sleeping girl in Liu Wang's arms, you needn't have troubled Senior Liu Wang to personally rescue this low-grade spirit root disciple. She's not worthy. Liu Wang, bristling, how can you say that? This is a young lady that young Master Li is especially concerned about. Hamu's mind races. Who knew the girl I'm holding has such a huge background? Though she only possesses a low-grade spirit root, she has an immortal's backing, and the demonic Taoist's nascent soul essence has completely fused with her body. Hamu, gasping, an immortal's backing, and she absorbed the demonic Taoist's nascent soul essence. Liu Wang, clearing his throat, hand to his mouth. Indeed, her future potential is truly immeasurable. He then inquired, "May I ask, immortal friend, which sect are you from, and where is it located?" Hamu, hesitantly. The Jinlian sect, located north of the Qianlong immortal dynasty. Liu Wang, sternly, take good care of the young lady. If anything untoward happens, the consequences will be far worse than facing the demonic Taoist himself. He suddenly recalled something. Ah, right, these are for her during the Qi refining stage. These are for the foundation establishment stage. And these are for the core formation stage. If it's not enough, send someone to get more any time. Hamu staring blankly, just what is this disciple's true identity? Liu Wang, all right then, do you have any more questions? Hamu, tears welling in her eyes, this isn't just taking in a disciple. This junior will definitely take excellent care of the young lady. She murmured to herself, this isn't taking in a disciple. This is adopting an ancestor. Night fell. Daji and a young man walked together in the forest. Two drooling wolf demons lusted after Daji's beauty. Wolf younger, big bro, did you see that woman? Wolf elder saw her, beautiful, one bite and she'll be sweet for sure. Wolf younger licking his lips, that guy. He looks a bit simple-minded, but he's young. He asked his elder brother, but what are a man and a woman doing in this small forest at night? Wolf Elder, are you stupid? What else would a man and a woman be doing in a small forest at night? He continued, later when they're getting intimate we'll strike. We won't even need to undress them ourselves. You're still green, you've got a lot to learn. Wolf Younger. Big bro is wise, big bro is wise. Nyanfin, Dadgy, what's wrong? Are you scared from walking in the dark? Dadgy covering her mouth, feigning alarm. There's a sound behind us. Nyanfin slinging an arm around her shoulders. Damn it. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for playing around so late. Though I don't have great abilities, I'll protect you no matter what we encounter. Dadgy bashfully hiding under Nyanfin's arm, thinking any bad intentions those young masters had just sprouted were already sent to their ancestors. It's all right, young master. Let's head home. Dadgy isn't scared anymore. Those two noises have already been taken care of. She and the young man walked back to the front of the courtyard. Dadgy, subtly prompting, young master, do you have any other instructions? Nyanfin, chuckling awkwardly, no, it's very late. Let's just go to our own rooms and sleep. Dadgy, young master, you must be tired from walking around today. Do you not need Dadgy to serve you tonight before you sleep? Nyanfin, quickly refusing, Dadgy, you're tired too. No need to serve, no need to serve. Good night. Inside his room, Nyanfin paced restlessly. Nyanfin, muttering, damn, I almost couldn't hold back. Seeing this, Dadgy quickly turned away. Dadgy thinking, well, if that's the case, time for other plans. A new scene, the leading demon roared, leader, the demon emperor is dead, a new emperor will emerge. A pitiful little fox demon squeezed through the crowd, sighing to herself, little fox. HMPH, so many demons, how can I fight them? The fox leaped onto a tree. On the other side, hundreds of demons were still roaring, new demon emperor, new demon emperor. The fox looked down worriedly at the enthusiastic crowd below. Beside her, an old pigeon with eyes that had seen much of life looked at the crowd, then spoke to the little fox. Old pigeon. Little fox, have you also come to watch the selection of the new demon emperor? Little fox, glumly, my elder sister told me to come. Old pigeon, your elder sister. He gasped in surprise when he saw the little fox's 7 tails fanned out. A 7-tailed fox. The old pigeon stroked his beard. Haha, not bad, so young yet with such cultivation. Work hard and grow, and who knows, next time the demon emperor is chosen, it might be your turn. Little fox, crying silently in her heart, unable to voice her true thoughts. I came here today precisely to become the demon emperor. Below, the demon masses were still in a feverish uproar, shouting and roaring, new demon emperor, new demon emperor, new demon emperor, new demon emperor. The host of the competition cleared his throat and gestured for everyone to quiet down. Host, ahum, silence. He gazed into the distance and spoke with deep conviction. Lord Yinyu sacrificed himself. Aren't you all gathered here because you wish to inherit the position of Demon Emperor? But this position of Demon Emperor is not one just anyone can claim. The host raised both hands to the sky and bellowed. When Lord Yinyu was alive, I was his advisor. Today I stand as witness. Let any who fear not death step forth and contend for this throne with your very blood. The old dove watched with knowing eyes as the little fox beside him cowered, terrified by the magnificent display. The throngs below trembled in hushed silence. Just then, a colossal tiger strode into the arena. The host excitedly introduced this demon. Even if Lord Yinyu were still alive, he would grant this one 3 parts of deference. A single claw strike can shatter massive boulders, one kick can level mountains. The strongest of the western forest, Behu Yeowang. The crowd roared in thunderous applause, cheering with fervor. Perched on the tree, the old dove remarked, as if he'd known all along, indeed, the Behu Yeowang has arrived. The little fox next to him asked curiously, you know him? The old dove replied, because Lord Yinyu could fly, he gave him 3 parts of caution. But speaking of sheer ground combat, it's no exaggeration to call Behu Yeowang the strongest. He then hesitated, lowering his head and muttering, but for him to become the demon emperor. Will those other 2 agree, I wonder? Just as Behu Yeowang turned his head, the host continued his introduction. And now, the strongest of the southern forest, the Yinchi Yeowang. Yinchi Yeowang arrogantly declared, the position of demon emperor, count me in. No sooner had he finished speaking than an earth-shattering voice boomed again. And count me in. To contend for the demon emperor's position, of course, you must count me too. The demons couldn't suppress their terrified cries. It's the overlord of the north, Juxing Yeowang. The old dove on the tree chuckled. Ha, that's enough, ha. If it's the 3 of you, I doubt anyone else would dare covet the demon emperor's throne, eh? The other demons' faces turned pale. The host's gaze sharpened. Is there any other demon who dares step forward? Any other demon brave enough to fight these three demon kings? If not, then we shall officially begin. Suddenly, a faint voice spoke up from the crowd. I'm still here. The old dove looked over in alarm. When did this little fox get a death wish? Those three strongest ones are all looking down on you. The little fox's ears drooped. Oh no, is this really okay? I have to defeat these three fierce kings? She squeezed her eyes shut, cold sweat beading on her forehead. If Big Sister said I could, then I definitely can. Big Sister is always right. The Demon Emperor's position, I want it. The crowd roared even more intensely. A few demonesses scoffed. This little fox thinks she can become the Demon Emperor just because she had a little luck, huh? Ha ha ha. The mob roared in unison, tear her to shreds, tear her to shreds, tear her to shreds. Thousands of fierce faces glared menacingly at the little fox, who cowered in terror. The host roared, silence, this is a fair martial contest. Any who fear not death may contend for the Demon Emperor's position. This ignorant little fox is no exception. He then declared boldly, if the Liyue who has such resolve, then let us officially begin. Lord Yinyu himself emerged from the chaos of battle back then. Today, we shall do the same. In the center of this demon horde, there are no rules, no limits to killing. Whoever survives to the end will be the new Demon Emperor. The little fox gulped. All right, go. Big Sister said my strength is enough. I just need to be brave. Behu Yeowang launched a preemptive strike. First, take a hit from me. Yinshi Yeowang sneered. He actually broke the ground. What a crude welcome gift. Juxing Yeowang used his large, hairy hands and claws to block the incoming debris. Hundreds of years, and you all are still as reckless as ever. On the other side, the little fox hadn't even had a chance to retaliate when she was struck by rock fragments scattering in all directions. This is different from what was said. How am I supposed to fight like this? The force of the blow slammed the little fox against a tree. Tree and fell, Behu Yeowang challenged. Do you think I'm still the same? After hundreds of years, I'm far stronger than you imagine. As he spoke, he unleashed a technique, the Tiger King's vortex, drawing in everything around him. Yinshi Yeowang and Juxing Yeowang seemed to struggle. This cold wind can actually shake me. He truly has gotten much stronger. The little fox clung to a bush with all her might. No, stop. What do I do now? Big Sister never taught me this. But it wasn't long before the little fox was also sucked closer to Behu Yeowang. Perched on the tree, the old dove leaped to his feet. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Is this little fox doomed? Being pulled so close to Behu Yeowang. Even for Lord Yinyu, that would be a perilous situation. How pitiful, one can barely bear to watch. The little fox was pulled in so powerfully that she cried soundlessly. Am I really going to die? To everyone's surprise, the pendant around the little fox's neck suddenly began to glow. On the tree, the old dove gasped, Whoa, what's with that light? The masses of demons looked on, utterly baffled by the unfolding scene. From within the light, a fiery phoenix emerged. Fiery phoenix, Behu Yeowang froze, stammering, Phoenix. A phoenix. The phoenix unleashed a palm strike that reduced Behu Yeowang to ashes. The old dove was aghast. He actually summoned true phoenix fire from a jade pendant. No wonder, no wonder. Is this why that little fox had the courage to join the selection? The little fox looked down at her necklace. This is the jade pendant Big Sister gave me. She recalled Daji giving it to her. You solved the chess game, so the young master rewarded me with this jade pendant. Now I'm lending it to you. It will surely bless you to win the Demon Emperor's position. As expected of Big Sister, it turns out everything was within her predictions. The little fox looked smugly. Is there anyone else? Juxing Yeowang and Yinshi Yeowang's eyes flashed red. HMPH, it seems we must join forces to kill this little pest first. The crowd below stirred, protesting. Cheating. She actually used a human magical artifact. The host stroked his beard thoughtfully, then said, Little fox, I don't know where you acquired that divine artifact. But you must understand, today's contest is a battle of demon power. Relying on human objects to win is an act that will never earn the submission of the demon race. The host pointed directly at the little fox's face and roared, If I want to become the Demon Emperor, I can't use that jade pendant anymore. The little fox froze, but before she could utter a sound, the Silver Lion Demon King and Giant Bear Demon King lunged simultaneously. Die, trying to run, are we? The little fox tried to flee, but was wounded by a swipe of the Silver Lion Demon King's claw, falling to the ground, crying, Big Sister, save me. Nearby, the crowd was still roaring, "Kill her, kill her, kill her!" The master of ceremonies chuckled, "Ha, what a shame for a spirit fox bloodline." The giant bear demon king raised his fist. "Let my punch end you." The crowd fell silent. The giant bear demon king sneered, overestimating your own strength. From a high branch, a strange girl's voice suddenly rang out. "No, you're the one who truly overestimates yourself." Everyone turned their heads at once. "Who dares?" They only saw the little fox calling this woman Big Sister. The master of ceremonies broke the silence. "A human woman?" The crowd gasped in shock. "What? A human?" The master of ceremonies continued thoughtfully. "So you sent this little fox to sabotage our demon emperor selection, didn't you? Who are you really? And what are your intentions?" Daji cast a cold gaze downwards. "Heh, you're truly old and senile, aren't you? This gathering in the desolate mountains and wilderness, you all are. All of you here are demons. I, of course, am a demon too." Behind her, 9 majestic tails suddenly unfurled. The giant bear demon king gasped in surprise. "A 9-tailed heavenly fox?" The silver lion demon king was silent for a moment, then spoke. "Weren't you captured by the people of the Lin Xian Dao Palace and taken away?" Daji glared. "I'll give you one last choice. Submit or die." The silver lion demon king roared. "You just completed your transformation and need to cultivate from scratch. Instead of hiding, you come here seeking death." The giant bear demon king tried to raise a hand to stop him. "Wait, senior brother, she seems to be." But before he could finish, the silver lion demon king struck out with a palm. "The demon emperor's position? How could I yield it to you?" Daji coldly turned her head. "Is that so? Then I know your choice." She cast a spell, and countless sharp ice shards shot forth, piercing through the silver lion demon king, instantly killing him where he stood. The demon hordes were bewildered. "The silver lion demon king is dead. Killed by a single strike from this woman? That's terrifying." Daji landed. "Now, does anyone else refuse to submit?" The demon hordes were stunned. One quick-witted demon immediately knelt. "To think that Lord Silver Moon coveted an existence like her. His death is truly not unjust." Daji remained silent, watching the kneeling demons. She then glanced at the giant bear demon king, who was still standing. Daji questioned, "You still refuse to submit?" The giant bear demon king quickly replied, "Misunderstanding. My legs have gone completely soft. I can't kneel down." Daji's voice turned cold. "Then I'll help you." The giant bear demon king was forced to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, new demon emperor. Thank you, new demon emperor." Daji smiled, looking at the little fox cradled in her arms. "My little sister has become the demon emperor. Does anyone else object now?" Nyanfin threw off his blanket and sat up abruptly. "Daji, the water's gone dry." He looked outside. "It's already bright. That dream scared the living daylights out of me. I thought the rice was burnt." In the brightly lit space, Nyanfin went to the yard to do his morning exercises. The door suddenly opened. Nyanfin immediately asked, "Daji, you missed morning exercise. Morning exercise requires daily perseverance. You can't be lazy." Daji replied, flustered. Daji knows she was wrong. The two lined up again and continued exercising. Nyanfin took the opportunity to ask, "Daji, where did you just go?" Daji awkwardly answered, "The black stones in the garden kept flickering and wouldn't glow properly, so I went out to catch some lantern fire." Nyanfin was suspicious. "Catch lantern fire? Is that even possible?" Seeing something fly from Daji's hand, Nyanfin realized they were fireflies. "How magical, how beautiful!" Daji crossed her arms and smiled. "That way young master won't have to trouble himself with a lantern when he walks in the garden at night." Nyanfin beamed. "Thank you, Daji. I truly love them." Daji chuckled, covering her mouth. "Then Daji has done enough." Nyanfin asked further, "But don't fireflies have a very short lifespan? Will I still need to replace the light bulbs later?" Daji affirmed, "Don't worry, young master. These two will last a very long time." At this moment the two fireflies were utterly shocked. "Oh hell, this Lord Heavenly Fox and that person in the forest last night. Are they the same?" On a scorching desert, a tall and a small figure walked hand in hand. Han Yu said to her little disciple, "You've suffered so much, my child. Our Jinlian sect is from this barren land, forcing you to endure such hardships." The little disciple, very understanding, replied, "It's all right, master. You've only told half the story of the Jinlian sect. What happened next? Did the Tian Dao sect lend us the antidote?" Han Yu continued. "Of course not. That despicable Tian Dao sect master kept forcing me to do some degrading things before he'd give me the antidote. Don't think your master wears so little for any other reason. It's just because it's so hot in this barren land." Although our sect is small, we are all true cultivators, the little disciple replied. Yes, master, you're so kind to accept me as your disciple. Master is a good person. Han Yu looked ahead. All right, we're here. This is our Jinlian sect. This will be your room from now on. If anything feels unfamiliar, just tell your master. The little disciple obediently replied, Yes, master. She then closed the door and looked around. In the room next door, Han Yu stood before a bed where a girl was lying. Big sister, I'm back. The true sect master of Jinlian sect, lying feebly on the bed, called out, Han Yan, you're back. Han Yu gently helped her sister sit up. Her sister's face was etched with anxiety. My days are numbered, little sister. From now on, the Jinlian sect will depend on you. Han Yu's eyes were red-rimmed. I went out to collect honey and was poisoned by a potent venom, but our sect is too small. No one is willing to provide an antidote or offer help. There's nothing more we can do. She turned to her sister. Han Yu then confessed, Big sister, this time I took in a disciple. A peerless genius. No, her sister asked, astonished. Then could it be a prodigy with a high-grade spiritual root? No, the child only has a low-grade spiritual root. Her sister fell backward onto the bed. It seems your little sister. You always go too far, sis. Even with me at death's door, you're still joking, asking how I could possibly entrust the Golden Lotus sect to you. Han Yu gently suggested, Elder sister, while the child has a low-grade spirit root, she's a tremendous fortune for our Golden Lotus sect. Having said that, she conjured a series of precious spiritual medicines. Elder sister, look at these spiritual medicines. They were all personally bestowed by Lawang. You're speechless, aren't you? Han Yu was bursting with excitement. With these spiritual medicines, your poison can finally be cured, sister. Hamian, who had been lying in bed, shot bolt upright. All this because of the disciple you took in. Han Yu feigned understanding. That child has an elder brother, you see, who's like a god. Lawang was just trying to curry favor with him, so he gave us all these treasures. Hamian's lips curved into a smile. What a blessing, what a blessing. Our Golden Lotus sect's luck has finally turned. She lunged towards her younger sister. If that's the case, you absolutely must take good care of that disciple. Her younger sister replied, Don't worry, elder sister, of course. But for Lawang to go to such lengths to curry favor, what kind of low-grade spirit root could this possibly be? The door suddenly creaked open, and a small, adorable head poked inside. Child, you're here. Master Han Yu gestured towards Hamian. This is my elder sister, my sister, you can just call her martial aunt. Standing before the beautiful martial aunt, the little disciple blushed, bowing deeply. Martial aunt, master. Han Yu turned to the child. What do you need me for? The little disciple pulled a sheet of paper from her robes. Master, I wanted to ask you to look at this list for me. Han Yu unfolded the paper, surprised. This list is... The little disciple was practically bouncing with excitement. These are all my enemies. I'll deal with them one by one later. Even though she was still so young, the little disciple declared loudly and clearly, From now on, anyone who bullies INVINCIBLE, the Golden Lotus sect, or me, I won't let any of them off the hook. The two Ham sisters were speechless, thinking simultaneously, absolutely outrageous. So what kind of low-grade spirit root is this, after all? There was a knock at the door. Xiaobo dashed out to open it. Lawang and his son stood outside, their faces wreathed in smiles. Young Master Li, the child wrote you a letter. We've come to deliver it. Nianfin, toothbrush in hand, mumbled, MMMMPH, MMMMPH, MMMMPH. I'm brushing my teeth. Forgive my rudeness. He spat out a mouthful of foamy toothpaste, something like delivering a letter. Why would Lawang himself run this errand? Lawang and his son slowly broke into a sweat. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. A small flower in the corner of the garden swayed, as if exclaiming, Ah, the young master's immortal decree. Nianfin seemed to realize something. You two are just here to deliver a letter. I don't believe it. You're not here begging for a meal, are you? Nianfin raised a finger. Coincidentally, I have a good treasure to show you too. Suddenly, the young man received a letter. Was it a love letter or a threat? It was addressed to INVINCIBLE. It turned out to be from his little junior sister. I'm very safe and have officially joined the Golden Lotus sect. My master and martial aunt treat me very well. Next to it was a picture of the little junior sister with her master and martial aunt, all smiling happily, holding teacups and pastries. She continued, I've also officially started cultivating. At the end of the letter, she had her arms circled above her head, forming a heart, smiling brightly, and wrote, Nianfin, don't worry. Seeing how carefree his little junior sister was, Nianfin turned to Lawang, utterly helpless. Normally speaking, are immortal cultivation sects really like this? La Wang waved his hand dismissively. Young Master Li, since you asked me to look after her, I merely gave Master Wu a gentle reminder. Nianfen was dumbfounded, as expected of an emperor. La Wang and his son, in turn, shared the same thought. As expected of young Master Li, it was then that La Wang and his son noticed an object on the table. This is the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion's ancestral jade relic of teaching the Tao. Their gaze was then drawn to something sparkling nearby, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. The 1,000-year-old ice mountain grate. Treasure of the immortal Tao Lin, Nianfen, still cheerful, called out. La Wang, Lac Gunyuan, come here quickly. I've got something fun to show you too. Both La Wang and Lac Gunyuan were flushed with excitement. Nianfen then said, "Ta-da, a refrigerator." He scratched his head, smiling. "I just casually mentioned it to Uncle Lin, and he actually found one for me." La Wang and Lac Gunyuan looked at the rectangular box. This doesn't look special at all, they thought. "I'll open it for you too," Nianfen declared. They both gasped internally. Damn, this is a primal ice crystal. Nianfen didn't care what the two of them were thinking. "I want you two to try this. In my hometown, we call it a popsicle." La Wang and his daughter held the strange object, having never seen such food. Lac Gunyuan's eyes were filled with stars, and she drooled slightly. So beautiful. This dazzling light like a precious gem. It must be immortal food. La Wang, however, was not as naive as his daughter. He quickly raised a hand. "Shiyu, wait. This food is condensed from the cold chi of the primal ice crystal. And primal ice crystals are dangerous objects that can even freeze human lifespan." La Wang focused his mind and slowly whispered into his daughter's ear. "If you're not careful, even one bite of this, your life might be in danger." Before the two could react, Nianfen had already taken a bite. "Now this is the taste of summer." He turned back, puzzled, looking at La Wang and Lac Gunyuan. "Aren't you two going to try it?" La Wang, unwilling to reveal his suspicions, steeled himself and took a bite. The moment he bit down, he felt. "This sensation is—" Lac Gunyuan cried out, "Father!" La Wang had fallen into his own mental space. Ice and snow, yet no coldness at all. Instead, there's a warm energy like spring. La Wang looked at his trembling fingers. A glowing orb flashed across his chest. He let out a profound Outside, Nianfen and Lac Gunyuan watched anxiously. She cried out, "Father, Father, are you all right?" La Wang, his eyes filled with fierce resolve, stared straight ahead, mumbling to himself. To temper, break, and then rebuild. This is the trial this popsicle offers us. The old man's face was etched with deep thought. As expected of immortal food, just one lick allowed me to reach the peak. Lac Gunyuan stared at her father, bewildered. "Father, what are you saying?" "Shiyu, you mustn't be careless. While this popsicle is good, even a slight slip-up could cause you to be frozen by the ice and snow." The father and daughter continued to lick and suck without stopping. Nianfen leaned back half. "Whoa, nobody eats popsicles like you two. It'll just melt." He holds a popsicle level with their mouths. "Try it like this, just one bite. Like this, that's how you really enjoy it." "Wanna try?" Luo Huang and Shiyu stood stunned. We'll die." Naipan happily chewed his ice cream, then cheerfully said to the father and daughter, "You two should try it too." Luo Huang and his daughter stared intently at the popsicle in his hand. "Well, let's try then." Luo Huang tried to reassure Shiyu. "Don't be afraid, Shiyu. Let's circulate our chi together, father and daughter." Shiyu. "Yes, father," Luo Huang roared. "Our bloodline has the earth dragon fire tiger physique. We must use our full power to seize this 9 deaths, 1 life opportunity." Both father and daughter bellowed, "Hiya!" A strange light enveloped everything. Shiyu thought to her father, "Father, the immortals all say that great wisdom and the grand Tao are found after transcending life and death. We've died several times now, so does that mean we also have great cultivation?" Luo Huang, still in a daze, replied to his daughter, "For this, we must thank Li Gongzi. He let us die so many times. If we return and diligently comprehend this, we'll surely have a massive breakthrough." Shiyu and her father, looking gaunt and pale, said, "Li Gongzi, our bodies aren't feeling too well today, so we should head back." Naipan scratched his head. "Was it from eating? Too cold gave you a stomach ache?" Luo Huang suddenly shot up, a frantic gurgle rumbling from him. "Li Gongzi, I can't hold it in any longer." After Luo Huang had resolved his affairs, he exclaimed, "Li Gongzi's facilities are truly unique." Naipan looked at him worriedly. "Luo Huang, are you feeling better?" Luo Huang forced a smile. "I still need to return to the palace to slowly digest this great Tao of wisdom on my own." Naipan nodded, a knowing smile. Right, you need to digest it for a while." Luo Huang then noticed his daughter's room. "Shiyu, dear, if you're done, let's go." Shiyu opened the door, stepping out shyly. "All right, father." Luo Huang clasped his hands. "Then we shall take our leave." But before they could take more than a few steps, Naipan called out, "Wait, Luo Huang, I have another matter I need your help with." Scene change. At Lin Xiandao Palace. An elder questioned Man Yun, "Do you even realize how perilous your master's current situation is?" The beautiful girl, Man Yun, knelt on the ground, not daring to look up. Man Yun knows master is undergoing the Dao Heart Tribulation. The elder standing said, "Precisely. The Dao Heart Tribulation is a major catastrophe. At best, the Dao Heart is damaged. At worst, it completely shatters. For a cultivator at the great perfection of the body integration realm, while the Dao Heart Tribulation presents an opportunity for breakthrough, it is even more a deadly snare. If she overcomes it, she can reach the Tribulation Transcension realm. But if she falters, she will instantly collapse and die. For the sake of her own safety and that of the Lin Xiandao Palace, the palace master has suppressed her breakthrough for centuries, unwilling to attempt it. This time, for reasons unknown, she can no longer hold it back." The elder continued. "Rival sects and demon beasts are all waiting for this very opportunity. Lin Xiandao Palace is currently in its most vulnerable state." Under Man Yun's terrified gaze, he coldly questioned, "Man Yun, at a time like this, you've mobilized all the disciples to guard some mountain. Is that truly appropriate?" The elder, his face grave, added, "It's not just the sects and demon beasts eyeing us like tigers eyeing their prey. I've also received intelligence that quite a few demonic cultivators have infiltrated the Qianlong Immortal Dynasty's territory and could be heading towards our Lin Xiandao Palace at any moment. The most pressing matter right now is to quickly summon the disciples back to reinforce our security." Those around him all nodded in agreement. Man Yun said, "No. Precisely because demonic cultivators are invading and launching sneak attacks, we must further ensure the peace and tranquility of that mountain." The others, who had just nodded in agreement, instantly fell silent. The bald elder spoke. "Man Yun, why are you so stubborn? Who exactly is in that mountain? Why are you so persistent in not explaining?" The Grand Elder was so angry he was speechless. Man Yun turned to him, pleading, Grand Elder, Grand Elder." He acted as if he hadn't heard her. "Elders, junior brothers, issue the command with me. Summon all disciples back to the palace." Man Yun cried out, "Grand Elder, wait." He stopped, turning back to her. "What else do you have to say?" Man Yun replied without hesitation, "Li Gongzi likes to eat fish from a certain fish shop." The elder's face twisted into a grimace. Man Yun continued, "And with the Silver Moon Demon Emperor killed, demon beasts are running rampant. Jinxian Lake next to Luoxian City has been plagued by monsters, and that fish shop hasn't been able to fish for nearly a month. Li Gongzi likes peace and quiet, and he also enjoys simple, rustic food. Demonic cultivators near the mountain, I must kill them. The monsters of Jinxian Lake, I must eliminate them. And rustic food, I must find it and bring it to Li Gongzi. Every single one of these things is more important than anything else." The Grand Elder walked away without looking back, waving a hand dismissively. "Quickly escort the saintess to her room to rest. Without my permission, no one is allowed to release her." "Grand Elder?" Man Yun cried out in dismay. But before she could finish, she was tightly bound by ropes. The Grand Elder glanced back. "Wait until your master comes out of seclusion to explain to us who this Li Gongzi, the one bewitching you, truly is." Just as it seemed the matter was settled, uninvited guests arrived. Luo Huang, clasping his hands, greeted the elders of Lin Xiandao Palace. "Did we come at the wrong time? I saw your esteemed hall was empty and no disciples to announce us. I called out for a long time and no one answered, so I took the liberty of entering. I hope I haven't inconvenienced you." Shiyu bent down to look at the girl bound on the ground. "Oh, Sister Man Yun, why are you tied up like this?" the elder vigilantly asked. "Luo Huang, what brings you to visit so suddenly?" Luo Huang, holding up a scroll titled Ambush from 10 Sides, cheerfully said, "I accepted Li Gongzi's request to deliver something to your esteemed palace's saintess." Man Yun looked at the scroll, thinking, That's. Seeing this, the elder immediately untied Man Yun. "All right, this appearance, if outsiders see it, it truly is undignified. The palace master is in seclusion, leaving all major and minor affairs of the palace for you to handle, yet who would have thought you've become so willful?" Man Yun replied, "Before master entered seclusion and handed Lin Xiandao Palace over to me, it goes without saying that what I say counts. If any elders object, they'll simply have to convince Man Yun first." The elders erupted in a commotion. Man Yun, what do you mean by this? Man Yun closed the scroll in her hand. Man Yun asks for the elder's guidance. An elder's eyes sharpened. You wish to challenge me alone? Man Yun simply replied, I invite all 5 elders to come at once. One of the elders was stunned. Man Yun, each of us cultivates one of 5 distinct zither arts. Do you understand what that means? It means 5 different Daos. If we combine our strength, even the palace master might not withstand 10 moves from us. You need to think carefully. Man Yun remained confident. Elders, don't you want to know who is truly in that mountain? Master gave an order. Man Yun cannot speak directly. I shall use this newly acquired musical score to tell you. At that moment in the sky, the saintess held the score given by young Master Li, preparing to duel with the 5 elders. Seeing this, Princess Tianwang couldn't help but sigh to her father. Father, Qin Jie's strength is already comparable to an elder, yet now she wants to fight 5 people at once. Though she knew it was a score written by young Master Li, she still couldn't believe the saintess could defeat 5 elders with just this piece. Hearing this, the emperor immediately retorted, young Master Li's score originates from an immortal melody. After a moment of silence, he continued, do you remember the calligraphy young Master Li wrote for Yuan Yuan? That calligraphy manifested an immortal. Thus, I believe this score must also have something special. Man Yun held the score, her gaze firm as she looked at the 5 elders. At the same time, an elder spoke up. Man Yun, consider this contest as us seniors guiding you. Rest assured I'll be careful not to hurt you. He then laid out his condition. But once it's over, if you lose, you must hand over management of Lin Daoxian Palace to me without another word. The saintess nodded slightly. All right. Do you have any requests? He asked further. The saintess merely smiled faintly. Man Yun doesn't need to make any requests. After the elders experience this opportunity, they'll surely be convinced. Audacious, the elder bellowed furiously. He immediately pulled out his zither. The 4 elders beside him quickly drew their own instruments. We originally intended to go easy, but you're so arrogant and presumptuous, showing no respect for your elders. With that, all 5 simultaneously unleashed their attacks towards Man Yun. They were determined to teach Man Yun a lesson for daring to disrespect them. The zither sounds resonated like hundreds of wind blades, rushing towards Man Yun. Looks like I need to properly teach you a lesson, the elder declared loudly. Man Yun at this moment gently unfurled the score. She raised her hand high, summoning her own zither. The first notes, as soon as they sounded, immediately formed a large shield enveloping her. Simultaneously, when the elder's zither sounds collided with it, they instantly bounced back, causing their zither strings to snap. At this moment, the elder's eyes gleamed with 1,000 rays of astonishment. This piece, an elder turned to the immortal master beside him. Senior brother, are we still fighting? How can we still fight? We've lost. The immortal master shouted, utterly helpless. Princess Liuxiu also exclaimed in profound admiration. She won. Qinjie actually took down 5 elders in a flash. She secretly marveled. Young Master Li's score is truly powerful. Father, what do you think? Father, why are you crying? The emperor watched this scene, tears quietly falling. He felt deeply aggrieved that he had nothing himself. While Yuan Yuan had the calligraphy, Lin Daoxian Palace had the score, and Lingyun Xian Pavilion also had a good relationship with young Master Li. Only us, we have nothing, he lamented. The princess, seeing her father like this, wore a helpless expression. Father! While the emperor was still muttering to himself that he needed to work harder and sacrifice everything for the exalted one, the entire sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds. Thunder and lightning struck, echoing through the heavens. A bolt of lightning struck Man Yun, causing her hair bun to come undone, her hair fluttering wildly in the wind. Seeing this, the elders stammered, Man Yun, this is. She's about to break through to the late nascent soul stage, an elder added. The clouds dispersed, the lightning bolts vanished, and the sky cleared once more. Man Yun gently landed on the ground. Seeing her, the princess quickly ran to her side. Qinjie! Suddenly, Man Yun's state changed rapidly. She scratched her head, laughing sheepishly. It's really too hard, the playing wasn't good. As expected, I can't play young Master Li's battle melody, she wondered, or maybe my cultivation is too low. At this moment, several elders also quickly ran over and surrounded her. Saintess, you just broke through, your body is weak, put on more clothes lest you catch a cold, an elder said. Saintess, please have some tea, the second elder offered. Saintess, shall I comb your hair for you? The third elder asked. Man Yun pondered for a moment at the elder's actions, then smiled. HMPH. I suppose the 5 elders have finally understood the preciousness of this opportunity now, haven't you? That's right, this score was gifted by the Exalted One in that mountain. She then raised the score high, showing the elders that this was indeed the score given to her by the Exalted One in the mountain. The 5 people who were just fighting her now realized that the seasoning she had mentioned before was indeed an Exalted One, and quickly repented, hoping to atone for their mistakes. The saintess looked at the idiots beside her, then folded the book and said sternly, "Protecting the Exalted One's peaceful and stable life is our responsibility and our sacred mission. The front lines have reported that the Exalted One wants to eat the water demon from Moonlight Bridge," she added. Hearing this, the 5 elders immediately stood up in unison. "That cannot wait. We'll depart immediately." With that, the 5 of them quickly flew off. Watching this scene, the princess and the emperor. "We're just errand boys, aren't we? So that's all we are." The sky was clear and blue, sunlight dancing on the water, making the emerald surface shimmer even brighter. 3 men walked along, deep in discussion. "Brother Niu, maybe we should just give up," one of the younger men said. "He's right, Brother Niu," the other chimed in. "With the demons causing trouble in Genyukeo, it's not worth risking our lives for a few fish." Boss Niu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "No, I haven't caught a single fish in nearly a month. I don't have a penny to my name." His voice broke as he continued. "At this rate, I won't even be able to buy the new Journey to the West issues. No matter what, I have to catch fish today." True to his word, he immediately cast his net into the clear blue lake, waiting for his catch. He then plopped down onto the ground to wait. Demons aren't all powerful, are they? I won't be that unlucky and run into one? Right. Little did he know, something was approaching him at lightning speed from behind, slowly closing the distance. Suddenly, Boss Niu sensed something and spun around. Behind him stood a small white rabbit, staring at him with a bewildered expression. Boss Niu was stunned. "What? A white rabbit?" He stared at it. He carelessly turned back around, oblivious to the demon circling above his head. It wasn't until the demon fixed its sharp, predatory eyes on him that Boss Niu fearfully looked up to face it. But it was too late. The monster slammed him to the ground, flattening him, only a muffled "help me" escaping his lips. Suddenly, a red flash of light shot past, emanating from Man Yun, accompanied by a furious cry. "You wretched beast! How dare you harm a human?" The monster saw her and scrambled away, fleeing like its life depended on it. It ran for a bit, then leaped into the air and plunged straight into the lake. But Man Yun was faster. She landed lightly, triumphantly standing atop the monster's submerged body. "You can't escape now," she declared with an air of superiority. She then instantly conjured a spell, and the monster was tightly bound by glowing ropes wrapped around its body, making it cry out soundlessly. With her task complete, Man Yun said, "The demon in Genyukeo has been captured. From now on, you can fish in peace." Before she could finish, Boss Niu snatched his net and bolted, disappearing in a flash. Man Yun sighed, "Wow, he's fast." Her fellow disciple flew up behind her, remarking, "The saintess's growth truly is astounding. People are truly astonished. Looks like I didn't come all this way for nothing." Man Yun looked at the Abalone Demon King and cast a spell. "This Abalone Demon King is very powerful. It must have many lesser demons following it. Elder, please take some disciples and clear out the lesser demons nearby." The elder clasped his hands respectfully. "As the saintess commands." As soon as she finished speaking, she put the abalone into her bag and swiftly departed, much to the elder's surprise. "Where is the saintess going?" she replied, "to present this humble dish to young Master Li." The elder's face went completely blank. Li Nianfen stared at the colossal abalone before him and gasped, "Whoa, this abalone is huge, isn't it?" He ran back and forth around the creature, constantly marveling. "It's the kind I never got to eat in my previous life." Man Yun responded, amused, "As long as young Master Li likes it." Li Nianfen, utterly thrilled by the gigantic abalone, declared, "I'll stew it for lunch today. We can all eat it together." Man Yun and Luo Shiyu were overjoyed. They replied in unison, "It would be our honor to obey." Man Yun glanced at Luo Shiyu. "Why did you come along?" Luo Shiyu smiled. "This is a rare opportunity. Of course I had to seize it." A memory flashed through her mind, her father's words. "Shiyu, you need to spend more time around young Master Li. In the long run, who knows, perhaps a good match could blossom, and our immortal dynasty would be truly blessed." She clenched her fist, resolute. "Father has entrusted me with the mission of befriending young Master Li. Of course I must accomplish it at all costs." Li Nianfen paid no mind to the 2 young women and quickly ordered, "Zaiabai, get to work." Ziobai, apron-clad and bursting with vigor, declared, "It's time for me to show off a little of my strength." With that, he grabbed a hose, spraying it directly onto the poor abalone, much to the girl's alarm. "Sister Chin, that's spirit water, right?" Man Yun replied. "It is spirit water. Though having comprehended the Tao of bamboo fire, using spirit water to water food doesn't seem so strange anymore. Still, it's such a waste, and my heart aches for it. Abalone brother, your death is truly worthy." Suddenly, a few drops of water splashed onto her face. Man Yun's eyes widened. "Spirit water, full of spiritual energy, I want to lick it so badly." While Man Yun was still lost in thought, Li Nianfen frantically called out, "Oh, sorry, Miss Chin. It splashed on you. Here, take a tissue to wipe it off." Man Yun grew even more bewildered. "Wipe it? You mean he wants me to wipe away this precious spirit water? That would be such a waste. I can't do it." As the thought crossed her mind, she immediately stuck out her tongue and licked clean the splashes of what she believed to be precious spirit water from her face. Then shyly she said, "Never mind, I've already taken care of it." Li Nianfen, witnessing this, could only stare in speechless shock, his face turning pale. Ziobai continued rinsing the abalone demon king. Man Yun, meanwhile, was fuming internally. "How could I lose control like that in front of young Master Li? How ungraceful! How could I be so tactless?" Luo Shiyu, standing next to her, chuckled. "It was an incredibly precious drop of spirit water after all, sister. It's completely normal for you not to want to part with it." Luo Shiyu glanced at Li Nianfen and Daji, then added, "Besides, young Master Li doesn't seem to mind. But the saintess won't stop crying. It's so embarrassing." Ziobai picked up a knife, and with just a few swift cuts, the abalone was sliced into 8 pieces. Luo Shiyu and Man Yun were utterly astonished. Such knife skills. They were truly taken aback. That abalone demon king had lived for thousands of years, possessing a dividing spirit cultivation realm, yet it was cut into simple pieces like that. This spirit weapon of young Master Li's home. After meticulously preparing the ingredients, Ziobai continued to cook the medicinal abalone stew. His movements were incredibly skilled and practiced. Abalone, he explained, not only boosts immunity and regulates blood pressure, but also nourishes yin, tonifies the kidneys, and stabilizes the liver. Paired with other liver-calming medicinal ingredients, it dispels excess yang, making for a truly refreshing experience. Ziobai proudly announced he'd show them the true culinary prowess of Chef Ziobai. Both Shi Yu and Man Yun were utterly stunned by those words. Hearing the title, Shi Yu and Man Yun were thrilled. "Oh, it smells so good. No wonder it's the most highly recommended recipe." Ziobai cried out, "Please enjoy." The dish immediately began to glow. "The food's glowing," they exclaimed in unison, then puffed out their cheeks and dug in. The first sensation was pure, exquisite freshness. Meanwhile, Ziobai eagerly detailed the components of his delicious creation. Top-grade spirit chi infused into the cooking, spirit water for the broth, spirit herbs as seasoning, spirit wood for fuel, and a spirit artifact as the pot, all combined with the abalone's natural freshness. Shi Yu and Man Yun felt as if their very attachments were being purified, as if soaring on cloud 9. "It's so delicious," Li Nianfen chuckled merrily. "To make cultivators enjoy it so much, I'm truly proud." Meanwhile, Qing Yun stood high up, gazing at the sky. "The demon invaders are already heading our way." Just then, a maid reported, "Saintess, the demon invaders have passed through Xuan Yunji. Xuan Yunji has been destroyed." Qing Yun turned her head and asked, "Did Father leave any instructions? To prepare for battle or to evacuate the disciples?" The maid dejectedly replied, "None, neither. The sect master said everything is within young Master Li's arrangements. We don't need to do anything, just wait." Qing Yun was a bit puzzled. "Just wait," the maid continued, reporting, "Saintess, the Lan Yue sect has also been destroyed." On the other side, Shi Yu and Man Yun were bidding farewell to Li Nianfen. "Please excuse us, young Master Li, we must take our leave." As soon as they stepped out the door, Shi Yu asked Man Yun, "Sister Qin, you feel it too, don't you?" Man Yun also noticed something amiss. "This aura, it's demonic. Just moments ago, in young Master Li's courtyard, we didn't feel it at all." Man Yun's eyes sharpened. Young Master Li must have purified the demonic chi within his courtyard, which is why it remained unaffected. But out here, the demon invaders have arrived, so the demonic chi is overflowing. The very rooftops, no, not just here. The entire Kang Long immortal dynasty must be enveloped by this demonic chi. Suddenly, an enraged elder appeared from behind. "Saintess," he boomed. Man Yun immediately asked, "Grand Elder, do you know what's the deal with these demon invaders?" His face still etched with fury, he paused, then growled loudly. A disciple has gathered intelligence. This time the demon invaders are here for the demonic sword. At Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion, Man Yun and Shi Yu had arrived. With a confident expression, Man Yun declared, "We heard Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion was in trouble, so we've come to assist." The three elders of Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion looked grim, poised for battle. "We're preparing for a life-or-death fight against the demon invaders," Man Yun continued. "Rest assured, elders, now that we from Lingxian Dao Courtyard are here, we will certainly protect Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion and ensure everyone's safety." Shi Yu stood beside her, adding, "Sister Qin just had a breakthrough and acquired a supreme melody score, greatly increasing her strength. My imperial father is also on his way." Man Yun wondered aloud. Normal demon invaders would certainly be no match for our three forces combined. I just don't understand why their goal is the demonic sword, yet they've come straight to Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion. Man Yun wondered why their goal was the demonic sword, yet they came straight to Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion. One of the elders replied, "There's indeed a hidden story behind this. Let's go inside the main hall first. Everyone will understand later." They quickly moved to the main hall. Nearing the entrance, Man Yun asked, "Such a huge incident has occurred, why isn't Pavilion Master Lin here?" An elder, pushing open the door, answered, "The Pavilion Master is inside. You'll see when you enter." As the doors swung open, Pavilion Master Lin sat within, casually sipping tea. With an excited expression, he greeted them. "Ah, good afternoon. What brings you all to visit on such a leisurely day?" Man Yun and Shi Yu couldn't help but be astonished. "Why are you so relaxed, Master? Don't you know the demon invaders are coming?" Pavilion Master Lin calmly replied, "I know." After everyone read the prophetic card saying that Ma Jingjiang would arrive tonight at the hour of the rat to claim the demonic sword, everyone sighed. Man Yun, reading it, still worried. "So these demon invaders even sent a warning letter?" Pavilion Master Lin replied, "Exactly. Because I know the demon invaders' purpose, I'm not worried at all." Man Yun was confused. "Why do you say that?" Pavilion Master Lin explained. "A few days ago, I visited young Master Li's house and used the demonic sword to chop firewood. Thus, it absorbed the demonic sword's aura. The demon invaders sensed this aura and mistakenly thought the demonic sword was at Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion, so they're coming to steal it. I thought long and hard and finally realized. It's all young Master Li's arrangement." He leaned closer to the pondering Man Yun and the others, continuing, "I believe young Master Li wants to eliminate these demon invaders, using me as a pawn to lure them out." Shi Yu and Man Yun pondered this for a moment. "So that's how it is, that makes sense." Suddenly their eyes lit up with excitement. "So Pavilion Master Lin isn't worried, he just has to wait. When the demon invaders arrive, young Master Li will arrange for a mighty expert to help." Crossing his arms confidently, Pavilion Master Lin said, "Of course." Then the three of them shared a sly chuckle. Everything is definitely his plan. The four then sat down to drink tea and chat. Man Yun said cheerfully, "Then there's truly nothing to worry about." Everyone agreed, "Exactly, exactly." Shi Yu also rejoiced. "Even if the one coming is Ma Jingjiang, one of the four heavenly kings under Ma Sha, there's no need to worry." Everyone, hearing four heavenly kings, was curious. Shi Yu explained, "Ma Jingjiang, also known as Blood River Flow, is one of the four heavenly kings under Ma Sha, the master of the demon invaders. His underlings include four heavenly kings, all great demons from the Tribulation Transcension realm or above. Especially Mojin Jiang, who, relying on his Tribulation Transcension cultivation, slaughters indiscriminately. Wherever he goes, blood flows like rivers, no one is left alive." Manhwa finally understood. So that's it. The expert intends to wipe out a major demonic figure. No wonder he made such elaborate arrangements. Pavilion Master Lin chuckled to himself. "I hadn't even noticed the demon coming was Mojin Jiang." Afterwards, everyone resumed drinking tea and chatting. Manhwa said, "Then let us be good pawns and await the expert's grand display." Everyone cheerfully agreed, "Indeed, indeed." Outside, the three elders of Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion watched, thinking, is it truly so? Why do I feel such an unsettling premonition? Outside, miasma already enveloped everything. King Yun stood on the rooftop, observing anxiously. "They're here." Young Master Li lives in seclusion, shunning conflict. Is he truly planning to eradicate the demons? Elsewhere, the Ling Yun Immortal Pavilion disciples were clashing with demons. An elder prepared to strike. "Demon, stop right there. The three of us will absolutely not allow you to slaughter any more innocent lives." Then, the three unleashed coordinated techniques, summoning lightning. But Very quickly, they were all knocked back. Everyone panicked. Above, a ferocious, gigantic demon with a terrifying face snarled. "What useless trash did I just kill? Deserved it. Why try to stop me?" the demon said. "Lord Masa sent me to retrieve the demonic downfall sword." But then he wondered, where is the demonic downfall sword? After searching for a moment, he looked towards the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion. "Ah, right, I smell it. In that direction, in that house." The demon immediately flew towards it. "Lord Masa, I've finally found it. Demonic downfall sword, I'm coming to take you back now." Then he flew down to Lingyun Immortal Pavilion, destroying everything. Shiyu and Manhwa were sitting, chatting over tea, when they were startled by the demon's arrival. He smashed everything, sending debris flying everywhere. Heh, gotcha. After wrecking the place, the scene revealed the four people still happily sitting and drinking tea together. The demon looked in, delighted. "HMPH, all right, it's this one." Then he immediately went to Pavilion Master Lin, who was drinking tea. King Yun frantically yelled, "Father!" The monster lunged down, claws outstretched. But a moment later, he felt strange. No sensation of crushing anyone? Why? It turned out young Lady Qin had managed to create a protective barrier enveloping them. The princess gasped. "Thank goodness Sister Qin has this melodic array, otherwise we would have been." The Grand Elder sighed, "Truly a tribulation transcension cultivator. Even if all three of us combined forces, we wouldn't stand a chance." Lin Mufeng calmed them. "Don't panic. We just need to hold out until young Master Li's great power arrives to help." Sister Qin kept playing. The demon covered its ears, annoyed. "This sound is too loud," he raged. "Stop it now, it's deafening, deafening, I tell you." He continuously punched the ground, roaring, "It's deafening, deafening. Your sound is absolutely deafening." Sister Qin flinched. "He's shattering the defenses." As the barrier broke, Sister Qin collapsed, unconscious. Everyone anxiously rushed to support the saintess. Lin Ji wondered, is this also part of young Master Li's plan? The evil demon had already approached, his red eyes venomous. He raised his claws, threatening, "The demonic downfall sword. Hand it over now." Lin Ji could no longer bear it, growling, "Hateful demon, unforgivable." He drew a talisman, but the monster just sneered, "Pointless." All they saw was a flash as he struck. Blood gushed. Lin Ji's arm was severed. Lin Ji stood frozen, staring at his detached arm. The others cried out anxiously, "Pavilion Master Lin!" Luo Huang drew his sword, leaping forward just as the monster was about to grab. "Lin Ji," Luo Huang unleashed the Earth Dragon fire, flames erupting to incinerate the grotesque ape demon. "So, reinforcements. But it seems we've arrived a step too late." Luo Huang immediately asked, "Young Lady Qin, are you all right?" The princess replied, "She's in great danger. She needs urgent healing. But this demon before us isn't an opponent we can hope to defeat." The ape demon still looked disdainful. "A bit stronger than the ants from before, but still feeble. It changes nothing. I suppose I should get a little serious now." Suddenly he tore open his own abdomen. A sky-shattering scream echoed. Everyone unconsciously wondered. He just tore open his own stomach. A figure burst out from a purple light, escaping the ape's body. Lin Ji immediately realized, could that be Mojin Jiang's true form? It turned out his true form was a demon with a humanoid body, purple skin, 2 horns, fangs, and sharp claws. However, he was very tall and muscular. He immediately unleashed a killing move, targeting everyone. Everyone braced themselves, ready to defend. He relentlessly demanded the demonic downfall sword, striking ceaselessly. Lin Ji, using one arm, struggled to parry. This speed and power, it's several times greater than before. Is this the true strength of a tribulation transcension cultivator? He poured. All his might, striking and roaring, "Give me the demonic downfall sword now." With a single blow, he sent everyone flying. Only Lin Ji remained conscious, coughing weakly as he surveyed his fallen comrades, soaked in blood. How could this happen? Lin Ji felt utterly despairing. Did the expert miscalculate, or have we just become his expendable pawns? The demon stood there victoriously. "Enough playing, time to get back to business. It's useless no matter where you hide the sword. The demonic downfall sword is Lord Masa's servant. Lord Masa will surely be pleased." At this moment in his hand was a purple orb. Lin Ji immediately asked, "Is that my blood?" The demon gleefully explained, "You once used the demonic downfall sword with your blood as the conduit to recall it." At the thought, he couldn't hide his excitement. Heh, Lord Masa will be delighted and reward me with a pat on the head." He raised a hand, summoning lightning, and unleashed a recall spell. He roared, "Sword, come to me." Mojin Jiang's eyes flashed with purple lightning. He raised his claws high, shouting, "Sword, come to me!" He was wildly swinging his attack down when suddenly he froze. At that moment in his hand were still only a few wisps of purple flame. Pavilion Master Lin and the others, though heavily injured and sprawled on the ground, couldn't hide their bewildered expressions. After a moment, the demon. Moxing instantly regained his imposing aura and roared, "Fallen demon sword, come to me again!" The fallen demon sword, currently in Li Nianfin's home, began to shake violently at the summons and immediately flew out. Li Nianfin, who was cheerfully washing dishes, suddenly felt a disturbance behind him. He turned to see a streak of light flash past his window. "Huh, was someone flying a kite just now?" he mused. Moxing, seeing the fallen demon sword fly towards him, couldn't hide his joy. "It's here!" he exclaimed. Holding the sword, which emanated a golden glow without a trace of demonic energy, he couldn't believe his eyes. This is the fallen demon sword?" Lin Jeju, seeing the sword in Moxing's hand, couldn't help but wonder, why, all of a sudden? Moxing laughed uproariously as if he'd struck gold. "Ha ha ha, I found it, demon lord. I found the fallen demon sword. I'll bring it to you right now." But his joy lasted only a few seconds before he suddenly felt a surge of righteous power from within the sword. Something's not quite right here." A skeletal figure in a cassia appeared, hands clasped, looking at Moxing. "Amitabha." The moment the skeleton appeared, the sword immediately smacked Moxing hard on the head, sending him reeling before flying towards the skeletal figure. The skeleton calmly asked, "Benefactor, are you looking for me?" Moxing, still smarting from the sword's blow, roared furiously, "Sword demon, what in the damn hell happened to you? You're just a skeleton, yet you're wearing robes now." "I have been converted and taken refuge in my Buddha," the skeleton explained mildly. "Your Buddha? What kind of Buddha is that? Why would you take refuge in him? Isn't the demon lord glorious enough?" Moxing challenged. Hearing this, the skeleton calmly replied, "The sea of suffering is boundless, turn back and the shore is near. All sentient beings suffer. You and my Buddha have a connection, yet you cannot take refuge. What need is there for glorious?" Moxing didn't continue questioning. By now, his anger had reached its peak. He extended his claws and lunged at the skeleton. "I see you've gone mad. I'll force you to come with me. Once you see the demon lord, you'll remember your true roots, you insignificant." The skeleton immediately conjured a golden halo of light in front of itself, blocking Moxing's attack. "Amitabha, great majestic heavenly dragon, world-honored one, Prajna, all Buddhas," the skeleton chanted softly. No sooner had it finished than a Buddha statue immediately appeared behind it, astonishing Moxing. Before he could even understand what was happening, the Buddha delivered a powerful blow. A loving punch that made Moxing see stars and apparently achieve instant enlightenment. The Buddha statue, hands clasped, calmly said to him, "Benefactor, perhaps reconsider taking refuge in my Buddha." Moxing, bruised and battered, his eyes bloodshot, roared, "Sword demon. You actually dared to fight back? Even the demon lord has never struck me." Moxing lunged with his claws towards the Buddha statue. The two immediately clashed. Lin Jeju, just getting back to his feet, clutched his wound and watched the streaks of purple and gold light repeatedly collide in the sky with each blow from both sides. Tears of joy suddenly streamed down his face. This is truly the arrangement of a great master, so we weren't abandoned after all. This is wonderful, absolutely wonderful." The skeleton floated away, hands clasped, summoning golden light streams that flowed towards the people below. "Amitabha, excellent indeed. The demon has been subdued. You may all rest easy now." With that, the skeleton extended its hand, directing the golden light to envelop the injured. Lin Jeju and everyone else immediately woke up, their wounds slowly healing. "Greetings, sword demon." Lin Jeju knelt before the skeleton and bowed. "Sword demon is a thing of the past. I have been. A thing of the past. My master has enlightened me. From now on I shall be known as Sword Buddha," the skeleton replied. Hearing this, the four immediately bowed, hands clasped, saluting the skeleton in unison. "Yes, Sword Buddha Senior. All right, I've been out for a while. I must return to chop wood. You needn't see me off," the skeleton said. The four couldn't help but be surprised by this, yet they still respectfully replied, "We respectfully see you off, Sword Buddha Senior." With that, the skeleton instantly transformed into a sword and shot into the sky. In a flash, Sword Buddha and its cassia robes vanished, leaving only a trail of light behind. The princess sighed in admiration. As expected of young Master Li, even a sword used for chopping wood has such a magnificent aura. Lin Jeju now clutched his arm in pain. "My arm," his daughter called out worriedly. "Father." A young woman beside her, Lak Huang, said, Elder Lin, we are all working for the Great Master, connected like branches on a tree. I will definitely find a way to heal your severed arm. But Lin Jeju, with steadfast resolve, reassured them, Don't trouble yourselves. What's one arm if it serves the Great Master? Lin Jeju said, tears streaming down his face. Lak Huang interjected, Elder Lin, you've cultivated for 100 years. Surely you know that healing severed limbs is harder than ascending to heaven. We can only accept our grief and follow nature's course. With that, father and daughter embraced, weeping. Suddenly, a golden, jewel-encrusted bell-like object appeared from the sky. Everyone was astonished. The princess quickly said, That's Moxing's magic tool, the heartless bell. Perhaps Sword Buddha, the benevolent one, forgot and left it behind. Yes, that must be it. Let's return it to young Master Li on his behalf. Lak Huang, concerned, said, Elder Lin, you're gravely injured. Why don't we go instead? But Lin Jeju, clutching his arm, angrily refused. No, I must pay my respects to young Master Li myself. I must go. King Yun said anxiously. But father, your arm, Lin Jeju insisted. It's just a minor injury, child. I'll be fine. With that, the three of them set off. Arriving at a house, they knocked. Xiao Bao appeared, opening the door and cheerfully greeting the three guests. Please, come in. As they entered, they saw Li Nianfen holding a sword. Oh my, I was chopping wood and didn't hear the knock. What brings the three of you here together at such a leisure time? Seeing Lin Jeju's condition, he was startled. Uncle Lin, what happened to your arm? Lin Jeju replied, I dueled with someone and was outmatched. Just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. But Li Nianfen grew even more alarmed. This isn't what I'd call a minor injury, is it? Your arm. It's gone, he thought to himself. Even powerful cultivators like Lin Leaba can get injured like this. Not long ago, I was even snatched away by demons myself. The cultivation world truly is incredibly perilous. But that only makes me admire Lin Leaba and his group even more. To face such misfortune and still remain so optimistic. Truly worthy of being a cultivator. He grasped Lin Ji's hand, offering encouragement. Lin Leaba, you've suffered so much. You're truly incredible. Lin Ji froze, bewildered at first, then his eyes welled up. Could young Master Li actually be pitying me? Tears streamed down his face. I'm merely here to serve young Master Li, destined to brave dangers for him. Yet for him to personally show concern and acknowledge my efforts. Lin Ji was deeply moved. Lin Leaba, with a joyful flourish, tossed his severed arm. This arm, I don't need it anymore. Good riddance, it was worth it. Li Nianfen quickly asked, How long has it been severed? Qing Yun replied, A few hours, certainly less than a day. We don't know if it can be healed. Li Nianfen thought for a moment. Lin Ji's face turned pale, drenched in sweat. Young Master Li, you can heal it. He scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. No promises, but I can try. Lin Leaba stared blankly, his severed arm still drifting in the air where he'd tossed it. An unbelievable sight. In the midst of what felt like a battle, he'd somehow set up a fully equipped modern operating room, complete with bright lights and a gurney. Lin Ji lay on the bed, perplexed. Now, you're trying now? Under the glare of the surgical lamp, Li Nianfen said, Of course, the less time it's been severed, the better. Lin Leaba, it might hurt a bit, bear with it. Lin Ji stiffened. Young Master Li, though I, Lin, may be a 100-year cultivator, even if I'm not the strongest, I fear no pain. The moment Li Nianfen's scalpel went down, blood gushed, and Lin Ji thrashed, screaming in agony. Reattaching the arm isn't the hardest part, he thought. It's connecting the nerves and blood vessels. Thankfully, Lin Leaba's wound is clean, and his cultivation base provides some protection, giving this otherwise incredibly difficult surgery a chance. His eyes gleamed with hope, and he worked continuously with the scalpel, stitching nerves, tying off blood vessels, and suturing the skin. After a diligent effort, he smiled. All right, it's done. Remember to limit movement of this arm for a while and don't get it wet. It will slowly recover. Lin Ji stared at his newly stitched and bandaged arm, disbelief written across his face. It's finished just like that, without using any spiritual energy, only mortal methods. Can a severed arm truly be reattached that way? Reattaching a severed arm, the princess cheered excitedly. Elder Lin, your arm has truly been reattached. Lin Meng, Lin Leaba's daughter, burst into tears. Young Master Li, you are truly extraordinary. Lin Leaba himself was moved beyond belief. It's true, I can actually feel it. But the moment he lifted his arm, he cried out in pain. Ouch, ow, that hurts. Everyone immediately crowded around, chiding him. Didn't he just tell you to limit movement? Look at Lin Leaba, why is he so happy? They saw him gazing down at his arm, brimming with joy. It's reattached, it's truly reattached. He, she, you, and Manhwa all stared at Li Nianfen in astonishment. No spiritual energy, no spiritual elixirs. Purely through mortal means, he reattached a severed arm, as expected of a true expert. Manhwa's eyes widened as if understanding something profound. I finally get it, she, you, and Lin Leaba chorused. Get what? Manhwa smirked knowingly. Why does a great expert choose to live as a mortal? A great expert wants to show the world that even mortals can achieve many things that cultivators cannot. Lin Leaba and Shi Yu stared open-mouthed, praising, such profound wisdom. Lin Leaba approached Li Nianfen. We specifically brought this for young Master Li. Li Nianfen took that golden gourd and said happily, oh, how beautiful. All right, I'll take this as payment for reattaching your arm. Next time there's no need to be so formal. Lin Leaba nodded. I understand, young master. Li Nianfen hung the gourd up, then turned back and asked, oh, that reminds me, I'm thinking of taking Daji out traveling these days. Do you have any good places to recommend? Shi Yu put a finger to her lips, deep in thought. My father and I are planning to attend Qingyun Valley's Great Demon Sealing Ceremony. I wonder if young Master Li would be interested. Li Nianfen truly hadn't known such a place existed. Manhwa, the learned and profound saintess, spoke up. Every 5 years, Qingyun Valley reinforces the seal on the demon realm entrance within the valley, conveniently sacrificing some demons as part of the celebration. It's one of the biggest celebrations in the cultivation world. Shi Yu and Lin Leaba turned to each other, whispering, so that's it. Young Master Li dealt with the demon overlord. He'll probably be genuinely interested in the great demon sealing ceremony. Perhaps slaying demons is young Master Li's hobby. Li Nianfen, standing nearby, wondered aloud. But this is a cultivator event. Can a mere mortal like me go? Lin Leaba quickly interjected, sweeping aside his doubts. You can definitely go, absolutely. Lin Leaba explained, Qingyun Valley, to display its strength to outsiders, also opens its gates to mortals. Li Nianfen looked at Daji, who was unboxing gifts, and hesitated. But watching demon sacrifices, won't it be too bloody? I'm afraid it might scare Daji. Daji's face brightened. It sounds very interesting. Li Nianfen turned to the others. If Daji is also interested, then let's go check it out. Shi Yu exclaimed excitedly, great. My father and I are going too. Young Master Li, why don't you come with us? Manhwa beside her chimed in. I was also planning to attend, it's on my way. Lin Leaba, not wanting to be left out, started. Young Master Li, I also, Li Nianfen soothed him. Lin Leaba, your arm was just reattached. Don't try to join every bit of fun, you should really rest. Lin Leaba, dejected, replied. I, Lin, obey. 3 days later, Luo Huang, Shi Yu, an old monk, and Manhwa gathered before Li Nianfen's door. The old monk thought, feeling quite smug. So lucky, so lucky. The palace lord is in seclusion for tribulation, and the grand elder must guard the Dao Palace. I was lucky enough to outmaneuver Old Third, Old Fourth, and Old Fifth to get this chance to go along. Luo Huang then said aloud, this time we must perform exceptionally well. Li Nianfen opened the door, but Da Hai, rigid, clung to his leg, refusing to let him leave. Oh, for goodness sake. Da Hai, guard the house. No more clinging, all right? He then turned to everyone. All right, everyone, say hello. Shi Yu happily raised a hand towards the elder. This is my elder, Zhu Dasheng. He's the one who provides the spiritual energy to power the spirit orb. Nianfen scratched his head. Oh, so he's the chauffeur. Then, with a bright smile, he said, hello, Uncle Zhu. Zhu Dasheng gave a solemn double bow, greeting young Master Li. Nianfen was surprised. This driver's etiquette is quite formal, isn't it? Nianfen, leading the group, cheerfully announced, all right, let's get going. He then told Daha, you lonely dog, guard the house well. The little dog slumped down dejectedly, eyes brimming with tears, whimpering. Then everyone boarded the flying vessel, soaring high into the sky. Ziohe, initially sad, immediately had a dangerous glint in its eyes. It stood up rebelliously, shouting, brothers, the master's gone. Let's get to the garden. Meanwhile, the seeds old man Zhao had gifted, planted 49 days ago, finally sprouted, revealing a beautiful green shoot. Back with the group, they were soaring towards Qingyun Spire. Standing high above, their faces filled with excitement, Nianfen couldn't help but exclaim,